Hi, it's Matt Baume. A few years ago, drag superstars Bosco and Irene the Alien joined me to play Dungeons & Dragons on a podcast called Queens of Adventure. We explore the origins of their characters in a mostly self-contained story presented here for your listening pleasure. If you're a fan of dungeons and/or drag queens, welcome. Enjoy this audio fantasy with me, Dungeon Master James, and drag superstars Irene the Alien and Bosco. Danger Rangers, Part 1, Call in the Copse.
The evening sky above the towers of the great city of Glamalala is awash with golden searchlights and magical pyrotechnics. It is the night of the yearly pageant honoring the 12 great houses. All the fanciest glamazons sashay and strut toward the glittering Glamadrome. The elite arrive on palatial palanquins gliding down from the towers of the upper city. Everyone is done up in dazzling lame pantsuits, buffonts and bobs, and the highest of heels. Everyone who's anyone is here this evening to see and to be seen. But this is not where our story takes place. Across the city, in the lower districts, along the craggy cliffside in the shadow of the ziggurat, there's a squat, misshapen gymnasium with a mural on the side of a Glamazon Goliath in a feathery singlet. On the roof of the gymnasium, rickety bleachers are set up around a rectangular sand pit. A few dozen Glamazons clad in off-white tunics are scattered across the stand, snacking on crab puffs from greasy paper bags. 2 combatants wait in opposite vomitoria. One, a Shatterkai elven fighter. The other, a lizard folk barbarian. Today, the dice are in the barbarian's favor, so the first warrior to make their entrance is lizard folk barbarian Irene Dubois. Irene, tell us how you enter the arena.
Yeah, I come out to Dancing Queen, but it's sped up 1.25. So it's like, you are the Dancing Queen, young sweet on the 17. I'm in a fully beaded with beaded fringe jumpsuit with bell bottoms and
practical.
Exactly, and a high ruffle collar. I've got my white updo on. I look like I'm ready to be in an ABBA music video, and I'm like doing very fast arm points, and I've got roller skates on as well.
Perfect. Give me a performance check.
Okay, work. So I'm not doing so well on the roller skates because that was a 4.
So you come in, you're doing the points, you go rolling into the crowd, and you hit your shins on one of the lower bleachers.
Boo! You wish.
Irene, you recognize that booing Glamazon. It is Junior Ranger Jort. He's about a year older than you, and you have just crashed into him.
Love that. That's what I get for wearing roller skates in a sand pit.
Nice one, loser.
At least I fell into your arms.
Get out.
And just then from the other side of the pit emerges the challenger.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I definitely come into Family Affair by Mary J. Blige. Just the part where she's talking about hateration and holleration, though. Just that part on loop the entire time. Mm-hmm. I just got done with the brunch gig, so I'm like kind of like still in full hosting mode. So like, where are my gays at? Oh my God, lesbians, make some noise.
Lesbians make a lot of noise. But you also hear from the stands,
Boring.
Derivative.
what are you going to do to win over the crowd?
Oh, I'm definitely going to give them one of my like crowd turning stunts. It's a jump split. It's how I tell stories. It was passed down generations from my family.
All right, give me an acrobatics check.
All right. She's a 10 plus 5, so I think we're doing okay.
15. Okay, with a 15, that jump split lands flawlessly.
Hey.
The crowd goes wild. So Irene, you are starting at a bit of a disadvantage, and I think that that's going to give Bosco the first turn in this gladiatorial combat.
You know what? That's okay. People love to root for an underdog.
Irene, you pull yourself up from Jort's lap, and you and Bosco both make your way to the center of the sand pit, where you are expected to exchange some sort of sign of respect.
Hey. I think we have a secret handshake.
Oh, I like that. This is fully like the Parent Trap with like Lindsay on Lindsay action.
Very that.
Yeah.
People don't even know which one of us is which at this point.
No,
We're
still.
just clapping hands, patty cake,
I don't
patty
have
cake.
scales, but somehow they still can't.
Right. And I think we finish with like a booty bump.
Oh, yeah, that's tea.
Absolutely.
That's really hot. Mm-hmm.
With the booty bump, there is a crash of music, a stirring battle theme that will be added in post. You hear the voice of the gym leader magically projected over the crowd.
This is it, Glams, the main event. Irene versus Bosco in their final match before the two of them ship out to the Junior Ranger Trials. Let's hear it for our gorgeous gladiators. Let the dance of flesh and steel begin!
I am going to take out my weapon, which is also a family heirloom. It is my duct tape whip. We're known for our tucking abilities in my family. So we're going to brandish my whip. And we're going to, let's say, I'm going to aim for the wig. I'm going to see if I can get her wig. Here we go.
Gonna snatch me bald-headed at the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's make an attack roll against her wig. Okay, so that's a 14. What is your armor class, Irene?
14?
All right, so if you roll a number that meets or beats an opponent's armor class, you hit. So you have successfully hit the wig. Let's roll to see how much damage you do to it.
Little triangle. 3, and then it's +5 slashing. Is that what I'm looking at? 8?
Yep, so you do
Okay.
8 points of slashing damage to Irene's
Oh my
wig.
gosh, I just got this freshly styled. This is a brand new Kalina, and you're just gonna snatch it off me like that?
Was there a reveal, though?
The wig flies off, I guess, and I have a perfectly coiled ponytail
Oh,
that
hell
comes
yeah.
unfurled and hits all the way down to the ground.
Yes.
The crowd loves it, and both of you mark down a point of inspiration. So Irene, you do suffer 8 points of wig damage, but you did both earn a point of inspiration, so...
I feel even more sickening than I felt before.
I feel that for you.
I see Bosco over there, and I'm looking at her pink, fleshy flesh. And so I pull out a bottle of mouthwash, put it in, swish around, spit it out, and run up and take a big chomp right out of her arm.
Ooh, all right. Make an attack roll against Bosco.
She has gingivitis. Her
All
teeth
right.
fall out.
That is a 10 total.
What is your armor class, Bosco?
15.
Irene, you lunge toward Bosco, but Bosco shifts at the last second. Your cheek glances off Bosco's shield as your mighty jaws snap on nothing but air.
Boo! Ah, what a joke! You call yourself a fighter?
I'm embarrassed, and I bite my tongue, so to speak, out of shame.
Oh, it's going to be okay. Beginner's luck.
Back to Bosco, what's your next move?
I feel like it's time to stunt. I'm going to just be like, well, this has been going really well for me so far. So I'm just going to do some like bullshit off on the side, just kind of hype up the crowd, keep them going. So we're going to whip out the back handspring.
Ooh, that'll be an acrobatics check?
Her. Okay. 1 + 5. So we got a solid 6.
Bosco, your foot slips in some loose sand and you fall flat on your back in front of Irene.
This is going well.
Boo!
Yeah, you both feel like you're losing the crowd a little bit.
She needs some milk.
Yeah. Can I take an attack of opportunity here?
Yes, you can.
All right. I'm going to take an attack of opportunity and just bring an unarmed strike down right onto her head.
Okay, make an attack roll against Bosco.
All right. That is a 20.
A natural 20?
No, 15 + 5.
Okay, and what is your unarmed strike damage?
4 bludgeoning.
Mark down that you've taken 4 points of damage, Bosco.
I told you you'd end up taking my fist.
Next time, bring the Crisco.
The crowd loves it. Bosco, what's next?
So we have to like dust ourselves off. We have to get back up. This is my first rodeo. Sometimes stunts don't go very well. So we're going to like simmer it down a little bit, bring it back, and we're going to give them just like a nice, like good skirt reveal.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
that's what's going to happen.
I love that.
That's going to be a performance check, I think.
All right. Ooh, performance is a little low. 12 + 2, 14.
That is not quite enough to win them over. They've seen a lot of skirt reveals
so
here in
fair.
Guatemala.
Put it
Me
back
too, girl.
on!
It's supposed to get better when you take it off.
And you are going to take 1 point of shame damage.
Oh,
Been
sounds
there.
like childhood. Let's go.
Psychic damage, more accurately.
Does that come from a max HP?
It does.
I'm in a pantsuit, but what you guys don't know is that it's not a pantsuit.
Oh, God.
It's a top and a bottom. And so to come for your skirt reveal,
Fursuit.
I'm going to rip off my pants and my top is going to become a gown.
Oh, T. All right.
And I'm in my gown going to do a full spin, drop to my knees, and then come right back up with my axe and go for Bosco's shoulder.
Oh, your great axe?
My great axe. My
Okay.
sickening axe.
Let's start with the performance check for the reveal.
17.
That reveal does get the crowd going, all but one.
Amateur.
And that is going to give you advantage on this attack. So you can roll
Oh,
2
work.
d20 and take the higher result.
All right, so first one is 18. Second one is 12. So I'll do 18.
That is going to beat your armor class. Bosco, how much damage do you do, Irene?
11.
Ow.
Okay, where does that put you, Bosco?
That puts me at a very sensible 6.
Coming from behind, it's Irene Dubois.
Following up on that reveal and that attack, the crowd is going nuts. And Bosco, you are on the ropes now.
Yeah, this is not going so hot for me. All right, big guns. What do I got? I got it. So, new music starts playing in the arena. I saunter off stage for a sensible minute. It's just listening to the song. But then I come back wearing a slightly different outfit.
I'm so confused at this point. I'm like, where'd she go? How'd she change?
Oh my God. No, but there's backup dancers that fill the time for me while I'm changing.
Okay, let's roll performance for that.
17 plus 2, so 19.
Okay, those backup dancers really got the crowd going.
Okay, hell yeah. They knew the choreo. They knew the choreo. They showed up on Tuesday. They got their checks. They rehearsed.
And so you come out in a slightly different outfit. How slight are we talking?
We went from like one Cher replica outfit to another Cher replica outfit. We started out in the 80s black jumpsuit one.
Turn back time.
Turn back time. And then we went to the black evening gown that she wears for the Academy Awards that she didn't win with the headpiece.
That's very my tea. I'm jealous of you now.
I understand that for you. I look great.
There is a priestess of Cher in the audience who is going wild for this. And whatever your next action is, you're going to take it with advantage.
Ooh, love advantages. I think we've built up enough rapport with the audience now that we can get back to the meat of the issue, which is beating the shit out of my sister. I'm going to turn back time all over her ass, and let's go for another whip strike, except this time I'm going to go for the stiletto and see if I can get one of her shoes off, unbalance her.
Make an attack roll against her shoe.
2.
With advantage?
Okay, T. 9.
Plus 5, 14, your armor class.
14 armor class, yeah.
You meet it.
All right.
Time to roll damage. It's a D4.
Well, 3.
3?
Plus 5.
All right, you do 8 points of shoe damage to Irene.
Nice. All right, I'm down to 9. All right, so my shoe has come off. I've fallen onto the ground. I'm down there, and I'm going to hold still for just a moment just to make everybody think that I'm not okay. I feel like I want everyone in the audience to be like on the edge of their seat. Is she going to get up? And I quickly roll over and throw sand in your eyes.
Ooh.
Oh, rude. Do you believe in life after love? Jesus, you bit.
And then along with the sand, I'm going to toss my javelin at you.
Let's start out with the sand. Make a ranged attack roll. So that's going to be roll a d20 and add your dexterity modifier.
It's an 18.
Holy shit. Okay. You have sand in your eye, Bosco, and you are blinded. Irene, you can follow up with a javelin attack with advantage.
Take her out.
Ooh. All right, so we got a 15.
Oh, yeah.
It does a 1d6 plus 3 piercing, so I rolled a 6, so that's a 9 damage.
I'm done then. That took
Miss
me out.
Honey, you are canceled.
Done.
All right, so from the ground, I toss my javelin along with the sand, so she doesn't even see it coming.
Oh,
the javelin
spicy.
hits her and then explodes into like a big burst of glitter and sequins and that really expensive kind of like foil tinsel. As Bosco does whatever she does when hit with the javelin, I pop back up and begin doing roller skate twirls, and all of my sequin fringe is spinning out. I look like a little Tasmanian devil cloud, and I start throwing stars out like a tornado that is erupting with comets.
Amazing. And Bosco, how do you go down?
Oh, well, very dramatically. I do like the world's like most broken down death drop of all time. Like I'm holding my back and I slowly lower myself to the ground. One last sign of the cross, and then back. And then right before I'm KO'd, I whisper probably my favorite Cher line, take me home.
Oh, that devotee of Cher loves it. The crowd is on their feet. They are blasting thaumaturgy and prestidigitation into the air. The searchlights and the pyrotechnics off in the distance from the Glomodrome, nobody even notices them. Everyone is going wild at this performance. Bosco, you are unconscious at this point because you did suffer a lot of damage, but the healer does come over to you and says, oh, I'll take care of that, honey. And lays hands upon you, and with a warm glow, your eyes flutter awake just in time for you to see the coach from the gym come over and hold up Irene's arm and declare Irene the winner.
Yes.
Shit, you did that, bitch.
You really are a knockout.
Good one.
And as the two of you head back into the locker room, there are a lot of people waiting to give you high fives and to cheer you on.
Boring. Who's next?
All but one. There's one person in the crowd who has something else to say.
You are such a hater. And I think when Bosco entered, she said she wanted no hateration.
I know, this is like going directly against my proclamation.
Who cares? You're knocked out.
No, I'm back up.
You got knocked out.
Yeah.
And you got up again? They're never going to keep you down?
I'm not taking any directions from a loser.
Oh.
Okay, to be fair, the hater is right. You did lose. But I have no time for all of this hateration. I'm trying to get to the sauna. I've got business to take care of. I've got things to attend to. My after gladiator ritual, you know what I mean?
Oh, I love that. Giving Reiki hand jobs at the
It's very important that I get my moisturizer for my scales.
I love that. Just like a matcha colonic just wakes you right up. My chakra cons are very balanced right now.
Well, speaking of, the coach is warming up the steam room for the two of you back behind the locker room.
How hot.
So you head back into the locker room. It's a cramped, musty little room under the gym, and here you can clean up, you can unwind in the sauna or the steam room, and then you can get changed into your evening wear. What are you both going to wear for the rest of the evening?
I'm a very buff lady, and normally a drag queen tries to hide her muscly arms, but I just won my last gladiator match of the season, so I'm going to wear a very slinky black mesh evening gown covered in Swarovski crystals with spaghetti straps to show off my rippling biceps.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right?
Well, we've been going back and forth for years, so this isn't our first fight and probably not our last. And, I'll give it to you this time. You got me, gal. You got me, gal. I definitely feel like this is an evening wear type of situation as well.
sure.
I feel like this calls for gowns.
Big swooping updos.
Oh, yeah.
Expensive jewelry that you have to nail glue to your earlobe.
Is there any other type of jewelry?
I've never
Not
seen it.
that I know of. I'm definitely going to feel keep on going with the Bob Mackie fantasy. Something very black and corseted the hell down. Let's have one leg slit all the way up so they know what I'm about.
Oh, yeah.
And then spiky protrusions. Something a little bit H.R. Geigery.
Oh, nice.
You know,
you can
just
keep your stuff in there.
Exactly.
If someone tries to get too close.
This one's for the poppers. Yeah.
Okay, you've changed into your evening wear. You're both looking fabulous as the gym leader enters. Now, this is someone that the two of you have known and worked with for years in the gladiator pit. He comes up behind you, he claps Irene on the shoulder and says, "Good job, kiddo. We're sure gonna miss you." And he hands over a bulging sack full of your winnings.
A sickening supply of
currency.
Well, what is that? What is something that's traded, wouldn't be necessarily used in the upper districts, but maybe among the lower districts and sort of the underground people trade?
Well, this land was populated before we came here, and there seemed to be what can only be described as bottle cap-like things. We don't really know what they were for, but they look like they used to be for closing off containers, and they're everywhere, and they're considered garbage by the elite and the mint, but they all have different symbols on them and they come in different colors and shapes, and so we, like to use them as currency.
All right, so you get a very generous sack of caps, and the gym leader...
Ooh, this is a pretty hefty cap sack.
And the gym leader's like,
Now don't go too crazy tonight. You got your first day of ranger trials tomorrow. You don't want to screw up your chances, know what I'm saying?
For sure. I'm probably not even going to spend any of it tonight, honestly.
Glad to hear it. Hope you'll come back and see us when you're all big-time rangers.
Are you taking off?
Oh, yeah. It's almost curfew, and I still gotta do my daily devotions.
Awesome. I turn away from the coach, and as he leaves the room, I'm like, "Hey, who wants to spend all these caps?"
I do.
You do? You want to go get
great.
You want to get capped tonight?
Get 2 Kalinas. It's about as much as it's gonna buy.
I'm trying to get fucking pissed, mate.
Oh, this is a wonderful land of accents.
And I've never heard
the trainer
any.
from the Bronx. We have the healer from Fargo, and then wherever the fuck you just did.
I just made that up. I'm just a very
Wow.
creative lizard. No, but we should definitely go get turned up.
Oh, that would be lovely. Where's our favorite spot? I think that'd be
The Kittle Fern.
ooh, the Kittle Fern.
That sounds like
No.
Nope.
Sure don't.
We're not going there.
Let's go to Snargle Farm. Yeah.
Yes!
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
I love Miss Snargle
I love the
Farm.
go-go dancers at Snargle
yeah,
Farm.
we can get a booth and just watch.
Hell yeah. I love voyeurism.
That's all I can participate in.
That's all you're allowed to participate in.
No, because the scales.
The scales.
Because I'm so focused on my training.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All right, so the two of you heading out to Snargle Farm?
Oh, we're doing it.
Excellent. So you exit the gymnasium as it's closing up, enter the lower cliffside district. You pass the Glomworks foundry where the forges are cooling down for the night, and past the Glomweave looms where the weavers are finishing up their work. As you're walking through the streets, you hear the Vespertine bell, which you know signals curfew. For novices like yourselves, you are meant to return to your quarters at this point and contemplate the mysteries of beauty and duty.
Oh, criminy. There's the Vespertine bell. We should probably head back.
We're not heading back tonight, girl. Like, last fucking cage match. We're going to be starting training soon. We're not going to be able to do any of this shit. I say we just do it. What's the worst that could happen?
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
You got me.
Yeah, I got you, gal.
Just like
All
I got
right.
you earlier, remember?
Yeah.
So, if you're going to stay up past curfew, something that you're going to want to do is make sure that you are not seen by any glama birds, which are these large, colorful birds that circle the city, and basically the authorities can see through their eyes.
Fucking
So
narcs.
that's just something to be aware of.
These bootlicking birds.
You also want to make sure that no patrols or like suspicious neighbors or looky-loos catch you. So how are you going to travel to, what was it called? Snargle Blarp?
Snargle Farm.
Snargle Farm. Let me write
Farm
that
where
down.
they snargle. We
Legal in most countries, but they allow it.
We passed the loom, you said?
You did.
Should we go? Let's go steal some. If we're going to be out, we need to be hidden. So let's go to the loom factory and steal some cloaks.
Some reveal coats.
Some reveal cloaks, yeah.
Okay.
And we'll snap up all the snaps.
Oh, yeah,
So that
definitely,
no one
definitely.
can see what we're doing, and we can just kind of blend into
And they're
the
going to be like, they're
shadows.
definitely not going to take those cloaks off.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to get to Snargle Farms, and it's going to be like,
But only 1 minute into being at Snargle Farms.
we're starting at the number with it. No.
There's going to be 1 minute intro before we walk in.
Knock on Wood just starts playing the moment we walk in.
Exactly. All right, I'm glad we have the entrance planned
Okay,
out.
cool.
Excellent. So you enter the Glomweave loom. You've entered the storefront. So there's a box of cloaks that you can see just behind the counter.
I think I can see a box of cloaks behind that counter.
Behind that counter?
You
Oh
should
my
go
God.
get 'em.
Most of the people have gone home for the night. There is one weaver who is basically closing up the shop. They actually haven't noticed you yet.
I think I'm going to try and steal this. Do you think Sigourney Weaver over there is going to notice us?
I can cause a distraction to let you slip over there.
Okay,
right.
let's do this.
Ready?
Game plan.
Hands in. Break.
Go!
Hey,
Doom, 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 doom.
can I get a cloak? Are you guys still open? Can I buy something?
Oh, sure, honey. What cloak? What's your size?
Oh, you guys are still open. Well, as
Well, just
you-
closing up.
I need an extra small.
Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no.
Like everyone in the shop just like turns and looks at you like, all right, honey.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely an extra small. I've never worn anything bigger. I just rolled a 2.
Let me get my measuring tape. And so she actually comes out from behind the counter to the two of you and takes the tape, and she is measuring you. Bosco, what are you going to do at this point?
So she's really, really close, but she's also like very focused on Irene. So I'm just gonna like keep on tiptoeing and just like casually talking to y'all at the same time. Like we're just continuing on. This is the full like sleight of hand illusion moment. You've got her attention, and I'm closing in on the counter, and I've almost have my arm reaching into the box with the cloaks that we want.
Okay.
And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and try and snatch them.
Okay, so you can either make here a stealth check or a sleight of hand check, and I will give you advantage because she is focused on Irene right now.
All right. Well, my stealth and sleight of hand are the same. So 10 plus 3.
Okay, and you can
13.
roll one more time.
Okay.
This is going to be difficult.
Okay. 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a ninja, like a leaf on the wind. You breeze past Sigourney Weaver. That is her name. You nailed
Yes,
it.
it is. I go back with her, way back.
And you grab 2 cloaks. One is dark, which is going to help you in moving through the night.
This is going really well.
Oh, we're killing it.
But this is going to be so good. These cloaks are going to look so fucking good. They're the big ruffle ones, too.
I know.
Yeah,
Charismatic.
yeah.
So for doing so well, you got 2 cloaks. One is very dark. It's going to be good at helping you stay concealed in the night. And you also got one of the magic cloaks made of glama weave.
Not glama weave.
Glama inches. Glama bundles. Oh, look at my glama unit.
Hand sewn.
Ooh, ventilated lace front.
You got yourself a cloak of many fashions.
Hell yeah. Cloak of many colors.
Yeah. Okay. So the little lady is measuring me, and every time she comes out with a number, I'm like, absolutely no way. There's no way it could be that big. The measuring tape is broken. You've got it all wrong. I can't stand this. You're giving me body dysmorphia.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is this how you treat your customers? You tell them they're fat?
Well, I mean, to each their own. I like a little generousness.
You know what, lady? I don't want your stinking cloaks. Let's get out of here, gal.
Yeah, sister. Wow, you should be ashamed of yourself right now. How dare you body shame my sister?
Oh, never.
I'm leaving the world's worst Yelp review right now.
I feel so ugly. And
Well,
we
you
leave.
are, but it's okay.
I slam the door on the way out.
You hear the bell jingle behind you, and then shortly after, the light goes out, the shades are drawn, and you have made your getaway with 2 cloaks, a dark cloak and a cloak of many fashions.
Girl, that doesn't look like a normal cloak. What is that?
No, she's lovely though. It's wondrous. Oh, I get to take bonus actions to change the style, color, and appearance quality of the garment.
Oh, it's like a Mighty Morphin power cloak?
Oh, hell yeah. Cloak
Love
of many
that.
colors. I think this was originally belonged to Dolly Parton, but it's been handed down to us.
Why don't you hang on to that, and maybe next time we fight, you'll be able to impress the audience.
Oh my God, do you have some rollerblades to trip on? So if I keep this one, can I give her my other cloak?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sick
'Cause I-
man.
yeah.
right.
I feel like that's going to be helpful.
Cloak up, sis.
Yeah, but you're going to give me some caps for that because you're rich right now.
All right, I'll toss her a couple caps.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so as you make your way toward Snargle Farm through the lower districts, actually, Irene, you were the one who knew about Snargle Farm, or was it Bosco?
I think it was Bosco.
It was
Okay. Where is Snargle Farm located?
on the rundown east side underneath a jacuzzi. No, I don't know. Where should she be? I feel like this is definitely like a rotating spot. Like Snargle Farm changes. You know what I mean? Like we've talked about this before, and like it's a like very like you have to know somebody to know where it is.
For sure.
And
do you know somebody?
Oh, we know somebody because we're like very high profile in our little gladiator fight tonight.
for
So they're like,
sure.
hey, after you're done fighting,
Cute.
y'all should come down. And we're like, oh, hell yeah, we will. So it's moving, and tonight it's in a stable. So like outdoor rave session.
Cute.
What kind of animals are in the stable?
There's Shadowfax. There's Wilford Brimley's horse from the insulin commercials. There is Mr. Ed.
The Taco Bell dog. And Baby Yoda.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
All the greatest mounts. Yeah, so you...
I've been called that too.
You make your way up out of the lower district to the outer wall of Glamalala, and then both of you give me a stealth check to see if you make it without anyone noticing. And you can use advantage because you've got those cloaks.
I got an 11.
I also got an 11, but plus...
Oh, sisters get 11s.
14.
So, Bosco, you almost made it without making a noise. Irene, you did make a noise, and you see somebody in a uniform approach, and you actually recognize it as that rude guy from the gladiator fight.
Oh, it's you losers. What are you doing out?
Jesus Christ, what are you doing out?
Yeah, what are you doing out here?
Just keeping an eye on things, looking for troublemakers.
Oh my god, this guy again.
He was the one from the gladiator pit, right?
Yeah, that asshole.
What is his problem?
Past your bedtime, right?
George, what is your problem? What do you have out for us?
Don't even have a bedtime.
You're trying to get into the Rangers, and that's the Rangers are too good for a bunch of losers like you.
Is he hazing us?
I think he's hazing us.
Oh my
What
gosh,
are you, like a sophomore?
I've always
Like, I
wanted
don't-
to be
Oh my
hazed.
God. I do have a little bit of a kink for that.
Listen, Short. I'm going to take my hood off of my cloak and unfurl what appears to be a very large, thick neck ruffle.
Do you want to make an intimidation check?
Yeah.
And if you want, you can actually use your strength modifier for this rather than charisma.
Ooh.
That is a 5 total.
Stunning.
That's a 9. You're coming with me.
I'm going absolutely nowhere.
Leave my sister alone.
As he's trying to grab me, I let the coat fall off me and run in the opposite direction.
I just stole that, bitch.
Give me a dexterity check, Matthew.
Natural 20.
You are able to hold Irene tight. Bosco, what are you going to do?
All right. Well, I think I'm going to sneak up behind him and going to pull her lace front down over her eyes so we can try and get away.
Are you trying to be sneaky about it?
Yeah, some sort of sneak deception moment.
You could do deception if you wanted, or you could do either stealth or sleight of hand.
Let's do sleight of hand. 7.
Okay, Bosco, you kind of fumble toward his hair, but he sees you coming and shoots you a real dirty look.
Don't touch another Glamazon's wig.
What are you doing? Why are you detaining us? We haven't done anything wrong.
You heard the bell. You're out after curfew. You're coming with me.
Did the bell go off? I didn't hear a bell.
No, play dumb with me. Maybe you just are dumb. Either way, we're locking you up for the night.
Locking me up? Oh no, Miss Honey. I did not just win my final gladiator match of the season to be locked up that night. No. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start crying.
Girl, give him some money. See if we can bribe our way out of this.
I just got these caps.
Yeah, well, you weren't going to use them on anything worthwhile anyways.
I'll give you 25 caps if you let us go.
25, huh? How much you got in that sack?
Oh, honey. Got about 26.
Irene, just to clarify, are you crying as you say this?
Oh, absolutely. I'm saying all this through big crocodile tears.
Oh.
Look at what you made her do.
As you weep before Junior Ranger Jort, you hear the tromp of leather boots headed your way. Glancing to the side, through your tears, you catch a gleam. A very familiar gleam. It is the gleam of oil on the thighs of respected Ranger Richard. This senior ranger is headed your way. And he is not alone. The sun is set over the mighty towers of the great city of Glomalala. Lights come on in the windows and lampposts around the city, and by the outer wall on the northeastern edge by the cliffside, 2 senior rangers, Ranger Richard and Ranger Jimenez, march along the middle of the road. As they head up the street toward a stable, they see a junior ranger, Junior Ranger Jort. Jort is clutching the cloak of a weeping lizard folk dressed in Swarovski crystal. The lizard folk is waving around a bulging sack of caps, the illicit underground currency of Glomalala. Meanwhile, a Shatter Kai dressed in H.R. Geiger spikes is conspicuously leering over Jort, fingering at his wig. The 2 senior rangers approach the scene and come to a stop just in front of it.
We're gonna take a moment back because I'm gonna let my sister try her magic. I've seen her cry herself out of a lot worse situations than this.
Yeah, actually,
So-
sis, is that Ranger Rick over there?
I think it is.
Ranger Rick, help!
Help
This guy is
us.
trying to take my caps, and we were just trying to get home.
Oh no.
Oh, hey, what seems to be the trouble over here? Some sort of misunderstanding with these kiddos?
Jort is robbing us.
Jort, is this true?
Jort, is this true?
They're out after dark. I think they're up to no good, and this one just tried to yank my wig.
She was being very rough with my sister. It was completely within my rights.
And we were just trying to go home.
Jimenez whispers something into Richard's ear, and the ranger thinks for a moment and says,
Look, we'd be happy to take him off your hands and escort him home and make sure all the paperwork's dealt with so you don't have to bother.
Oh, please, Ranger Rick, that'd be so tea.
We're just lost. I don't know how we ended up on the completely opposite side of town.
Yeah, I don't even know where we are right
No,
now.
I think I'm still a little bit
dazed
from our fight.
I hit her really hard. You should have seen it. It was actually sickening.
Oh my god, it
Are we
wasn't
at
that
a
sickening, but it was okay.
Are we at a stable? What's going on?
Is that Wilbur Brimley's horse?
Jort watches the 2 of you leave with Rangers Richard and Jimenez and glowers at you, giving you one of those things where he's pointing to his eyes and pointing to you and back again.
All right. Well, I was going to say, I'll bite you later is what I was going to have him say. I don't know what that means. I'm going to bite you both later.
Ew. I guess if you're into that.
Yeah, this is
You know.
unique hazing style.
Jort scowls and shuffles down the hill with his hands in his pockets as you travel up the road with Rangers Richard and Jimenez toward the stable that's up against the outer wall of the city. The senior rangers approach and they knock on the door of the stable, and a small wooden shutter opens. A pair of eyes peer out and they look your group up and down, and then the shutter swings closed. For a moment, the four of you stand in the cool of the evening admiring the goosebumps on Richard's thighs. Then you notice that the senior rangers are carrying keg-shaped barrels under their cloaks as the doors swing open and you are swept up inside.
Oh my gosh, Ranger Rick, what is this?
God, I didn't know that you were a snargler.
All right, well, we like to keep it on the down low. You kids need to keep yourselves out of trouble. You need to keep your noses clean if you don't want to attract any more attention here. You both owe me one, whatever your names are.
Here's a couple caps for your trouble.
Not bad, not bad. You can buy me a drink later.
The large stable doors close behind you. Inside, it's hot, humid, and dimly lit. You see the horses in the stalls are all decorated for the event with little fascinators and sparkly beaded blankets. Some of the stalls have curtains drawn across them, making dark little private booths. There's a bar set up at the back of the stable under the hayloft, and behind the bar you see a turtle wearing overalls. She's mixing drinks. And laid out on the ground there's a dance floor that's been set up. It's made of magical tiles that are flashing and pulsating with different colors. As you drink all this in, Ranger Richard says,
So, what were you two doing out there with, what's his name?
We were just trying to have some fun. It's our last night. Like, I think we deserve this. But thank you so much for helping us out. We really appreciate it.
and when you say it's your last night, you hear from one of those dark stalls, there's a booming voice coming from a large figure that you recognize as one of the Butch Queen warriors, a Glamazon veteran.
Liz.
Oh my God, I am such a big fan. Is that Liz over there?
That's Lizzo over there.
And so you hear booming from the stall this voice,
Did I hear right? It's your last night?
Well, not our last night per se, but our last night to be doing this turn up little sesh.
I thought you kids looked like novices to me. Come over here. Let me buy you a drink.
That'd be fantastic.
I
Thank
would
you.
love that.
Hey, Richard, Jimenez, go get these two a drink. What are you having?
What?
Yeah. It was so much fun. I'm really dehydrated.
Can I have a peach Bellini, please?
Oh my God. You know what? I think I'm just going to stick with like a really sensible like Manhattan. I think that sounds nice tonight. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't believe Liz is buying us a drink.
I have like her posters all over my dorm room. Like, she is the best.
I've definitely spent some nights looking at her fight videos with more than just admiration in my eye.
Wow. Yeah, that one fight where it was like Liz versus
Trish.
Deb. Definitely
Oh,
Deb.
Liz versus Deb,
Liz
that's my
versus
favorite
Deb. Like,
one.
holy shit.
The death drop?
Stunts, the shenanigans.
The stunt show is
They start
unparalleled.
out in the ceiling and then jump down into the splits
And
to
then
begin it.
somehow the room turns upside down and they fall back onto the ceiling into the upside down splits.
Whoa.
How?
Legendary. Pioneering. I can't believe we're having a drink with her right now.
We'll never be at that level.
No. Well, you won't. I might be.
Don't sell yourself short. Practice, practice, practice. So tell me, kids, you look like your novices about to maybe go off into the Ranger Corps, am I right?
That's very flattering,
You are-
yes.
Yeah, very perceptive.
Yeah, it's me all over, Liz the Perceptive. So, tell me about yourselves. What are your big plans? Why are you joining up?
I have always wanted to defend the city, and maybe if something comes up where attackers come from outside, I'll get to leave the city walls and see what's on the other side.
See, I'm just trying to get out of like my working class day job in the service industry. Like, I'm just really burnt out on customer service, and if I have to make one more cappuccino, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. So this is kind of like my way out of that.
Oh boy, it ain't like the old days, let me tell you. 400 years ago when I joined up, ain't? Oh yeah, I know, I don't look it.
God, you're so young.
Not a day over 398.
See, that's why you moisturize. 400 years ago when I joined up, weren't no rangers, we were the ravishers.
The radishes? What?
Well, no, I understand. I get a bit of a speech impediment here going on.
Oh, sorry.
No, ravishers. We were the frontline Glamazon soldiers defending this city for real. Not from some tourists on the other side of the island, from constant attack.
Wow.
That's incredible.
And you survived?
Oh, yeah, I used to wade through blood and guts every day, keeping this island safe for kids like you to go make your cappuccinos and have your bellinis.
The Bellinis.
Wow. Gosh, that sounds so
Really checking us in our
gross.
privilege right
All right,
now. All
jeez
right.
Louise. Yeah,
thanks.
well, maybe, I mean, I don't want to, say I hope that the city gets attacked, but that sounds like a lot of glamour and glory there.
Oh boy, let me tell you, them's were the days before Lady Essence signed away the whole damn island to those hogs. Oh boy. But, look, you kids today, whatever. Glorified groundskeepers, it's a good life, right?
Wow.
I hope
the
so.
library is fucking open tonight.
Yeah, I feel very
Guess
attacked.
you shouldn't ever meet your heroes. What's your sign, Liz? Bitch.
You're a Scorpio, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sagittarius.
Look, I get carried away sometimes. Let me look, truce, okay? Let me give you and he opens up a little like snuff box, and it's full of a glittery purple powder. And he says, just put a little of this under your tongue. It'll fix you right up.
Why not?
I
I'm
don't
down.
know. That
I'm
doesn't-
down.
Are you going to do it?
Oh yeah, I'm down to try anything once. Probably twice. I might have an
I've heard
addiction
about
issue.
this stuff. It's pretty dangerous.
Even better. Come on, girl.
All right. All right. I'll do a
Graduation,
little
whatever.
bit. I'm just going to bury my face in it and go.
Just motorboat the satchel.
That's right. That'll put hair on your titties. Now, give me a Constitution check.
15.
Ooh.
And Bosco,
Spicy.
did you try the purple powder?
You know, I think she might have gotten the most of it, but I'm gonna try to snoop just a little bit off the nose and
A little snoot.
just a little snoop. 19.
Okay, so Bosco, you feel invigorated, a sense of euphoria and sort of a surge of energy. It washes over you, and then it, after reaching its peak, just sort of tapers off, and you just are sitting there feeling good. Irene, you have a similar effect at first, but instead of tapering off, that sort of excitement and agitation and stimulation is just going up, 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 up.
Oh my gosh, I can't see my face. I can't see my face. Bosco, I can't see my face. We should ride a Glomabird. Do you want to go ride a Glomabird?
You know what, girl? I don't think that sounds like a great idea.
No,
We're
no,
gonna
no.
put on Rail-Light by Madonna. We're just gonna dance this out. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine.
I think that horse has a saddle that I could put on a Glomabird. I think I'm gonna go take that saddle off that horse.
Girl, I don't think that's a good idea.
Are you going to do it?
I'm taking the saddle off the
Oh,
horse.
this is such a bad idea, girl.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go find a Glomabird.
Bosco?
Wow. I'm gonna follow along to make sure my friend doesn't end up dying, but this is a really bad idea, girl, and I can't stress that enough. And maybe you should learn to figure out your limits before you start doing all this.
The best results are always through bad ideas.
I don't think anyone's ever thought that. So, all right, girl, I'm gonna follow her. I'm gonna see what happens when she takes the saddle. Where the fuck is Rick? Where's my Manhattan?
They're still at the bar. If you want to involve them, go for it.
Yeah, I think we're gonna bring Rick into this just for a moment. I know he has a lot of influence over you, girl. So we're just gonna run this past him, seeing as he.
I'm fully out of the bar already.
I want the two of you to do an athletics contest.
All right. 15.
6.
6. All right. So, Irene, you, in that surge of the purple powder, are not as coordinated as you normally were. About as coordinated as you were on the roller skates.
Okay.
So, you're kind of stumbling over those. You run out onto the dance floor, those pulsating, colored, magical dance floor tiles. You get your toenails stuck between a couple of the tiles, and they pop up, and the dance floor kind of gets torn up behind you.
I knew I shouldn't have worn these acrylics.
I told you to trim those hooves.
There's some cables that were holding them together, and those are tangled around your foot, and you're now dragging the tiles of the dance floor with you as you stumble from stall to stall, putting your hand on Wilfred Brimley's horse's face as you make your way for the doors. And Bosco?
I am chasing after her. I'm just this is my sister. She has my money. No, girl, this is such a bad idea. Rick, where the hell are you?
You
Rick.
better listen to me, Bosco. If you don't let me ride a damn Glomabird tonight, you better get me more of that damn purple powder.
That I can do, sis.
Check out these anklets. I start twirling around the floor tiles.
Oh my god, the little kids toy moment.
Whip
with
it,
the,
skip it.
Yeah. Ooh.
All
It's,
right,
sickening.
I've got those drinks for you right here. What the?
Rick, you need to talk to her. She's losing her damn mind. She's talking about riding Glomabird. She's
I
gonna get her
love
ass
purple
popped.
powder.
Yeah, we might have dipped our noses into a little bit of purple powder, and I don't think she can handle it. What should I do?
Oh boy, if you kiddos can't keep up, I don't know. This life might not be cut out for you. I don't know how you're ever going to be rangers at this rate, but listen, you just give her a good shake, give her a little slap around, see if you can just get her focus back.
All right, I'm gonna take her tail and tie it around one of the stable arches. Just at least try and hold her down.
I'm going to detach my tail because I'm a lizard and I can do that.
I'm into it. Okay. Yeah. So Irene, you detach your tail, leaving it tied to the stall.
I don't need a tail. I'm out of here. I don't need a saddle either. I'm getting a globber bird.
You know what? At this point, I think she's earned it. She right. All right. Let's go, girl. We're getting Mama a glama bird.
Yes.
Don't get caught. I'm not bailing you out again.
Thanks, Rick.
So the two of you charge out of Snargle Farm into the night, pursuing a glama bird, presumably? Okay. You are running out away from the outer wall of the city towards some trees where you know glama birds might be nesting. As you do that, you actually see that a patrol had approached Snargle Farm, and so you just missed the patrol.
That worked out well.
See, aren't you glad we left?
Yeah. You still should have done all that purple powder, though.
You told me to do it.
I didn't tell you to do all of it.
Well, how am I supposed to know? You didn't specify how much of it I was supposed to do. You got to be specific.
Next time, I will.
Leaving the outer wall of the city behind you, you come upon the edge of some trees along the cliff, and there amongst the trees you see a glama bird nest.
Look at all those glama birds. Which one should I ride?
I don't know, but I'm going to make the world's sickest omelet here in a second. Found some eggs.
All right. I see one glama bird sleeping away from the other glama birds, and I'm going to tiptoe over to it, and I'm going to get onto its back.
Do a stealth check.
20.
Amazingly, you have not woken it up. Now, a glama bird, they are large, but they're not that large. So you are mounting a bird that is about the size of, what would you say, Matthew? It's not quite ostrich. It's like
Flamingo?
It's like a very large
I
flamingo.
love this.
You are straddling it, but
I'm gonna go and I'm still a little salty about like her rubbing it in my face this entire time. So I'm gonna whip out my handy air horn sound effects, and we're gonna give them a good like. Bow, 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 bow.
Okay, when you do that, now the glama bird has snapped awake. It wheels its head around. Its eyes go from the clear bird eyes to suddenly they go cloudy and milky, and then there's sort of a rainbow color swirling in them. And you recognize that that is what happens when the glomseers are looking through the eyes of a glama bird. And it squawks and flaps, and it is flapping under your legs right now, Irene.
Oh, the glomseers are looking at me. Hi.
Fuck the narcs. They're gonna tell on us. We're not gonna be able to get into the Rangers exam if we like get caught right now.
What?
We need to get out of here, girl.
Where are we going to go? We're outside the city.
We need to fucking run. We need to get back into town.
Should we take the glama bird?
No, I don't think that's gonna be a good idea, girl.
All right, let's get out of here.
I'm taking some eggs. I'm not going grocery shopping tonight. Fuck Trader Joe's.
So you see a glint coming from the direction of the city. It is a pair of gliders. And Bosco, in your lucid state, you would realize that these are a couple of the patrol that are coming after the two of you. You have like maybe 30 seconds to make up your mind about what you're going to do.
Gotta love that police response time.
Damn, this must be one of the good neighborhoods.
Yeah, this is the socialist empire of Guatemala.
Woof. Girl, we have to get out of here. Do we have anything on us that can help us? Do we have anything that will help us get home quickly?
Use the cloak and make it look like a glama bird, and we'll pretend to be a glama bird.
You are so tea. Yeah, that's definitely what we're going to do. We're going to hide with the glama birds to let the gliders pass us by.
Is it big enough to fit both of us?
Let's say yes. Because your tail fell off, you are now the right size to fit under the cloak with Bosco. And you are going to change the cloak of many fashions to look glama birdie. And how about one of you does a stealth check and the other does a performance check? So one of you is trying to blend in and the other is trying to convincingly behave like a glama bird.
12.
20 altogether.
Okay, and Irene, you do have that point of inspiration if you want to roll with advantage.
I do. I want to roll with advantage. Hella. All right, 13.
Okay, so the patrol lands not far from the edge of the copse. Is that the right word? Copse of trees? The copse of trees that the glama bird nest was in.
The two of you are in the underbrush behind the nest, hiding under the cloak of many fashions as you hear footsteps approaching. Through the fabric of the cloak, you can see a dim light sweeping back and forth across the nesting grounds as the patrol checks the area. And then you hear a voice say, "She's spooked, but I'm not seeing any..." And you both see a light fall directly onto you. And then you hear a voice say, "Hey, I think there's another one back here." And they say to each other, like, I don't know, that one looks like it's not well. Should we call someone to check on it?
Girl, do a healthy sounding squawk. Girl, they're gonna think you're sick. Do you still have those eggs?
Yeah, should I throw it at them?
Just roll one out like you just laid it.
'Roll deception.
2.
You can roll. You have a point of inspiration as well, so
We're
you can
gonna
roll
have
with
to take
advantage
that.
if you want to spend the point.
Okay, 15.
Okay, so they see what they perceived to be a sickly-looking glama bird kind of raise its hind quarter, and then with a plop, an egg tumbles out and rolls to the side, and they're like, "Oh, okay, that's just the beautiful natural process of the creation of life. We've witnessed something beautiful here tonight. Let's go home, love friend, and contemplate the beauty of this moment." They step out of the copse of trees. They find one of the many vents of superheated air around the island, open their gliders, and take off into the night sky.
We did.
Whoa. I did not think that was going to work.
Oh, I knew it was going to be fine.
Oh, girl,
Every
are you
time
coming
I
down
lose-
at this point?
Every
Are
time
you
I lose
still-
my tail, I have a great night.
Oh my god, I do love a tail reveal. It always shuts it down. The cloud goes up. Are you feeling okay?
I just want to go to bed.
All right, girl. I think we might have gotten away with it this time. We missed the cops raiding the party. We had a good time, tried some new things, met a hero. I think we need to, make our way home.
T, how do we get back in the city?
Well, I imagine we can get back the way we came in.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
see.
maybe we should swing by and just take a look at the barn, see how Rick's doing.
Oh, I don't feel so good, though.
Oh, Jesus. Not on your scales. Fuck, we need to get you mopped up.
We can crash at my mom's place.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think she
Fucking
has
love Pam.
pizza rolls.
Girl.
Perfect.
Dibs on the futon. You're getting the floor.
The last of the city lights have gone out as you pass through the outer wall back into the city. Outside Snargle Farm, you see several members of the patrol, and a few of the partygoers are now rounded up with binding bracers on their wrists. Among the group, you don't see anyone that either of you recognize. As you stumble through some of the crumbling back passages down the cliffside, you notice the turtle bartender is pushing a cart through an alleyway. The cart's covered with a tarp, but you can hear the jangle of glass bottles as she goes. Momentarily, she makes eye contact with you and holds a claw up to her beak. Shh. Meanwhile, in the upper city, Junior Ranger Jort steps into a white and gold apartment in a tower high above the Glomadrome. An older woman runs to him, arms outstretched. "Oh, my Jort, come to Mama."
Hey, Mom. Hey, how's it going?
"Oh, my baby, how was your day?"
It was pretty good. I saw some good fights. Oh, get this. I caught some troublemakers.
"You got a troublemaker?"
Yeah, I got them in big trouble.
"Oh, that's my big boy, but look at you wasting away."
Well, yeah, I guess I'm kind of hungry now that you mention it.
Oh, time for num-nums?
Yeah.
Mama num-nums.
Yes.
Mama num-nums.
What'd you make? What's for dinner?
Oh, get in the high chair.
No, not the high chair.
Get in the high chair.
No,
Yo,
not
Mama num-nums. Honey for my Jort. Honey. Mama num-nums. Num-num-num. Num-num-num. Say it now. Mama num-nums. Mama num-nums. Mama num-nums. Mama num-nums. Eat your honey, my Jort. As the tiny high chair buckles under Junior Ranger Jort, far below in the Undercity, Butch Queen Warrior Liz staggers through the gutter. A voice calls out from a drainage pipe.
Liz! Very loquacious this evening, weren't you, Liz? Very opinionated. I'm not sure you represented our interests in the best light in front of those recruits,
The Butch Queen warrior grunts and slumps against the wall.
Perhaps you've overindulged, wouldn't you say so, Liz?
Oh.
I'd be careful with that purple powder if I were you. It's not very good for your health.
Liz collapses in the gutter and loses consciousness. By morning, there's no sign of the Butch Queen warrior ever having been there. At all.
Part 2. Petty Crimes.
In the hours before dawn, all is quiet in the great Glamazon city of Glamalala. All around the Glamadrome, the night crew finishes cleaning up after yesterday's pageant. Elsewhere, a sleepy baker puts the day's first batch of Wunderbread into the oven. Out in their bakery window, a stylish poster depicts a young woman and a colorful bird bumping fists. Written in Draglish is the message, "Our eyes in the skies. Join the Hogwatch." Out on the city wall, somber clerics drape black veils over statues representing queens of the great houses. Down at the bottom of the cliffside district, fishing crews unload their morning catch in the glow of the obsidian ziggurat. It is, in most respects, a typical day in Glamalala, but not for two gladiators sleeping off a night of overindulgence. For lizard folk barbarian Irene Dubois and Shatterkai fighter Bosco, today is the day that will change the rest of their lives. So as the sun rises over Glamalala, Bosco and Irene are asleep at Irene's mother's house. And Irene, tell us a little bit about what that house is like.
My mom is really into curiosities and knickknacks.
Love that. A tchotchke.
A tchotchke.
Love a tchotchke.
A bauble.
Trinket.
And any other synonym you can think of.
Can't. So let's move on.
Useless crap. Statues. There's lots of like little lizard folk clocks and statues and lots of half-drunken glasses of tea. My mom has a hard time picking up after herself, but there's absolutely no dust or lint, and there's a slight citrus smell in the air.
Is your mom home?
My mom hasn't been home in 3 days.
Oh, are you concerned?
No, sis is doing her thing, you know.
Yeah, par for the course.
We kind of have a don't ask, don't tell policy at my house.
And Bosco, is this your first time here?
Oh no, this is fully where I go every time I get shit faced. There's always pizza rolls, which is always a plus. There's always a fold out futon. And like when Pam is home, like she's tea. She is so fun, and she's not my mom, so I don't really have to worry about it.
She's a little embarrassing.
I find her immensely entertaining.
Has she ever tried to show you Irene's egg?
Irene shows me her.
I keep my egg nice and locked away.
Yeah, she has some really cute baby photos though. Tiny
Before I
little
got my,
talons.
my adult tail.
that prepubescent tail.
They're supposed to be that small at that age.
It's normal. This is a perfectly average sized tail.
And I had huge fins.
All right, so the two of you head out into the morning light where there are Glamazons on the street. They are doing their morning ablution rituals in the fountains. They are cleansing themselves. They are moisturizing. They are downward dogging and welcoming the day as you head to the main gate of the city, where you join up with the other prospective ranger novices and head out a little bit down the road away from Glamalala, where there's an amphitheater sort of nestled in a grove not far from the city. And as you take your seats, you see that standing at a podium in the center of the amphitheater is your ranger instructor, who is named
Ranger Ron.
Wow. You're really good at these names.
I am. That's why they hired me. You've heard my drag name.
And so once they are seated, Ranger Ron greets all the students. Hello, students. I am Resplendent Ranger Ron, welcoming you to the first day of the trials and tests that will determine whether or not you will move on to become junior rangers and join the Ranger Corps. We are so thrilled to see you all here. As you know, to be a Glamazon is to be a good steward of Glamala, the island.
Oh my gosh, I don't think I can take this. I think I might have to quit my dream of being a ranger.
As I'm sure you all know, Glomala Island is home to many plants and animals that live only here, and so it is the responsibility of us, the Glamazons, we who know what it is like to lose our homes, to protect the homes of the creatures of this island.
Girl, I want to steal his lunch money. Like,
I wish he would lose more than his
bully
home.
him.
We should be teaching this course.
You will all be paired up and given an assignment representative of the Rangers' duties, so I will be approaching each of you one at a time to give you your partnership assignment.
He better pair us up together. There aren't any other players in this session.
I know this is going to be really awkward if he doesn't.
Well, you do notice a familiar face among the students.
Oh, it's the losers. How'd you got into any trouble last night?
You're going to call us losers one more time and you're going to see what happens. It's not
Right?
going to be
Like,
good.
you're in the same class, loser.
Yeah, I thought you were a junior ranger. What, did they demote you after last night's debacle?
Oh, no. I got through just fine last year. It's you guys who's going to have to prove yourselves.
Yeah, well, we can prove a lot more than ourselves. We can prove the Pythagorean theorem.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we went to school. We know about things.
Yeah,
We've got stuff in places. I know geography.
Yeah, get out of our face,
Exactly.
weirdo.
I saw you two barely
Your breath
able
smells
to
like
knock each
prep.
You didn't see nothing.
You saw shit,
Yeah.
first of all.
No one will believe you.
You're lucky you got your big friend Richard to get you out of trouble.
Yeah, you wish you were friends with Richard.
Yeah.
There, lovebirds. Welcome. Hello. I have your assignment. Now, I have here, is this correct? Bosco and Irene, you have requested being partners on your mission?
That'd be
Yeah,
ideal, Teach.
That's sickening.
Very well. Here is your assignment. You are going to be responsible for this handsome giant musk otter. This is a creature.
Love a musky otter, you know what I mean? Usually I go for bears, but it's fine.
Make an exception since he's so musky.
He is incredibly musky. He does have a bit of the stench of a gladiator's hamper in a locker room if you give it a stinky sniff.
I honestly don't have a sense of smell anymore, so I can take the musky otter if you want.
All right. Is this like a team option that we're doing? Is this like something we're doing together? Or is this one of us takes this as an assignment?
The two of you will be working together to find a new home for the musk otter.
Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
Ranger Ron claps his hands, and you see an assistant making their way up the ramp toward you, pushing a white wooden wheelbarrow. And in the wheelbarrow, there's a large wicker basket all bound up with leather straps. Oh, good, here is the rascal now. The assistant sets the wheelbarrow down beside you, and Ranger Ron plucks a tag off the basket. He looks it over, and he says, it weighs about 80 pounds. At full length, it is 5 feet long. It is a large creature. It is a surly creature. It is a willful creature.
It's not the breed, it's the person.
He's a rescue.
It does need to be taken away from the city, so we would ask that you deposit it someplace far, far from Glomala in the wilderness.
We get to leave the city?
You do, of course. A ranger
yeah.
must become a master of the wilderness beyond the city.
I didn't
Girl,
think we'd
this
be
is gonna
leaving on
be
our
tea.
first assignment. Yeah, this is
You're a lot
awesome.
stronger than me, so you are totally carrying them.
Yeah, I'll take the backpack and slip that slippery old musk otter in there.
Musk otter. I think we need to come up with a name for him, though, girl. Like, we can't just keep on calling him Musk Otter.
Did I already use the name Liz?
Yeah, we sure did.
Did I use the name Ron?
You sure did.
All right, you got to come up with one.
Erica Bidet.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
Okay.
The musk otter's ears perk up at the name Erica Bidet, as though it is accepted that it is, in fact, Erica Bidet, the musk otter.
Hi,
I do
Erica.
Miss Bidet, if you're
Miss
nasty.
Bidet. Welcome to the stars.
It squirms around in its little enclosure.
Oh, all right. Do you want a fish? Do you have any fish?
Yeah, I keep several on my person at all times. No, not many fish, girl.
Okay, well, I don't know what we're going to feed this thing.
We're going to put him in the goddamn bag, and we're going to get him outside. We can find him some fish out there.
All right, let's go fishing.
Love the enthusiasm. Now, before you depart, a few details about your mission. You have 24 hours to find a suitable habitat for your animal. We will provide you with all of the equipment you need. You will find bundles of gear for each of you at the front of the theater, along with a map of the mission area. You'll need to identify a place on the eastern wilderness that provides a musk otter with ample food, fresh water, and shelter from predators.
Of course, Glomma birds will monitor your progress, and we will have junior rangers posted throughout the wilderness.
Sick.
All right, that sounds like tea. I don't trust Jort, so I hope we don't run into his ass, but
Same.
we'll see. I think we got this, girl. I don't think this is going to be too much of a problem. I think
No, we're just letting an otter out.
semi-capable- Yeah.
I'm just gonna let the otter out inside or outside.
Yeah.
Can we get going?
Oh, please, absolutely. The clock is ticking. You have 24 hours.
All right.
All right,
So let's
so-
go grab a map and the other supplies that were listed and go to the gate of Glomala.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you collect a map of the island. You collect basically everything that's on your character sheet. So you'll see like rations and backpack.
You know what's really going to come in handy, though, is this triangle.
Absolutely. Oh, well, do you want to, you haven't used it yet. What is your musical skill?
Oh, well, I am a world-class triangle player. I was trained by the triangle player in The Mamas and the Papas, Triangle Girl. I think that was her actual name.
That was the official
That was her
title.
official name. So I am very, very good. I can do dinner call triangle. Ding, 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 ding. I can do soft and sensual. Ding. And then I also have, like, the sound the alarms, which is just like Beyonce's ring the alarm.
The alarm she was referring to was a triangle.
It was a triangle. Fun fact.
So unfurling the map, you do see that there is a great deal of wilderness to the east of Glomala. And could you both roll a survival check? Check your orienteering.
All right. I have a 17.
18.
Oh, great. Okay. So you both easily identify 3 locations that seem pretty ideal to release the musk otter. There is the Wild Bush, there is the Thigh Gap, and there is the Clearwater Bottom. And because of your survival skills, you actually know a little bit about all 3 of those locations. The Wild Bush is a dense tangle of trees and vines. It is a favorite feeding spot for honeybuns, which is a creature that lives on the island.
Do they eat musk otters?
The other way around. Musk otter eats honeybun.
Oh.
Actually, all of these locations are going to have nutritious and delicious snacks for musk otters. The Thigh Gap is a sheltered crevasse between 2 steep cliffs. It is a favorite spot for the basking glizzard. And the Clearwater Bottom is a crystal clear pond full of rainbow frogs.
Well, I know exactly where you want to go.
You know.
I know
that
exactly
I
where you
am-
wanna go.
I have longed for a thigh gap all my life, but I am obsessed with the Clearwater Bottom.
You sure are. And see, like, I'm kind of feeling like the Wild Cape Bush because I want to make as many Wuthering Heights puns as possible. But
Yeah, I'm not
We-
old school enough
that's
to
okay.
sit there through all those puns.
yeah,
so
you're gonna have to. And we're gonna be running up that hill one day or
I'm
another.
feeling very thirsty, and I love me a good rainbow frog.
All right, I'll allow you this one. Let's
All
go.
right.
Let's go see some rainbow frogs.
Clearwater Bottom. Here we come.
And as you're about to set out on your journey, you see that many of the other novices have stopped off at the 12 statues that ring the amphitheater to make offerings to one of the founding houses. Do either of you want to make an offering?
I do. I'm gonna go see, kind of the person that I look up to and I aspire to be one day. Like, I want this legacy. It is the founding house of the Tucker Knots. She watches over all of our corsetry and duct tape needs, and I'm gonna need to have an incredibly tight tuck if I'm gonna make it through the rest of this adventure.
Do you think that you're capable of having an incredibly tight tuck?
Oh, Mama, I know.
What
Look
I've
at
seen you
this.
working with is that, oh my goodness gracious, wow, there's nothing there.
Yeah, Miss Genital Contortion,
Yeah.
2020. Let's do it. So, yes, I think I'm going to give her a roll of my duct tape, as is tradition in our dynasty.
Wait, let me get
Before
a
we-
piece of that first. Thank you.
Yeah, just blot a little bit of the oil off your head real fast.
Exactly. I'm very sweaty
Just
from that match.
Underneath the eye, picks up excess glitter. Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Makeup tips. And with that, I think we'll have great luck and an everlasting tuck. Tuck everlasting for this adventure.
I am going to make an offering.
Yeah.
I've always felt like I didn't quite necessarily fit in as well as everybody else, and I've always kind of fantasized that maybe could be a 13th founding member that no one knows about, but that was been secretly creating things in the city for people like me. So I'm offering the skin that I shed last week.
I love that. Yeah.
I'm going to place this. I'm going to place this skin over here in this open area, not in front of any of the statues in particular, and hopefully someone out there is watching over me.
Yeah, the janitor. They're gonna clean that shit up, girl.
Who left all this dandruff here?
Somebody did not bring their Head and Shoulders to the party. Woo!
After making your offerings of duct tape and shed skin, the two of you follow the eastern road past perfumed pergolas and the terraced farms that dot the hillside beneath the towering city of Glomalala. For several hours you walk in the direction of the rising sun, and you're now farther from the city than Irene has ever been before. With the last of the farmsteads long behind you, you come to the edge of the eastern wilderness, a part of the island that the Glamazons leave mostly undisturbed. Ahead, you see rolling hills, jagged cliffs, and white-capped peaks, as well as your first destination. In order to reach Clearwater Bottom, first you're going to need to pass through the marshy marsh. And so, leaving the road behind you, you press through a thick curtain of glom willow branches and step into the marshlands. Before we go any further, can both of you give me a perception check?
21?
10.
Okay, Irene, with a 21, which is quite high, you notice that Bosco is just about to step into quicksand.
Oh, Miss Thing, hold on. Watch your step.
No, why? Wait.
All right, do you keep going, Bosco?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, like, fuck off. You don't own me.
Okay, with a gloosh, you feel your leg start to sink down into the mud, and Irene, you're the one carrying the musk otter?
I've got the musk otter.
Okay, so you and the musk otter are watching Bosco begin to descend into the quicksand. What do you do?
Do you like that? You like that sinking feeling?
Yeah, well, the only thing fake about me is this. And I rip off the leg. That was my fake leg the entire time. And I'm fine.
Oh my gosh. Well, now what are you going to do without a fake leg?
I brought my back up. Don't you fucking worry about it.
Ooh, I like your
Yeah.
fake leg backup leg.
You like her?
Yeah, she's sparkly.
Thank you. I stoned her this morning.
Let's roll a deception check to see if you were wearing a fake leg.
Oh, 19.
Your deception did not deceive me. You are sinking into the mud.
This is rude. This
You
is
want
a
me to?
setup.
Okay, I'm gonna put the otter down and grab Bosco by the back of her neck like a kitten and yank her up out of the quicksand.
Okay, give me a strength check.
17?
Oh, 17. Okay. You are able to pull Bosco up out of the quicksand, but you also notice that the musk otter is actually gnawing its way out of the cage right now.
Oh crap!
Girl, leave me. It's fine. I'll get out. We got this. Go get that otter.
What
we
do
need
we
a
name
pass.
otter again?
Oh, it was Erica Bidet,
Oh,
but can we
can we do a
can we
pickup?
retroactively change it to Petty LaBelle?
You can change it to Petty LaBelle.
Okay, that will be allowed. Thank you.
All
Go
right.
get Petty.
Oh no, Petty LaBelle! Don't leave the backpack that we keep you in for this moment.
Both of you give me a dexterity check.
5.
Yeah, same. No, 6.
Those are not going to be sufficient. You hear, and then
She's got
snap,
a new attitude.
and Petty takes off into the underbrush.
I mean, this is technically a habitat.
I think we basically did it. Like, got her to the habitat.
Sure.
Like, she can eat shit here.
How far away are we
What are
from?
they gonna do? Like, are they gonna check to make sure that we put her in a certain spot?
Didn't
Like-
they say the Glama birds were watching?
Yeah, but like, isn't this like kind of where she was supposed to go?
Well, how far are we from the Clearwater Bottoms?
You're about halfway there.
Well, this probably isn't good enough.
Let's just chase her to the Clearwater Bottoms.
lead the way, Patty.
All right.
And also, Irene, you had gotten a 21 on the perception check, right?
Yeah.
So you see slithering through the muck just beyond the quicksand, there is a giant snake headed off in the direction of Petty.
You know,
Well,
natural selection is a thing.
no, girl, we need to get this otter there. We need to pass. This is our first test. Like, I'm not getting kicked out yet.
I'm going to use.
I don't think this anaconda don't want none. Unless
I'm not
you've
the
got buns, hun.
person who can talk to animals, am I?
You're
Not at level 2.
a fucking snake.
All right.
Like, isn't that your cousin? Go talk to them.
I know, we're both reptilian. All right.
Different dialects. I
So
understand.
we've got two choices here. We can either go try to rescue Petty, or we can just straight up stop the snake. Because I'm pretty sure the snake is definitely caught onto the scent of our musky otter friend.
You know, it is very odoriferous. So I think we're going to have to fight this snake.
All right.
I think we're going to have to take the snake on.
Is
Yeah.
killing a snake to save a musk otter, is that ethically sound?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, our
Do
entrance
snakes have
into
feelings?
our entrance into the academy doesn't rely on whether or not the snake stays alive, does it?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
And like, I could use a new pair of boots.
I'm gonna take out my javelin and launch it in the direction of the snake.
Excellent. Could both of you roll initiative?
I got 21.
2.
And the snake rolled.
How did the
7
snake roll?
It just rolls over.
Okay, so Bosco, you are first up in the initiative order. What are you going to do to that giant poisonous snake?
I've got a longbow that's kind of asking to be part of this situation, so I think I'm going to use her. I think I'm going to shoot my lovely longbow.
Great, make a ranged attack roll.
Yikes.
I love that.
6 and then 11.
You fire your arrow from the longbow. It whizzes off in the direction of the snake, grazes just over the top of its head, and plops into the mud just beyond the snake. That was a miss.
It's a strong snake.
Yeah, well, this isn't going too well, girl. What do you got?
Well, next up
The snake's turn.
is the snake. And the snake, having been alerted to your presence by the arrow, is going to slither over to you. It's going to use its swim speed to get to the two of you, winding its way through the muck. And Bosco, it's going to make a bite attack against you.
Oh, I don't like that.
And it rolled 8. It does say yes, because it rolled a 24.
Ooh,
So that
sickening.
It sure ain't.
you may be sickened. Let's find out.
Oh,
You
thanks, girl.
take 5 points of piercing damage, and I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw as the snake's fangs sink into your flesh.
Oh, 24.
Okay, that is definitely sufficient.
But I still took 5 points of damage.
So for the bite attack, when I rolled the snake's damage, I rolled 5 points of piercing damage and 8 points of poison damage. But the good news is that you easily cleared that Constitution saving throw, so you're only going to take half the poison damage, and the snake failed to poison you. So in total, you're only taking 9 points of damage off that attack.
Yeah, all right.
But you have to do all that math.
Yeah, which is not my forte.
Almost worse than being poisoned.
Yeah, like, just take me out next time.
All right, so I've already thrown my javelin, right?
You have not. It went into initiative, so basically time sort of stopped when you expressed your intent to go into combat.
I'm going to throw my javelin over towards my sis. But before I do, watching her get bitten throws me into a rage. All the scales stand up at 45 degrees, my neck fins plop out, and my mohawk stands straight up, and my nails get a little bit longer. And I grab my javelin and throw it with all of my might towards the snake.
Great, make a ranged attack roll.
Big money, no way.
That's a 20.
That hits. How much damage does it do?
10 points of damage.
Okay, so the snake is struck with the javelin, and it actually just bursts where the javelin hits it. You have taken out the giant
Swell.
Poisonous
You're
snake.
welcome,
You're gonna throw out your
sis.
back from carrying me this hard. Ooh, somebody call a chiropractor.
Honestly, okay, I'm going to yank my javelin back out of the snake and kind of give it a flourishy spin like I'm in color guard, and some of the
Oh,
snake
yes.
guts fly off and hit Bosco in the face, maybe.
Bosco, have you ever seen Irene go into a rage before?
Oh yeah, several times. Usually has to do with some twink that didn't text her back. So not the first time, probably not the last time. I do appreciate like the sisterly love though. Thanks, girl.
Yeah, I'm going to lick both my palms and slick down all my scales again because I'm not raging anymore.
No, we're chilling.
We're chilling.
We're vibing. We're good. So
We're the
snakes
CEO
don't-
of Vibe right
Oh
now.
my God, somebody had to be.
Somebody has to.
Every Thursdays at Neighbors. So
Well, the snake is dead.
that's a good start. Have you seen Petty though?
Girl, I haven't seen Petty since she ran off. And
Shoot.
without a snake to eat her, you know, she's probably fine.
We still need to get her to a spot
All right,
though,
fine.
girl.
All right, let's go in the direction that we saw Petty running.
Okay, if you
Yeah.
want to make an attempt to track her, you could both roll survival.
I'm gonna try and use my tongue pop as a form of echolocation.
Ooh.
20. Where is she?
Okay, Bosco, you pop your tongue and the vibrations ripple out across the water. They bounce between the branches of the willow trees, and you have a pretty good sense of what direction Petty went in. And I just want to remind you that combat, each round lasts only 6 seconds, so Petty couldn't have that much of a head start at this point.
All right, girl. I think we got this. I see it. I
Let's
see
charge.
this tracks. We're gonna follow Petty.
Lead the way.
So we're gonna follow Petty. We are continuing through. We're like in like some marshy type of situation.
Yeah.
Also unrelated, but I feel like weeping willows are like the gayest of trees. They kind of have like limp wrists for branches.
Absolutely.
And I
And
like
they're
that.
decorated.
Yeah, they're definitely pulling a look. So I'm gonna like admire the scenery for just a moment.
You go on ahead. Actually, I'm going to repair the backpack because it's going to be no point in finding Petty if we don't have something to keep Petty in.
Fair point.
Okay,
All right.
so the two of you are going to split up briefly.
Yeah, I'm going to use Cunning Artisan, and part of a short rest, I can create a shield, a club, or any other one of these things out of slain creatures. So I'm going to take some of the snake parts and use some of that super strong skin to repair the hole that Petty chewed in the backpack.
Great. So while you're doing those repairs, Bosco, you're pursuing Petty into the Weeping Willows.
Yes.
2-3 minutes later, you hear a sound up in one of the trees. It's that sound you've heard before, the like...
Shit, I hear it. Where is this, Petty? Petty, come here. I promise we won't let you get eaten. What does Petty LaBelle like? Should we have some fish for you?
Did we get the fish?
No, we sure haven't. I'm lying.
Do you want to being fake?
I'm trying to get this fucking otter back.
Do you want to roll deception to deceive the otter?
Hell yeah. I love tricking otters. All right, we got a 13.
The otter does not seem convinced. You hear sort of...
I'm going to have to climb up there. And get this fucking otter. All right. I'm going to climb this tree. I'm going to scale this tree. I don't have anything to catch her with, so...
give me an athletics check.
Get on up. We got 18.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so you make it to the top of the tree, and give me a perception check as well.
Can't see shit.
We got a 9.
When you grab one of the branches, you hear like a sound, and something squeezes tight against your wrist, and we're going to jump back to Irene.
All right, I'm just sewing up this backpack. Once I've got it done, I'm going to start tracking the paw prints that Bosco was tracking.
Okay, roll survival.
16.
Oh, no problem, yeah. So you are able to follow Bosco's prints, and when you get to the place where Bosco is climbing the tree, you now actually hear two shapes up in the tree.
Ow, ow, ow.
Oh my God, did you make some new friends there, Bosco?
Oh, yeah, you know me. I love some bondage.
Irene, looking up into the tree, you see both Bosco and Petty LaBelle are tangled up in nets. And you notice that the nets, the rope on them is kind of like a greenish brown. It's not like the silken rope that you get from the Glama weave.
You guys are caught in an old Outlander trap.
They didn't even ask my safe word, girl. Like, this is, like, not how you do dom-sub relations.
Hang on, I'll try to cut you free, but I got to be careful because usually where there's one trap, there's at least 3 others.
Roll
You're so
perception.
smart.
22?
Irene, as you approach the tree, you do notice that there is a metal, like, bear trap that you are able to easily step around.
Great. I'm going to pull... Actually, I'm just going to use my teeth and start trying to, like, bite the net to rip it into shreds.
Okay, these nets are not in great shape. You are able to free both Petty LaBelle and Bosco without too much trouble.
Bless. Ooh.
All right. I've got the backpack. You've got
I've
the
got
otter.
the otter.
Let's see if we can slide your otter into my sack.
Oof. I love it when that happens. I think this is called docking. Is that what the kids say?
Precisely what's happening. Let me just open my hood up real quick.
Ooh.
And let's put the otter in the backpack.
So the otter is now safely back in the backpack. Petty is settling in, a little rattled from the trip up in the net, so is now not struggling to get
I was
out.
gonna say, don't you ever try to get out again until we're ready for you to get out, Petty.
And as you make your way away from the trees, you notice something unusual. You notice that there are a lot of Glama bird feathers just kind of scattered, not in a way like they were shed, but there's sort of like an indentation on the ground, and along the edges of it are Glama bird feathers.
Ooh, look at all these free feathers.
I know. You want to make a headpiece?
We
I'm
definitely-
feeling so crafty right now.
I
I'm just
absolutely-
like-
Did you bring
I
your
brought
hot
the
glue
stone.
gun?
Yeah, I got the E6000.
Yes.
You got the gem tack. All right.
I think Petty's backpack needs to look a little bit fiercer.
Oh, you are so right.
Yeah.
You are so right. She
Let's-
definitely strikes me as like kind of like a cool tone type of girl. Very,
Absolutely.
like,
Let's use
winter.
the blue-green ones.
Yeah.
Start gluing the feathers to the
Yeah,
backpack.
we're gonna decorate.
Okay, great.
This is some great crafting time right now.
Now we get to bond with Petty.
I
Do you like
know.
your feathers, Petty?
Eddie, do you feel great? You look fabulous.
So definitely that was like a disaster back there, huh?
Yeah, that didn't go great. Sorry about that. But on the upside, look at how good Patty looks.
No,
right
but I
now.
mean like all those feathers on the ground, like something definitely went down there that is not the tea for the Glama bird.
Well, they're all kind of narcs anyways. Like, I haven't had like great relationships with them so far.
true.
I feel like we just stay away from whatever did that to them, and we should be too.
Yeah, let's
I
go
think
back
we'll
a
be okay.
different way than we came.
Yeah,
I think we're
let's
getting
double around.
close to the Clearwater bottoms, though.
Yeah, you're making good progress. If you check the map, you can see that you're almost all the way across the marsh. It's like a hike of another couple hours from here.
Is there an alternative route that we could take?
You could go up the hill and kind of take the upper path. There's sort of like a ridge of cliffs.
Do we have
yeah.
to scale the cliffs?
You would, but I mean, it's something that both of you, being like a fighter and a barbarian, it's in your wheelhouse to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll take the cliffs on our way back. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
A little upper body workout.
I missed my CrossFit appointment today, so perfect.
Petty's not going to be the only otter.
I know.
Okay, and so with the edge of the marshy marsh in sight, the two of you press on in the direction of Clearwater Bottom. Petty LaBelle is purring peacefully in Irene's feathery backpack, and as the two of you reach the edge of the marsh at the foot of the cliffs, someone is waiting for you. Irene, Bosco, you've emerged from the marsh at the foot of the cliffs, and as you step over a small rise, you recognize a familiar face.
Oh my God, Jort.
Look who it is.
Are you just tracking us? What is up with this?
Do you have a job? Do
you have a life?
Do you have friends?
I've got my work to keep me busy, keeping misfits like you out of harm's way.
You've been doing a great job so far, let me tell you.
Yeah, we just saw the most crazy snake, but I threw my javelin in and it exploded. And if you don't leave us alone, that's exactly what's going to happen to you.
What happened to your otter cage there? Like, one of those
Isn't
could...
she stunning?
We accessorized.
Hey, listen, have you seen anybody else out here?
No, but there is like the mutilated remnants of a Glala bird. I don't suppose you know anything out there that could be tracking us, tracking them.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you afraid?
Are there
You
any
getting scared?
beasts roaming these
Lots.
bottoms?
Beast. Yeah, there's plenty of things out here that could do some damage to unprepared amateurs like yourselves.
Well, why don't you worry about protecting the amateurs then and go hunt one
Thought
down?
your work was your purpose.
That's what's keeping me busy out here. There seems like somebody's gone missing. One of the other rangers hasn't reported in for a couple of days, trying to figure out what might have happened.
Oh, so we're going to send out the newbies to the area where the experienced ranger already went missing.
Yeah, whose plan
Who
was
is
that?
in charge?
I can't stand
Jesus
this
Christ.
amateur hour. Jeez.
Look, are you up to the challenge of being out in the world or not?
We have an otter with us right now that we're trying to protect. It's not our safety that we're worried about.
Okay, congratulations. You spend some time just looking after your cute, fuzzy little pet here. I'll take care of the real challenges.
Cute, funky little pet. All right, can we let this otter out?
Yeah, if you're done with Jort.
Yeah, bye, Jort.
Short you later. You're leading the way this time. This has not been going too great for me.
I have excellent perception.
Yeah, based on your past perception and survival checks, you can be pretty confident you're going the right way.
Yeah, all right, so we're heading in the right direction, I feel it. Yeah. My bones.
Irene, you lead the way across the rocky terrain, hiking for about an hour with the cliffs to your left and the Glomwillow Marsh to your right. And the Glomwillow Marsh is actually now giving way to a forest of tall iridescent ferns and thick swaying bamboo. And since you're out ahead looking for trouble, you spot up ahead another one of those net traps.
Hey, look, another net trap.
Oh shit, you're right. Do you think we could like take it and use it for something later? Do you think that we could like possibly utilize that in case we need to trap this otter again?
I don't know. It's pretty old. It looks like it's been here for a while. It's
I wonder who
moldy.
left it here.
Oh, it's just outlanders and marauders that used to roam these lands. They haven't been out here since the rangers started patrolling, but I guess they didn't clean up all the nets. Thanks,
All
Jort.
right, well, let's try and let's be some like good Judies. Let's go and try and clean up this net. I'm gonna try and cut this net and see if I can take it down before it does damage to anybody else.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand roll. And you can do it with advantage because like nothing's really working against you.
Cool. Ooh, 20.
Great. You are able to cut the net down with no problem, and you're super careful about it. You're able to take it down in completely usable condition. And actually, because you were so careful, you were able to make a few additional observations about the net as you were cutting. You noticed that the ropes seem to be made of like grass fibers or maybe animal hair. They're mildewy, maybe even like a little moldy. And looking at it up close, it seems like the sort of material that would rot away if it was left outside.
Oh, well, look at this girl. This doesn't look that old. This seems to like, I wouldn't say like fresh, but like this isn't ancient. I wonder if somebody's been here recently.
I don't know what you are doing with that musty, crusty, nasty net. Yeah, if you want to put that in your bag, be my guest. I'm not getting anywhere near that thing. It is gross.
Oh my god. Well, I'm definitely gonna be using this to pull a look later. So I
Make some
shall be keeping it.
fishnets out
Oh
of it.
yeah, absolutely.
Are there any more traps around? Let's see.
Not in the area you're currently in. So if you're ready to move on,
Definitely.
you continue forward until you get to a rushing waterfall. It's coming down from, there's a cliff
Not a
that...
French waterfall, but a Russian one.
Exactly. There is a cliff that juts out from the side of one of the hills. It's the route you actually could have taken up and over. And again, I'll use that really high perception roll from before. You notice that at the base of the cliff, behind the waterfall, is a very conspicuous arrangement of branches and broad leaves.
Conspicuous how?
That it doesn't look like it just sort of occurred naturally. It's sort of a rectangular patch of branches and leaves that look as though they have been arranged.
Is it like some
It's
kind
a
of shelter or like a bed?
Do you want to investigate?
Yeah, I want to investigate that.
Let's roll investigation.
Girl, what the hell is that over there?
I'm going to be able to tell you in 2 seconds because I rolled a 16.
16. Okay. So studying the area, you see that the branches are arranged in sort of like a grid or a lattice. And based on everything that you've encountered so far, I think you can deduce that this looks like your basic pit trap.
Oh my god, someone is laying these traps, Mama.
This is what you get for picking the bottoms.
These don't look like ranger traps either. Well, we need to take that down.
All right, I'm gonna try to take down the trap.
Yeah, let's say survival for that.
Oof. 4.
You will
Okay.
not survive.
So you bend down to clear away all the brush from the top of the pit trap, and you just fall head over heels into the pit down about 10 feet, and you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh my gosh, girl, you're going to be dead by the end of
Yeah,
this
this
mission.
is not gonna work out well for me.
All right, I'm going to stick my tail into the hole. Grab my tail, and I'll yank you out.
If this breaks off on me,
Oh, wait, I don't have
Your
a tail.
tail has not grown
that's
back yet, so
right.
you just you wiggle your
this is a
backside
perfectly
into the
natural-sized
pit.
tail
Like,
for
I
my age.
forgot I don't have a tail.
Damn it!
I'm having tail dysphoria. All right, I have 50 feet of rope.
Okay, Bosco, can you give me an athletics check to climb up the rope?
Jeez, girl.
6.
Grab the rope. I'm going to yank you up. 23.
Okay, with the 23, Bosco, you're able to hold on while Irene hauls you up. And the two of you notice that looking out in one direction, you see the waterfall, and behind you is the mouth of a cave concealed in shadow.
Wow, there's a beautiful, glowing, sparkling, healthy-looking waterfall and a dark, dim, dusty, decrepit-looking cave.
Cavernous.
It's just like you and me.
Yeah, perfect. Which is which? Do you think who's ever been setting these traps are still out here? Like,
In the cave.
maybe.
Is there anyone in the cave? Hello?
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 I'm gonna get out my triangle and play a song to see if I can.
Yeah, are you doing it like
Rouse
into the
anybody.
mouth of the cave?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
And it just to like flesh out some details, it's gonna be Crazy Frog. Ding 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 ding.
all right, so you've already made a lot of noise falling into the pit, and now you're making even more. Crouched at the mouth of the cave and playing Crazy Frog on your triangle into the darkness. As you play, you hear the high-pitched dings of the triangle bouncing through the cave passages, and after a moment, you hear another sound echoing back to you. You recognize that it sounds like petty, but it sounds higher pitched, and it doesn't sound like there's just one of them. It sounds like there's lots of them.
Petty's family.
Oh my god, we need to reunite them.
Let's just release Petty right now. No questions asked, no investigations done.
No, I want to meet them.
All right. Petty, do you want to meet your family? Does he seem like into this?
I think so. He seems into most things, honestly. I never heard that about him.
Petty's down to clown.
Okay,
Yeah.
Petty's down, I'm down, you're down. Let's go in the curve. Woo!
Okay, so stepping into the mouth of the cave, you notice that the chamber you're in right now immediately forks in two directions. To the left, it basically extends about 30 feet before ending with just some branches and leaves pressed up against the wall.
So there's everything I own in a box to the left.
On the left.
Great.
To the right side, the tunnel curves around and you can't see beyond where it curves.
So obviously we're going to the left where there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
All right, so let's set Petty down,
That worked out really well the first time, so yes.
open the thing.
Flip it and then reverse it.
It's your flip. Yeah.
Okay.
And let's see if he wants to go into the cave or if he wants to go back outside. Because we're close enough to the Clearwater Bottoms where, like, if he wanted to jump in the waterfall now, we would have done our duty. But I kind of do want to see and smell the musk otter habitat. I've got a thing for the musk smell.
It's really grown on us.
All right, Petty, released.
Okay, so with a click, the cage opens up and Petty steps out, sniffing the air. It sort of sniffs in the direction of the waterfall. It sniffs deeper into the cave, and it actually just kind of huddles around your ankles.
Okay, Petty, I know that you've had fun with us, and we love you, Petty.
VRT, it's okay.
These last 30 minutes have been so special.
I'll remember you for the rest of today.
I'll never forget your smell.
Yeah.
But it's time to go home, Petty, and I give him a little kick.
Okay, Petty looks up at you and then takes a few steps out toward the waterfall and kind of goes around the corner to the mouth of the cave and peers at you and then kind of sidles backward into, there's some shrubbery out there. It steps back into the shrubs and is just sort of watching and sniffing.
Oh, that can't be good, girl.
That's not
That's not great.
That's not the situation that we pictured.
Darn.
This isn't the ideal
Gosh
moment.
darn it.
Okay.
Oh, well. This is going to be... Well, I think we need to figure out what's in here.
Let's do it.
Let's do
Screw it.
To the right, to the right.
Okay, so the two of you step into the mouth of the cave, leaving Petty outside, hiding in like some ferns over near the waterfall. And in here, the air, it's cold and clammy. You're definitely picking up a lot of strong odors as soon as you step through the entrance. But there's like so many of them that you actually can't tell them all apart. You move on following the winding passage to the right, and you both notice that the wall of this tunnel is etched with all these like strange shapes. I'd like both of you to make a history check.
I have a -1 in history. 12.
I got a 16.
Okay.
Okay, you're both able to tell that this is some form of writing. And Irene, you're able to remember that long before the Glamazons, dwarves used to live in these cliffs and mountains. And based on that, you can make an educated guess that these are probably dwarven runes.
Oh, these are dwarven runes.
But you don't really...
Go on.
But you don't know much about them. But do you have more to say about the dwarven runes?
It's letters, but they're runes made by dwarves.
Wow, you're so knowledgeable, sis.
They're really high up for dwarven runes, not gonna lie.
Where? Oh, there's the step stool.
Oh,
I
there we
see
go.
it.
Okay. That's a dwarven step stool.
Whoa.
I could tell that's what the runes say. This is a dwarven step stool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
And then it just points to it.
My dwarvish.
Can you give us a good dwarven accent?
Hey, I'm a dwarf.
Oh, yeah.
They're just like us. And then I'm gonna look to see if I can find anything else on the wall.
So as you run your hand along the wall, you actually feel that many of the runes, if you touch them, press inward.
Oh, great. These are buttons. Buttons.
You better loosen up my buttons.
Baby.
This is probably not great. I don't know if we should be touching it, but
So
like I'm
whenever
into it.
I encounter a button, I press it, and then I press the button. Push
you
the button.
better push that button.
Push the
Push
button.
the fucking button.
Roll, push.
Give me a
what is your
dexterity
button stat?
saving throw.
Dexterity saving. Oh, gosh. 13.
Touching a random button, you feel a sharp jab as a needle comes out of the wall and into your hand. And you are going to take...
30.
You poisoned.
You're going to take 11 points of poison damage, and I will need a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, I said don't, but here we are. That's okay.
23.
Okay. So yeah, you take those 11 points of poison damage, and that is going to do it. But you have discovered that one of the things that the runes on the wall do is, some of them at least, they have a poison needle.
Okay, what happens to the needle after it jabs me?
It retracts into the wall.
Okay. So I definitely don't want to do that again.
What if I did that?
Honestly, try it, girl.
I
How
think
much
I'm gonna try a different
HP
one.
do you have left?
Not enough.
All right, you stay away from the wall.
Oh, I was hoping for like a giant boulder to chase us down the rest of this, though.
Oh, Miss Honey,
Oh,
this
Miss Ang.
isn't just a cave. This is a dungeon,
Oh.
and we are drag
Are we-
queens. What? This dungeon and drag queens moment is not happening for me. Where's Petty?
Well, you just like fucking homeward bounded her ass and like left her out there. Now she's gonna have to have a very traumatic journey where the old one dies on the way back to the family.
Petty.
Well, speaking of, you hear that sound that sounds like higher-pitched petty calls coming from just a little bit further down this twisty corridor.
No, I want to find actual petty first.
Actual petty. Okay. So do you want to
It's
head
your
back to the
fault that
mouth
we
of the
don't
cave?
have actual petty.
All right, never mind. Then let's go towards the petty calls.
Okay, stepping forward toward the petty calls, you see that to your right, the cave opens up into a long rectangular chamber, and peering in, do either of you have dark vision?
I do have dark vision.
Excellent. So, Bosco, looking into this chamber, you see stacks and stacks of cages. In some of them are honey buns, in some of them are basking glizzards. You see rainbow frogs, you see a giant snake, you see a basket of glomabird feathers, you see glomabird eggs, you see some pelts drying on racks, and you see a cage full of baby musk otters.
This is probably nothing.
Girl, I think this is who's been setting up all these traps. I think they're collecting these animals for something.
Some kind of collector?
Yeah.
Do you want to be
think we should-
chaotic as hell and set them up
Oh,
free?
hell yeah. I thought you never
Absolutely.
asked. Oh my god, let's Dr. Doolittle the shit out of this.
All right, we're gonna
All
open
right,
all the
I want to
cages.
sneak into that cavern and go and undo some of these cages.
Okay,
Except for
yeah.
the snake. The snake
Except
can
for the
get
snake.
bent. The snake is staying put.
He stays bent, honestly.
Been bent.
Yeah, great. So you go in, and these cages, they're not really locked. They just have sort of like, well, the doors are sealed with like a piece of bone that's like going through a rope. So you can just pull that out and open the cages up. The animals do start leaving, but in a very sort of like logy way. Like they're not springing out excitedly as though they were like excited to be freed. They're kind of wobbly and sort of unsteady on their feet.
Did these animals take purple powder? What's going on? You're free! You're free!
Go on. Get out of here.
We don't want you anymore.
Do you want to investigate?
Yeah, I'm gonna
yeah.
pick up a rainbow frog and kind of look in its eyes.
Sure, go ahead.
8.
Well, something that you know about rainbow frogs as a glamazon is that they often, so they're bioluminescent, they usually glow very brightly, and they're constantly changing their color, cycling through gradients of color.
That's the name. Frog.
Exactly. So this one is very dim. It's only putting out a very little bit of light, and instead of cycling rapidly through bright colors, it's sort of just a grayish beige tone coming off it. So something seems amiss.
Look at this boring rainbow frog.
Oh my god, the beige rainbow.
This is like
This
a-
looks like your forehead contour.
Looks like a middle-class family's living room wall. It's so
Oh my God,
just
taupe on
bland.
taupe.
Yeah, it's just kind
This
of
looks like Scottsdale, Arizona.
very that.
As an
This
animal.
poor frog. I'm gonna lick it.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea.
Yes, great. Give me a constitution check.
You are asking to be poisoned, demanding
Watch
being
this.
poisoned.
23.
23. Licking the frog, as your tongue goes across it, you actually, it tastes pretty good. It tastes a little bit like a Jolly Rancher. But what you
Oh.
notice is it has a scent that actually causes you to feel flushed and dilated.
Oh, these frogs are popped up. These frogs are me every Thursday night. They are just,
Oh, Jesus.
they've been sniffing. I thought it smelled a little funky in here. Like maybe it would be really hard to keep a VCR dirty. You know what I mean?
Has somebody been giving poppers to these animals? And why? Are they fucking these animals? Why are they doing that?
Mission. Is someone fucking
these animals right now?
I would like you to CSI style forensically talk through like, what you think is going on.
I guess
Oh,
someone's
this is some Scorpio.
planning on getting hopped up. These poor animals have been preparing to bottom.
Oh, no.
We gotta get them out of here.
We have to. We have to help them.
All right, we're gonna.
I'm going to use my net that you thought was a stupid idea to bring
you and
and
this damn
scoop
net.
up some of these hoes and
All
let's
right.
get them out of here.
I'm gonna shove
the snake
all
can
the baby
still
otters.
stay bent.
Yeah, bend the snake. I'm gonna shove all the baby otters into my backpack.
Great.
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
All right,
So,
we're going to try and escape now.
okay. So I think, you've gathered up all of the animals into either the net or the backpack, and you are making your way to the mouth of the cave. And as you approach it, you hear.
Petty Miss Thing. What? What's the tea?
You notice that coming through the waterfall are 2 shaggy dwarves wearing dirty
Wasn't
animal
me.
skins.
It was coming in the waterfall.
There are 2 shaggy dwarves wearing mangy animal skins and broad hats covered in leaves and twigs. And standing between them is a tall lizard folk dressed similarly, holding a large sack slung over its shoulder. And as they
Look at
approach,
that hefty sack.
Look at that lizard folk betwixt those dwarves.
I hate betwixt.
Shoot over.
Betwixt.
Betwixt. Look at those thick twinks in that lizard folk.
they look you up and down. They see that you've got the animals with you. And the lizard folk steps forward and says,
Oh, no. Look, we do not want any trouble. You are going to put those animals back where you found them.
You otters have been stealing otters.
We don't want any trouble either, and we're with the Glamazon Rangers, and we are not afraid to report you.
Also, have you been fucking these animals?
What?
Why do they smell like poppers?
We are keeping them sedated.
And that was the only option.
You said you were with the Glamazon Rangers.
That's right. Look, we don't have badges. so-
Surrender your weapons.
I
No,
shan't.
I shan't.
Shall not. Shan't.
Look, we don't want to hurt anybody. We are not murderers. You must know that these animals are extremely valuable. We need the money, that is all. You will stay in the cave until tonight. When the fog rolls in, we will take the animals and put them in our boat. Then we will let you go, and you will forget you ever saw us.
I don't hate
Absolutely
this plan.
not.
Well, girl, it
Like-
was our mission to get rid of the animal, not show up with 2 bags full.
We're supposed to be protecting the animals, not allowing them to be sold so they can be turned into fashion statements.
Is that what you guys are doing with them? You're turning them into fashion statements?
We do not know the buyer's intentions. All we know is that they insist on specimens from Fire Island.
This seems shady, girl. I don't know. I don't think we should let them.
It's
like
our
they should
job-
pick up like a part-time job driving an Uber like the rest of us. Like getting money there's a lot of ways around it.
Pick up a coffee shop job. We,
Exactly.
Not for us.
as rangers,
No.
it's our job to protect Glamalala, not what goes on outside of it.
But these are beings from Glamalala that are being taken outside of it. That's like if somebody like kidnapped you and they're like, well, she's not in Glamalala anymore. Fuck her.
All right, I have a plan.
I want to fight.
All right, let's
I want to fight.
All right. Christina,
all right, roll initiative.
the girl with 2 hit points. I want to fight.
19.
5.
All right, Bosco, what do you want to do?
Well, I'm first of all going to put my triangle away because I was like thinking about like whipping out a solo, but I'm like, now's not the time. I imagine the lizard's the ringleader, so I'm going to try and like cut off the head of the snake, if you will. Sorry, Irene. So, yeah, we're going to go for a direct strike with my whip.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack.
Ooh, 24.
Oh, 24, that hits. Okay, so how much damage does it do?
8.
8. Okay, so it's the duct tape whip, right?
It sure is.
Okay, do you want to describe how you strike the lizard folk leader?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to go right across the face so you can get a good whiff of that tuck. And then it's going to slap and like hold onto the face for a moment. And then it's going to rip off a piece of their scales when I release it.
Okay, you move within striking range, about 10 feet from the lizard folk, and you lash out with your duct tape whip. You catch them on the cheek, tearing off a row of shimmering scales, and the lizard folk winces and drops the large, heavy sack that they were carrying. And it's going to be the lizard folks' turn next. They get up and reach for their belt, and they draw their weapons.
I'm surely going to die.
How many hit points do you have?
8.
Miss thing.
All right. As a bonus action after whipping the shit out of his face, we are going to use my second wind ability. So we're going to roll to regain some health. It's putting us at plus 12. So
Awesome.
at 20.
Okay, so the lizard folk leader is looking significantly worse for wear, and Bosco, you after looking a little bit beleaguered yourself, you kind of straighten up, and now you are looking much healthier. And the lizard folk leader is up next, and turns to Irene before doing anything else, and goes,
How can you do this? We are lizard folk. We should not be fighting.
I'm not doing anything to you. You did this to yourself.
Deep.
So be it.
Bosco, the lizard folk turns their attention to you. They step forward, their longsword drawn, and they roll 19.
That'll do it.
Nope.
And that is going to do 8 points of slashing damage.
Unfortunate.
And they actually come around again.
What?
That was a 6, so they come around again a second time, but after having slashed you with the first attack, they're a little off balance and just whiff the air next to you on the second attack.
Is that all you got?
Do not mock me.
And up next is one of the dwarves. The dwarves
Please
are
don't
going
focus
to...
me. Please don't focus me.
Woo! The dwarves draw their crossbows, and they are... One of them is going to fire at Irene, and that was an 8 to hit, so...
Does not hit.
That whizzes wide, barely approaching Irene at all.
I'm going to backbend matrix dodge that arrow.
Oh, hell yeah, you are.
You certainly are, because the second dwarf rolled a critical miss, rolled a 1, and the cord in the crossbow snaps, and the arrow just kind of falls into his boot.
Wow, you guys are expert animal hunters, aren't
Wow.
you?
Now I understand what the poppers are there for. You
Yeah.
wouldn't have been able to catch shit without that.
Not so strong without your traps.
Irene, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to open up my backpack and release all the baby otters.
Okay.
And in the chaos, I'm going to enter a rage. Mm-hmm. Can I do that again?
I think you get 2 uses, yeah.
All right. I'm going to enter a rage, and in my rage, I'm going to grab my great axe and run towards the lizard folk and launch the great axe into his leg.
Okay, make a melee attack roll.
15.
15 is not going to be
Strong.
sufficient. Do you have reckless attack?
It says I do.
Okay, so that lets you make an attack with advantage, but it does mean that attacks against you would have advantage.
That's fine. All right, so I am attacking recklessly, so I'm going to roll with advantage. Mm-hmm. The first attack was stronger.
Okay, so you charge at the lizard folk. You swing your enormous great axe, but the lizard folk is able to sidestep the heavy weapon and shakes its head at you and goes,
Listen, we don't have to do this.
but it is Bosco up next.
All right. I would also like to say that I've named all the otters, the names that have been kicked out of Destiny's Child. So there's Octavia. There's this club is jumping.
With frogs.
Yeah, with musk otters. We're definitely gonna have to go after Lizard Dude again. I think I can finish him off this time around. I think I got this. And I'm feeling like going all in. We're gonna use my Blessing of the Raven Queen. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. We're gonna teleport behind him then and gain resistance to all damages until the start of my next turn.
Wow.
T.
Right? Sick name.
So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna hit him up with let's go with another whip strike. This whip strike is going to wrap around his waist, and then I'm gonna bring him in for like a punch. So I imagine this is more of like a bludgeon then. Or
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll go ahead and just start with a regular whip attack.
cool. 18
That is sufficient. That hits. How much damage?
and 6.
All right, so there's a chill in the air and a shadowy shimmer surrounds you, followed by a burst of feathers as you disappear from your position in front of the lizard folk, and then another burst of black feathers as you almost instantaneously materialize behind them. And before the lizard folk even knows what's happening, you've struck out with your whip and you've spun them around and you've followed up with a hard punch to the gut, and the lizard folk leader doubles over, wheezing, and it is going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. And as they force themselves back into a fighting stance, you can see that they're staggering. And both you and Irene, you can tell that this guy isn't going to last much longer. But it is their turn now, and the lizard folk gathers up its strength to swing at Bosco with their longsword, rolling a 16.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay, so that is going to hit for 4 points of slashing damage.
All right.
But the Blessing of the Raven Queen gives you resistance, so the lizard folk's blow is partially deflected by a burst of shadowy feathers, and it's only going to do 2 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then follows up with a second attack, comes around with a 13.
Not
and
enough.
That is not enough. So much like with his last attack, hits the first time, comes around, but not so good on the follow through, whiffs the second, and then lets out a wheeze because he is not doing great.
You really boofed it there, didn't you?
I'm not boofing. You know, if you just let these animals go and let us go on our way, we won't have to finish you off.
Yeah,
Our
we don't have to
whole
break it.
village will die if I do not bring these animals back.
Tell it to Maury. I don't give a shit.
So now that you've warped behind the lizard folk, you're actually very close to the dwarves. And so
choice.
one of them is going to swing at you. And that was a 14.
Not enough.
Okay. And the other one is going to swing as well. That was a natural 20. And so now we learn about critical hits. When you roll a natural 20 on an attack roll, you roll the damage twice. So they get to do potentially double the damage. So we'll see
Double
what
the
it is.
fun. Double the flavor.
So that's 9 points of slashing damage.
How much do you have?
10.
Wait, don't you have resistance?
Do I get resistance to any of that?
Or because
oh,
it was
shit. Yes. You only take 5 points of slashing damage from the dwarf spear.
Blessings of the Raven Queen is
Thank God you let that
Tea.
miss thing bless you.
right.
All right. And Irene, you're up next.
All right. I'm going to bite the back of the lizard folk's neck.
Go for it.
Natural 20.
All right. Well, we did just learn about critical hits.
We
So
sure did.
roll your damage twice and then add your modifier.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you want to kill the lizard folk or incapacitate them?
I'm going to bite the lizard folk just enough to incapacitate him. And then through my teeth, wrapped around his neck, I'm going to say, if you two don't run away, I'm going to do the same thing to you. And then I'm going to bite him just hard enough to knock him unconscious.
Okay, you sink your jaws into the back of the dazed lizard folk's neck, and almost instantly he crumples to the ground underneath you. The two dwarves drop their weapons, they put up their hands, and they back away toward the waterfall as you watch the two of them disappear behind the curtain of water. And they are gone. You are out of combat, and you are victorious.
That went well.
Girl, that is the last fight I'm letting you go into. You look weak
I don't
as
know what you're talking about. I'm chilling. I'm out here vibing.
just silly.
5 hit points. You can't tell me nothing.
All right, let those frogs go.
Why?
You heard how much they're worth.
Fine.
The otters that you released are also now, they're kind of snapping out of the kind of torpor they were in. They're shaking their heads and they're scampering out through the water curtain as well. Petty notices them. She pokes her head out from the brush and sniffs the air, and feeling that there's been a change in the wind, she comes out a little more boldly and bounds off after the baby musk otters down into the river.
Do you think that
My heart.
Petty was their mom?
No.
Oh.
But I'm really happy that this all worked out. Like,
I know
when
this
they
couldn't
came-
have been more.
This was
perfect.
pretty much it.
This
Like, we're
was-
definitely getting an A, right? Like,
Well,
this
no
is
one
a great
saw any
assignment.
of that.
Well,
And
we can have them like come and check and
Who-
see what was going.
we have to take this lizard folk in.
You can chill in the cave.
What, just so they can start kidnapping more animals? We've got to put him into custody.
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
We should bring him. We should bring him. I don't think we can do the cliffs though. If we're going back,
But
with
we don't have to
an
worry
extra
about anything because these were obviously.
What if there's more traps out there though?
Leave them in the trap.
All right, that's fair. I feel like that's a good compromise
That's a
between
very
the two. They're
fair-
just like we're gonna try and do the right thing, bud. But like,
You
if
still have
we're
the net, right?
yeah,
All right, just wrap him up in that like a little burrito.
toasty. Guac is extra.
Okay, so you are getting the net ready to bundle up the lizard folk when you notice that the enormous sack that they had been carrying is now wriggling around on the ground, and you hear a sound coming from it.
Oh my gosh! I
Check
know
out
what
that
this is.
giant sack.
Before I open it, I'm just gonna give it a firm kick. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I thought you were a snake.
Sounds like jorts.
Oh my God! There's poachers out here in the wilderness. I gotta
yeah,
get you.
sis.
I gotta get you two to safety.
Oh, sis, we are safety.
Yeah, we
Check-
we yeah we
Check
took care of
this
them,
out.
Jort. No thanks to you.
Who knocked out this lizard?
I'd
Like
say it was a
tandem
collaborative.
effort. Yeah, that we did a lot of good things together on that one.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Do you want us to
I
leave
don't
you
have anything
here?
else to tell you.
Do not leave me here. Whatever you do, do not leave me here.
Should we take him into custody?
Take Jord?
No, the lizard folk. I'm asking Jort. Jort.
No, don't take me into custody. Yeah, of course,
All right,
of course.
you want to help us with this one? Great.
Yes.
Can you walk? Are you okay? What did they do to you?
Yeah, what did they do to you?
Something just got me from behind. Something knocked me out.
Were you feeling a little lightheaded?
A little bit.
A little flushed?
A little flushed, yes.
Yeah, you're ready.
Oh,
All right, well then let's go.
All right, so the three of you bundle up the lizard folk poacher in the net, and once he's all bound up, you head out under the waterfall. You can see Petty LaBelle and the other musk otters are floating downstream from the Fleet Falls in the direction of Clearwater Bottom, and Jort is currently carrying the unconscious prisoner as you set off in the direction of Glomalala. After walking a short distance, you hear a rustling sound coming from amongst the bamboo, and then stepping out from the misty forest, you actually see a pair of glamazons approaching you. One is a short young woman wearing white robes, and the other is a tall glamazon wearing black robes and a mirrored mask. The two of them approach, and the one in the white robe says, "Oh, if it isn't Irene and Bosco, hello, what brings you so far out here?"
We were on our very first ever ranger test mission.
Hashtag killing it, but not this guy, because we're nice.
We found some poachers. They were kidnapping animals to sell, and also Jort.
Oh dear, is this lizard folk with you? This unconscious lizard folk? He's with you, right?
Well, he's with us in that we are taking him into custody, Your Highness, Holiness, Your Excellency, Your
Queenness.
Your Teeness.
Oh my goodness! And so the glamazon in the white robes turns and looks at the taller one in the dark robes, and it says,
"Well done, novices.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Have you told anyone else what you have seen in the cave today?"
Just Jort.
Just Jort.
Yeah.
Jort, have you told anyone?
No, Inquirer. We came right back here. We haven't seen anyone else.
I see. I'm sure all of you are aware that the situation between the Glamazons and outsiders has been precarious for a very long time, and that an outsider coming onto our land and stealing our endangered animals could set off quite a chain of events. Wouldn't you agree?
It sounds less than ideal.
Yeah, sure.
So, we are a people of beauty and duty, of course. The truth is beautiful. Silence can also be beautiful. And what do we do when beauties are in conflict? Where does our duty lie?
I have
I didn't get to this part of the
feeling you're going to
assignment.
tell me. Let me see if I wrote it on my arm.
Skimmed over this part of the textbook.
I can't tell you what to do, but I would say that if you remand the lizard folk to my custody and embrace the beauty of silence on this matter, it could prevent dire consequences in the future.
What should we do, girl? This seems really, really shady.
Yeah,
I feel like they're not telling us
sketchiest vibe.
But at the same
Yeah, I'm, like,
time,
not
I don't
trying
really care. I don't know.
Jort, is this normal?
I don't know. I've never encountered anything like this, really.
Why don't they want us to bring him in?
Inquirer, what are you talking about? What could happen if people find out about these poachers? We got to tell people.
There are those in Glomalala who have never accepted the treaty with the outsiders. They have long sought an excuse to strike against them and expel them from our island. If they were to do so, the treaty that has kept us safe for the last 200 years would collapse, and we would be back in a state of war with the outside.
You're saying that if we turn this lizard folk in, we'll go to war?
I cannot predict the future. I can only say that there are those who would use this incident to their own advantage.
You think the Rangers would use this to their advantage?
I would never impugn the integrity of a ranger.
Well, then we should take him to the Rangers.
You must do what you think is right.
I didn't get this far, not trusting my instincts.
I'm with you. That sounds like way more fun anyway.
Yeah.
I don't like authority.
Jort, tell the Inquirer we're taking the lizard to the Rangers.
Okay, Inquirer, we think we should take the poacher to the Rangers and let them decide what would be best.
Understood. Might I suggest taking them to the nearest ranger station? You'll find it to your east at Cliffhanger Crest.
Okay, yeah, T, we can do that. Here we go.
Okay.
That's a difficult trek.
We got it. I've got 5 hit
fine.
points in a dream. I am fine. We might need to rest up for a moment, though.
A short rest.
Yeah, just chill vibe. So, yeah, I think we're down to take the lizard prisoner to Cliffhanger. What is it?
Cliffhanger Crest.
Yeah.
Well, pleasant travels.
Likewise.
Thanks, Diva.
Yes, Diva.
The two Glamazon inquirers offer you a polite bow before disappearing back into the forest. And with a quick survey of the area, you're able to identify a good place to make camp and rest in a sheltered spot near the waterfall. Jort pokes at the prisoner, who remains unconscious, while elsewhere, 2 dwarves fretfully vanish into the wilderness.
Part 3. Glamazon's Gone Wild.
Glamala, a lush island sanctuary, known by many names. The Bird Place, the Beautiful Place, Fire Island, and other names lost to time. The great city of Glamalala, proud home of the Glamazons, straddles a towering hilltop overlooking a mighty obsidian ziggurat to the north and the sprawl of the island to the south. Half a day's journey to the southeast of Glamalala, beyond the tangled bush, beyond the thigh gap, past the Fleet Falls where the water runs clear, a large musk otter drifts downstream toward the crystal waters of a pond surrounded by rainbow frogs. The otter has come to be known as Petty LaBelle, so named by 2 Glamazon novices, Irene Dubois and Bosco. Out on their first mission, Irene and Bosco encountered a cave of rare endangered animals captured by poachers from the unknown world beyond the island. After freeing the captive animals from their cages, the Glamazons confronted the poachers, knocking the lizard folk leader unconscious. The poachers' companions, 2 dwarves, fled into the forest. Following a difficult battle, Irene and Bosco freed captive ranger Jort and took the lizard folk poacher prisoner. The mission seemed like a success, but on the way home, our would-be rangers encountered 2 Glamazon inquirers, high-ranking investigators from the city, who suggested that bringing the prisoners back to the city could disrupt the fragile peace the Glamazons have struck with the outside world. The senior inquirer suggested taking the prisoner to the nearest ranger station, one to the east, at the top of Cliffhanger Crest. And so we find Irene, Bosco, Jort, and their unconscious lizard folk prisoner far from home in the wilderness and weary from battle, with a long journey ahead of them. Okay, so were you going to camp first, or
I think
you want
camping
to rest?
would be ideal. We've been doing a lot.
Yeah.
We've gone real hard. We
Yeah.
already aced our exam.
We only had 24 hours to take the otter back to its habitat, and I feel like we've still got about 12 hours left at least.
At least.
Let's just
Let's
hang
set up
out for a
camp
couple
little bit.
hours, and then we'll take
Maybe
the
we can
lizard folk.
interrogate this lizard guy a little bit more, too. At least learn his name.
Yeah, I bet it's something like
Bill.
Jeff,
Yeah.
Phil.
Okay, not far from the edge of the forest, you can find a rocky shelter near the foot of the cliffs. It's close enough to the waterfall that you came from that you hear it roaring in kind of like the southeast direction. And once there, you set down your gear and your unconscious prisoner and start to set up the camp. And as everybody settles in and unwinds, you can relax and you start to feel your energy coming back to you. So over the course of an hour's rest, all of you can recover some hit points if you want, and the way you do that is by spending a resource called hit dice. If you want to spend them now, let's go ahead and roll your hit dice and add your constitution modifier.
All right, 11.
All right, we're going to make a total of 11 points back, putting me at 16.
Sickening.
Is our lizard guy still out?
Let me check. I'm going to smack him.
Smacking him, he flutters his eyes open and goes,
What's happened?
and did you bind him or anything?
Yeah,
Or
he's
is
in
he-
the net.
He's
He's in the net. Okay. Yeah, so he's thrashing around in the net like,
Let me out. Let me out.
I'm going to smack him
You're
again.
going to need to chill.
You've got to let me out of here. I've got to get home.
Home? We're taking you to the Rangers.
What? No, you've got to let me out of here. I've got to get home. Where are the animals?
Yeah, it's not so fun being imprisoned against your will, is it?
Oh, yes, very ironic. But
Poetic.
oh, gods, you've got to get me out of here.
We're not letting you out. We're taking you to the Rangers on the east side at the...
Cliffhanger's Cliff?
Cliffhanger's cliff.
Not the other Cliff.
That's what you get for kidnapping innocent animals.
Look, what can I do for you? What do you want? Money? What do you want?
I already got a fat sack of caps. I don't need your chump
She
change.
has 26 caps. Like, I don't think
26?
you even understand how many caps that is.
Hey,
that's
I-
one more than 25.
I've got a ship coming to pick us up. It could take you anywhere you want to go. Anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere. Anywhere you want.
You're always saying, girl, that the ranger thing is just so you can get out of the city.
But if I take him up on his offer, I'll never get to return. I'll become an outlaw.
It's not so bad.
Yeah? Look where it got you.
Yeah, this isn't. You're not really selling it to us, actually.
You look like an empanada, just wrapped up there all
About to be
stuck.
covered in sauce.
No dice.
No, I don't trust him. I also don't trust these two that are trying to get us a secondary location. Like, what is all of this about, Mama?
Yeah, I don't even know what's over at that station. I've never been to that one.
I haven't either.
Jort, have you ever been to
Yeah,
the
Jort, have you heard
the
anything about
cliff
this particular
of cliffs
station?
and hangers?
I only know it by name. I've never actually been there. I don't even know what they do there.
Well,
Well, that's where he's going. So
yeah.
Look, let me appeal to your heart, all right? Our village was attacked by the army of the Fist. They burned everything. They destroyed everything. We weren't able to grow enough food this year for the Lord of the Land. We are broke. Now they're coming back. They're going to kill everyone in the village unless we come up with the money. That is why we're here taking the animals.
who's gonna kill you?
The army of the Fist.
Fist? I've never heard of a fist.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Yeah.
Like, these animals are, like, endangered.
I'm endangered.
Yeah.
Well-
I don't want anyone to die, but there's got to be another way to make money besides kidnapping animals.
Not the amount we need, not in time.
Have you approached the Glamazons for help? They have an entire army. The Rangers can help you.
Have you asked for a grant?
Do you know of
Have
one?
you applied for a grant?
It's a very difficult process.
We don't have time for that. Takes at least 6 months for us to get back to them.
Approach the Glamazons. No one approaches the Glamazons.
Well, apparently you
they
feel comfortable
should.
stealing from them, so...
If the Glamazons were able to help you, maybe you wouldn't have to kidnap our endangered animals. I'm sure they would rather provide you with a militia than have all of our animals rounded up and sold into slavery.
You think the Glamazons might help us?
I don't know. What do you think, Jort?
I don't know. It seems like the Glamazons, we've survived all this time by keeping outsiders out and keeping to ourselves.
Well, that sounds like a very xenophobic process and policy, and I don't know if I, really vibe with that. So, I don't know, girl. It doesn't sound like they would help us.
The choices are try to convince the Glamazons to go to war,
Mm-hmm.
save the animals and let all the people in the village die,
Like that one, honestly.
let the guy go and kidnap animals again, and save his village. How did this decision come to us?
Right, like the first day.
First day.
First day. It seems to be
The
like
Ranger's
a lot.
harder than I expected.
Wow.
I don't know how things should go, but I know that he is breaking the law, kidnapping these animals, and we need to take him to the ranger station for breaking the law. And that's as much responsibility as
You know
I'm
what?
willing
You're
to
right.
take on.
And if things get really hairy, we can just leave, take him up on his offer.
For sure.
So I think we go with justice first, and then see what works the best for us.
Why don't you duct tape his mouth closed?
Absolutely.
So are you going to break camp and head toward the ranger station?
Absolutely.
Yar.
Okay, so you break camp and you head up to the east toward the ranger station. Roll a perception check.
6.
12.
Neither of you notice as a pair of arrows fly at you. It's a 12 and an 18. I'll say one for each of you. The 18 is going toward Bosco, who did most of the damage in the last fight, and the 12 is going toward Irene.
The 12 misses.
18 hits.
So you catch an arrow in the shoulder and you take 6 points of piercing damage as the two dwarves drop from the treetops.
Frickin' fracker back. Jesus.
They have their crossbows trained on Bosco, Irene, and Jort, and they say,
All right, you two, let Komodo go.
What are you two doing back? Didn't I tell you that if you didn't leave that I'd make quick work of you?
We did leave. Now we're back.
That seems like a loophole. That seems like that's some semantic bullshit. Fucking doublemint twins just shot me in the goddamn shoulder. This is unpleasant. I don't like you.
We haven't gotten any weaker or less skilled, so you either bounce now or...
I am actually both, but...
We're going to add you to our little collection.
We can't get off this island without Komodo's ship, so look, one way or another, we gotta get him back.
Well...
The more the merrier at this ranger party. Let's take them.
Okay, roll initiative.
I'm fully going to get my ass whooped.
All right, yeah, let's gather up.
18.
2.
15.
Oh, Jort's fighting this time.
Bosco, you are up first. It's about 20 feet from you to the two dwarves who are each standing at the base of a tree.
I think we're going to start with a longbow. We're going to have like a little rebuttal moment. We're going to see if I can get one of them in the shoulder to even out stakes. So
I love this revenge fantasy attack.
oh, absolutely. 12.
12 does not hit. So it goes wild. It goes past the dwarf, and they go.
They sure
Powerful
do.
little dwarves.
The dwarves fire back at you, Bosco. One of them fires with a 20, not a natural 20. So that hits, right?
Mm-hmm.
And does 4 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And the other rolls for a 22 and does 4 points of piercing damage. So 8 points total.
Great.
All right, Jort's up next.
Jort pulls a sword out from behind his back and he goes, oh, jeez, oh, jeez, oh, jeez. And he runs to the dwarf who rolled a 22 with the sword and rolls a 19 to hit.
That hits.
I guess you are worth something after all, Jort.
7.
And is that all for Jort's turn?
Jort has like just a look of panic in his eyes, like he's never actually seen combat before.
Expected.
Just standing with like looking frantically around over this one dwarf that he just slashed.
Killing it, Jort.
The dwarf does look very beat up after that one hit. And Irene, you're up next.
All right. I'm going to go after that same dwarf, and I'm going to take my great axe and kind of give it a twirl above my head and then bring it down into the dwarf.
Okay, make an attack roll.
16.
16 hits. Roll your damage.
9.
Oh.
All right, so with a 9, do you want to kill the dwarf or knock it out?
All right. Instead of using the sharp end of my great axe, I take the flat end and I just bonk.
Just wallop the shit out
Absolutely.
of it. Love that.
And he gets kind of a cartoon like
Goose egg.
thing, on top of his head, and then like a and goes cross-eyed and falls over.
See?
The other dwarf, cartoonishly, his eyes bug out and he goes,
Oh, no.
it is not his turn yet. It's your turn, Bosco.
All right. We did a short rest, so I'm going to use my second win bonus action to attempt to heal up again.
Great.
We're going to 6 plus 2, so I'm going to regain 8, putting me back at 10, and we're going to go after the other dwarf.
Okay.
It is a 17.
All right, that is going to hit. Roll your damage.
1, and we're using the whip, so we're going to take a whip attack, and we are going to go for the feet to knock him over. It's going to hit for 6.
Okay, that hits for 6 points. He momentarily falls down. He is able to get back up, but he is looking stunned and staggered by that big hit from the whip. So he is going to pull out his spear and jab it at you.
Okay.
Ooh, with a 11.
Oh,
Nar.
That does not hit. So he's after you whipped the feet, he's kind of staggering and bobbling around, like jabbing at the air and missing you every time.
Sucks to suck.
It sure does. Ah, dagnabbit.
And you're short.
Jort's up next.
Jort is gonna look back and forth kind of frantically. He pulls out his other sword and he's gonna swing at that remaining dwarf. 16 to hit.
Okay, that hits. Roll
Put
damage.
in work, Jort. Good
I know.
job. Glad we didn't leave you in that massive sack.
thank Glorp for Jort.
5 damage.
Okay, that is going to be enough to, well, you tell me, are you going to kill the dwarf or knock it out?
He is going to knock the dwarf out. He just like barrels at him with the sword out and just kind of crashes into him, and they just go down tangled up. And when Jort like springs back up to his feet, the other dwarf is knocked out.
Did I do that?
Nice going, Jort.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I'm real good at this.
Yeah, you seem like you've done this lots of times.
Are we starting a war?
I don't know what Snap, Crackle, and Pop here are up to, but honestly,
The Moonlighting from the Keebler factory.
I did not sign up for being responsible for prisons or being a prisoner escort.
Or making decisions about policy and starting wars.
This is getting
There's a lot.
wildly out of control.
I feel like this is above my pay range.
Oh my gosh, I'm not even paid
so,
yet.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to bump this up and pass the buck on to
Yeah.
who's ever at that ranger station.
Jort, you're the
what do you
junior.
feel about
Yeah.
that?
I guess we got to keep going. We got to do it by the book.
All right, you take the small one and you take the other small one. Yeah.
I've got some rope that we can use to tie him up.
Gee.
Do a little Lord of the Rings style.
Oh,
walk
they're
in a line.
taking the hobbits to Cliffhanger.
Yes.
Crest.
I'm gonna toss him in.
Okay, great. So you set out. There's 3 of you, 3 prisoners. You've got 2 unconscious dwarves and a tall, gagged lizard folk who's now struggling against his bindings.
Hey, stop struggling against your binding, you tall lizard folk. Oh my gosh, how are we gonna move these guys?
Well, there's 3 of us, so I feel like if we all get one, we should be okay. But I feel like we should take straws for it because I want one of the gnomes because they're travel friendly.
The dwarves? I don't care if you're a dwarf, gnome, or lizard.
You're coming to Cliffhanger Crest. Yeah, so I feel like we should draw straws or something for this because I surely don't want to be in charge of him.
What if we tie them all together in a big clump?
And just roll them there?
Well, we could each hold a rope on the clump so that they can't gang up on us. They're all
Okay.
stuck together. Because I feel
I'm
like if
into
it's
that.
1-to-1, the chances of Jort being able to make it out of that alive are very low.
Well, is that supposed to be a pro or a con in this situation?
What was that? I just checking out them, just scouting out the scene.
Yeah, can
Yeah,
you,
you're going to be
make sure
very
you-
helpful today.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
you guys-
feel it.
Make sure the
figure out.
prisoners don't do anything crazy.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm guarding them. They're scared of me.
Yeah, don't poke your eye out with that spear. Yeah, I don't know. We could make them all walk backwards so that they are kind of
Disoriented?
as we walk. Yeah, just something to keep them off their toes. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
actually, you have a good point there because I don't think we should let them know where they're going or how to get there.
Absolutely.
So at the very least, I think we should blindfold them.
Blindfold them, tie their arms behind their backs.
And I think we should have that rope leash combination that you were talking about.
Good.
I think I'm into that. Are we
Yeah.
going to group them together or should we?
Let's
one
tie
by
them in a
one?
line,
Okay.
and then I'll take the front, and you and Jort take the back so that they can't make a breakaway.
Cute.
All right.
Did you gag the other 2 prisoners as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at me. I gag everyone.
And did you confiscate their gear?
Presumably. Did
Okay.
we give them a pat down? I don't think I don't remember giving them a pat down.
I'm down if you are.
Yeah, we should probably.
Yeah, maybe they have something useful too.
Absolutely.
See if we
Maybe
can
they've got
come
more
back.
rainbow frogs.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe some of that purple dust. I could use some of that right now.
could use
A little
some of that.
stimulant.
20 minutes ago. Okay.
Mama is jonesing. Yeah, so let's give them a quick pat down, see what they got going on.
Yeah, we're going to smack them around.
All right, yeah. And then after we're done, definitely blindfolding them.
For sure.
'Cause
Let's
I'm
blindfold them
really
before
into
the
that.
pat down.
You know.
Should we put chokers on them too?
I think so. All right, so what's your safe word? Didn't catch that. Here's the blindfold.
Is it
Whoop.
captivity? All right, I'm going to pat down the lizard folk. I know all of our secret flaps and folds that we can hide things in on our bodies. So
Ooh.
tucking my fingers up
on.
under his gills. Nothing there, I don't think.
Check the giblets.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to stick my pinky in the giblets. It's a very small area.
Roll an investigation check.
All right, 9.
Okay, with a 9, you find that the lizard folk has a dagger, a short sword, and a crossbow.
What were you thinking you were going to do with all this?
What in tarnation?
Absolutely not. These are ours
Yank.
now.
And did you want to search the dwarves as well?
Yeah, why not?
You do it.
Okay, I got this. This is definitely going to go well. So I'm going to search the dwarves, and we're going to roll it too.
Oh, my gosh.
I could feel it.
What's your modifier?
It's -1.
Oh my
so it with the modifier puts me at 2.
Okay, so you find a short sword, a club, and a short bow.
Okay.
You check the dwarves?
Yeah, we got
All
it.
right.
We got a little bit. And funny enough, they had a short bow. They're short.
Oh,
They're
my
really
God.
tiny.
That's never
So it
gonna
makes
get
sense.
old.
No, it sure isn't.
All right, Jort, we're going to tie these guys together, and then you're going to monitor the back of the party. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that was my plan. That's what I was thinking. Right?
Thank God you've
So
blessed
glad
us
you
with
thought
your
of it. What was he
brilliance.
doing if he wasn't here?
Uh-huh.
Huh, okay.
All right, let's tie them together.
So, tying them together, We got all their stuff. We're blindfolding them. And then you're going to take the front. Yeah. What can you see with your lizard eyes?
I can see trees.
Ooh.
And yeah.
You do see a trail up ahead. Now, does anyone know the way to Cliffhanger Crest?
Jort, do you know how to get to Cliffhanger Crest?
Oh, somebody needs directions. Somebody hasn't been out to Cliffhanger Crest before.
It's true.
Well, I guess I'll just tell you where to go, because I'm the oldest.
Those are all facts.
Yeah.
Continue.
It's good for you to feel useful now and then.
We're going to go to the Humble Hills, and then up to the Proud Peaks, and then along the trail over to those weird dangly boulder business things on the cliff. That's where Cliffhanger Crest lives.
The dangly boulders.
The dangly boulder business. That's what I call my junk.
Not right
Need
now,
a
I
lot
hope.
of tuck tape.
Miss Tuck-in business. All right.
So I know the way, so we're going to go east, which is right. East is right.
Is that right?
Relatively.
Yeah, east is always right. Whichever way you are, east. If you go right, that's
Oh
always
my
east.
gosh, I don't think that's
Okay,
right.
cool.
Do I have a
Well,
compass in my pack?
Right. Do we have compasses?
Yeah, do I have a compass in my
You do not, but you could
Sure
roll
don't.
survival to see if you're able to discern the
Are we gonna
directions.
sundial this shit? Is that how that works?
Maybe. What's your survival modifier?
I got a +1.
Me too. I'm gonna stick a stick in the ground. I think I know, based on
right.
the sun's position, which way is east. I got a 3.
All right. You plant a stick in the ground and stare at the shadow, and you find this shadow is very confusing.
Well, the shadow is. If I walk over here, it's to my left, but if I walk over here, it's to my right. So I guess east.
Okay, my turn. I'm gonna give this a shot because we have Magellan over here and Ferdinand over there. Jesus Christ. Tom. All right, I got a 14, so we're going places. Where is east?
It is actually to your left.
Don't move.
Okay, I'm so glad I tattooed right and left on my arms. Okay, there it is. So, Jort, thank you for the directions. We at least have like some topography that matches, so I appreciate that. But we're gonna go to the left because that's where east is.
What do you know? A shortcut?
No, we're gonna go to the east, which is where we should be going for all of this. I just don't trust your directions, my friend. I just think you're a little bit.
Jort, you said east is to your right? Mm-hmm. Turn around.
What? Wait, what? Okay. What's this supposed to?
Where's east?
Right over here, like I said, to the left.
Okay,
Let's boogie. Jort, since you know the way, why don't you take the front with me?
Here we go, leading the way. Come on, and he like
just jorting around.
Why did I bring him this way?
We should have left him in that bag.
watch this. You'll learn a few things. Maybe I'll put in a good word for you both.
I'm going to throw several knowing glances over at Bosco.
It's like he is so much more talkative when he thinks he's doing things.
We might have to take him down a peg here in a minute.
I'm doing things.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely peg him here in a second if he doesn't stop talking.
Oh my god.
All right, so you make your way through the grove of trees as the terrain slopes gently upwards. After about a half hour of travel, you no longer hear the waterfall behind you. The dense trees have thinned out, and now you can see that the sun is casting longer shadows. Up ahead on the trail, you see thrashing in the underbrush, and you hear a high-pitched squealing sound.
Oh my gosh,
What was
is
that?
this?
Drew, did you hear that? What does your sophomore ranger experience tell you that squealing was? Because I, as an unexperienced ranger, who's in the back, by the way, so I don't have to deal with that, I'm unsure.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that was squealing. What? Help, Jort.
Looks
Jort,
like
save
we
us.
got some squeaky bushes over here.
Oh, is that their Latin name?
Famous
the
Humble
genus?
Hill Squeaky Bushes.
That's my drag name.
Humble Hill Squeaky Bush.
Yeah, what, I could go over and kick it or whatever.
Yeah, why don't you go investigate,
yeah, I think that sounds like a
Jort?
great idea.
Jort's heading on over, and he's narrating what he does as he goes. Here I go. I'm going to just go over and give it like a real, kick with a foot.
Okay, when you do that, you hear a very loud, high-pitched squeal coming from your foot makes contact with something that feels like it's a combination of like wood and flesh. You hear a very high-pitched squeal, and then you hear several more squeals coming from the other side of the trail as several animals come out from under the underbrush. They have the body of a deer, sort of. Several of them have the body of like a fawn, but the head of a pig. And then behind them comes out a much, much larger, like the size of a full-grown deer, with the head of a pig and large, large antlers. And they are sort of stamping their hooves and narrowing their eyes at Jort.
Oh, geez, it's a dick pig. It's a whole bunch of dick pigs.
Just gonna say that too.
Oh, wow.
I think they're friendly. I think they like me.
Yeah, I'm sure the kick.
I'm sure they've definitely identified who the dick in this situation is, Jort. So,
Hey. That's what they say, right?
yeah, that's. Do
you wanna roll animal handling?
Yeah.
Pig.
I know how to speak dick pig, okay?
Yeah, I could tell.
7.
Okay, so now the pack of dick pigs is looking at you, Irene. And they are stamping their hooves and snorting at you. And there's now sort of a crying bleat coming from the bushes where Jort had kicked.
I think you might have injured one of them, Jort.
And I'm pretty sure you just insulted them, Irene.
And now they want revenge.
Oh wow! Well, what is going over in that bush? That's not squealing. Is there something else in there? I want to investigate this bush and see what's going on.
Okay, roll investigation.
18.
Okay, so while the pack of dick pigs is occupied being annoyed with Irene, you're able to dash across the path and sort of looking through the shrubs, you see a very shoddy, hastily assembled wooden cage. And in it is a baby dick pig with sort of the fur is red and matted on its forehead, and it's cowering in the back corner of the cage, bleating very loudly.
You guys, there's a little dicklet over here.
I hate you. Oh,
It's
my.
trapped.
Is this one of the freaking dwarf lizard folk crews?
God, if these poachers are going to continue fucking us up.
I'm gonna pull the blindfold off the lizard folk.
He doesn't need to see. Can he just talk?
Well, I'm gonna force him to look at the little dicklet and be like, I'm gonna
Feel
ask him.
remorse for his actions.
Is this your doing? Did you do this?
Yes, we did. It was necessary.
I'm gonna put the blindfold and the gag back on him.
Well,
Good talk.
Thanks. Yeah, well, if these dick pigs are coming after us, we are definitely leaving his ass behind.
Let
He's
the
gonna be
dicklet out. Let the dicklet out.
Oh, obviously.
Okay.
So, we're going to free little dicklet. I feel like he needs a name. He's really cute, but we'll get to that later. I'm going to go ahead and free the dicklet from the trap.
I'm going to ask you to roll dexterity.
That's my fucking specialty. 13.
So the pigs have rolled an 8, and here's what that's going to mean. Bosco, you are able to quickly open the cage, just in time to notice that the entire pack has begun to charge towards Irene.
Instinct definitely tells me to grab the dick. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the dicklet, and we're going to just, like, Simba it. Just, like, take your child.
You have such a way with animals.
I know.
It's like you've done this before.
A dick handler, if you will.
Bosco, the pigs start charging towards Irene as you scoop up the baby and Simba it toward them, and let's have you roll animal handling.
15.
Okay, I'm going to just roll with an 18. The dick pig daddy, the big one.
Yes.
He is thinking that you took the child, and so he is going to try to ram you.
Please ram me, big dick
And-
daddy.
Now I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Not a dexterity saving throw.
Well, it seems like it's going to end well for me. Okay. So that would put me at a very lovely 11.
Okay, you beat the dick pig daddy's 6.
Woo!
And so you are able to skirt out of the way.
Skirt.
And what would you like to do? You've still got the baby in your hands.
Don't worry, I got it under control. Everything's fine.
Jort, you continue jorting over there. I've got this handled.
Jort.
I'm going to put this little... Jort. I'm going to go ahead and put the baby down because the Simba maneuver was not the one, apparently. And we're going to set her down, and we're just going to be like, giddy up. Get
Okay.
on out of here.
The baby goes over to the pack of smaller dick pigs, and they sort of nuzzle it. Daddy, though, still you hear stamping and snorting in the underbrush. It sort of overshot you, and like now it's like out in the trees.
I'm going to quickly untie the lizard folk from the dwarves. And I'm just going to shove him towards the dick pigs, and I'm going to whistle and point.
Okay, roll animal handling again.
13.
Okay, but the dick pig only got a 10, so you successfully got the dick pig's attention, and so he charges at the lizard folk, and he rams into him, knocking him to the ground, and doing 3 points of damage.
I'm going to go over to the lizard folk and say to him, maybe next time you'll think before caging up your dicklets. I'm going to tie him back to the dwarves.
Okay, and as you reattach him, Dick Pig Daddy has noticed that the baby has rejoined the group. He goes over, he sort of sniffs and nuzzles it, and then the entire family makes its way across your path and disappears back into the forest.
Aww, all the dicks
Smell
are
of dick
together.
pigs in the morning.
I'm not hating it.
No, pretty odoriferous. If
was
I have to
fun.
find any more trapped animals, I'm going to lose it. I want to talk to this lizard guy. I want to see if there's any more that we should be knowing about. How big was their fucking hunting grounds? This is crazy.
For sure.
So I'd like to take off just the gag of the lizard man and inquire about any more traps that might be on our way there.
This is probably the edge of where you're going to find them. We spent our first day here laying traps within a couple of miles of the cave, but we're getting out of that territory. We never went above the tree line.
Perfect. I'm going to re-gag him.
To kind of jab him with your elbows.
Thank you for the deets. Jort, great job as per usual.
Yep. Scared him off, twirl my mace around and
Yeah.
drop it and then pick it up real quick.
They seemed really afraid when they were leaving, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, George.
Maybe we gotta go
Continue
after him. Maybe I got my crossbow over here.
Yeah, no, we should try to tame him. We could probably ride him all the way to Cliffwater Crest.
You need to stop riding animals.
Animals need to stop riding me, okay? Let's move on.
You hear squeals and grunts and stamps of trotters fading into the woods behind you as the six of you approach the crest of the Humble Hills. You're now all well beyond any familiar territory, passing beyond the limits of the poacher's hunting grounds, up, and out of the forest, towards dangers unknown. Leaving the dick pigs far behind, you ascend the hills, following a winding trail ever upward in a northeasterly direction. After a little more than an hour, you're up above the tree line, and you've got an amazing view of the Glamalan wilderness. You can see the volcanic mountain ranges to your left, and the coast and the Diamond Sea is beyond to the right, and you see now that the ocean is dappled in orange light from the late afternoon sun. Heading up the trail, you hear the echo of a rush of water, and it isn't long before you find yourselves at the edge of a canyon. At the edge of the canyon, attached to an outcropping of small stones, there's a simple 3-point rope bridge, also known as a monkey bridge. It spans the canyon's 500-foot gap, and you can see that the bridge has got 2 ropes for handrails, and at the bottom there's a small bundle of ropes that you can walk on.
It's so beautiful out here. I'm so glad we joined the Ranger Academy just to protect all of this. You know what I mean?
Wow, what a
Yeah.
naturist
I
you are.
love
what
nature.
a naturalist.
It's just like, how else am I supposed to get all my content for the Instagram? You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
Do you want me to take a shot
Yeah,
of you right
please,
here
just
with
like-
the
okay.
ocean in the background?
Yeah, make sure we get the lighting.
Yeah.
though.
Okay.
Here's my selfie light.
Lower your chin a little.
Mhm.
All right, and then turn your shoulders to the left slightly. All right, now exhale. All right, now lift your head up just slightly. All right, now put your leg back just a little bit. All right, hold on, you got one hair in your eye. All right, yeah. Now just pick your toe up just like 2 inches. All right, I think we got it.
Thank you. Oh my God, my followers are gonna love that Juno filter. 50%.
I'm glad you got your judge, but I don't know if you clocked the monkey bridge over there.
Oh.
You can't cross it without holding onto the handrail ropes, and we've got 3 prisoners with their arms tied behind their backs.
We sure do, and it's getting hella late. So if we're gonna get somewhere tonight, we need to get
Across
that bridge
now.
ASAP.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we can probably manhandle the dwarves across, but Mr. Lizard Man poses another problem.
Yeah, he's bigger than me, and I'm pretty heavy. We could tie them to the handrails and just kind of slide them across.
That sounds like a horrible idea.
Yeah, I don't know if that's...
That sounds like it won't work at all.
Okay, here's what we do.
Okay.
We leave Jort with the lizard folk.
Okay.
We untie the dwarves' hands. Me in the front, the dwarves in between us, you in the back. We escort them over.
Okay.
Then tie them back up on the other side. Then I come back over here and untie the lizard folk, and Jort and I escort him across, and then we tie his hands up again.
But if you leave him here with me, is he going to eat me?
I don't know, Jort. You're the big,
that's a
powerful,
sacrifice I'm
almost
willing to make.
ranger.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe I'll eat him.
You can't handle a lizard folk?
I can handle a lizard folk. I think I know what to
He
do
is
with a lizard
bound and gagged, so just hold on to the rope, and I think you'll be okay.
folk. Yeah, no funny business, you. Like, kick.
All right. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I think I can get down with that.
All
So let's go ahead and grab these dwarves. I'm in front, you're in back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's untie him.
And untie them. We're going to begin to cross the bridge with said dwarves, escorting them very carefully.
Don't try anything, you dwarves.
That's a pretty lazy one.
They know what I mean.
They're still gagged?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to need you both to make an acrobatics check.
This is my shit.
16.
Okay, great.
23. Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so
Very tiny and bad eyesight.
you are both able to maintain your balance with no problem at all. And the dwarves also, with an 18, are able to cross the bridge.
We chillin'.
Yeah, who'd have thunk that these dwarves would be so limber?
So nimble.
I know. If I didn't hate them, I'd be impressed.
While you're crossing the bridge, the lizard folk kind of is gesturing its chin to Jort, being like,
Yeah, what? Huh? What? I'm going to just ungag this guy over here.
Jort's away. Here we go.
Thank you. Have you any water? I am parched.
Oh, yeah, sure. I guess I can give you some water here. Probably no problem. Tip the canteen up like this and let you lick it or whatever.
oh, he licks it. Yeah, the lizard folk darts its tongue in and out like,
Oh, thank you.
Gross.
Thank you. Great and mighty Jort, you are clearly a generous and wise Glamazon.
Yeah, pretty much. Those two kids are, I'm teaching them as much as I can.
That is very magnanimous of you. I wonder, though, surely you should be the one leading this operation.
I am the one leading this operation.
Oh, I see. I hear maybe a bit of condescension from your subordinates.
What, does that mean they're sick?
I merely say, oh, mighty Jort, that perhaps perhaps in your kindness and benevolence, you might advise that we are left ungagged and that we could provide assistance, perhaps even unbound. We could help. We could take up arms against any dangers you might encounter. We certainly would not defy the mighty Jort.
Yeah, so you do whatever I tell you, right?
Oh, absolutely. I long to follow your orders.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. We got a couple extra hands here, or whatever lizards have.
You may have all my appendages.
Not in front of the kids.
What an honor to offer my body to Jort.
Yeah, that's right.
And so, which of Bosco and Irene, which of you were going to head back?
I'm heading back.
Okay, so Irene, you've pretty much just arrived as the lizard folk is offering its body to Jort.
Awesome. So we've already tied up the dwarves on the other side, and Bosco's watching them.
Yeah.
Sickening. Why is he ungagged?
Yeah, so listen, this guy, I think he's going to be kind of useful if we use him as, like a pair of extra hands or whatever. I was just, I had this idea. I think we're gonna make use of these guys. So untie them if we need to fight somebody. They maybe they know some of the shortcuts around here.
Do you have short-term memory loss? Last time they were untied, they stuck you in a bag.
No. I got in there myself. I mean,
There's
it was my idea. That's what I mean. It was my idea.
Stop. There's absolutely no way we're letting these guys go.
I can
unbound.
confirm Jort crawled into the bag.
I'm going to re-gag the lizard folk.
No. It's fine. Don't worry. They're scared of me. They like me. I'm in charge of these guys.
It doesn't matter if you're in charge of them or not. You need to listen to me and not untie or ungag them.
I'm not listening to no lower classmen.
Lower classmen. Okay. Here, then, Jort, why don't you untie him?
Yeah, sure. Why don't I? I know how to do
Yeah,
knots
no,
and
if
stuff.
you trust him so much, yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. He's gonna do whatever I say. Untying the knots. Jort.
You untie the lizard folk, and the lizard folk kneels before Jort and places his hands palm down in front of him. And I believe he's still gagged, so he just says,
Laying it on a little thick, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe he'd make a better Glamazon Ranger than you two.
Well, that's probably true. But just in case, I'm going to go ahead and keep my spear pointed at his back. Why don't you lead the way across the bridge, Jort?
From across the canyon. What are you guys talking about?
it echoes.
Go!
Jort's being a dumbass.
Shocking.
Come on, Jort, lead the way.
Jorto! Here we go. Yoink. Grab the lizard guy, pull him along.
All right, I'm going to need everybody who's crossing the bridge to make an acrobatics check.
8.
8 for Jort.
Jort and Irene, you actually both slip. You're starting to lose your footing. And as you kind of slide and teeter over the side of the bridge, the lizard folk grabs both of you, Jort's arm and Irene's, and steadies you and pulls you back up.
Thanks.
I knew he'd come in handy. Maybe you'll listen to me next time, kiddo.
Or maybe he just knew that if he let us fall, Bosco would cut the ropes and let him fall to his death.
Let's get it moving, Twinkle Toes. We don't got all day.
I resent that.
Let's go.
All right.
You are now able to make it across the bridge, and the group is now back together on the other side. And Bosco, there's been a development. Some things have changed.
So, what's going on with this lizard guy?
Oh, we're retying him.
Oh, okay. That's
No.
good.
He's helpful. He's useful. He's my guy now. I think we're untying the dwarves.
You know
we're
what,
doing.
Jort? You know what we should do? We should put it to a vote. All in favor of retying him, raise your hands. I raise my hand.
I'm unsure because I just saw the lizard man save you guys. I'm like, I don't know, girl. He just saved you. He just helped you out with getting across this. He had no point in helping you out. Even if he fell off, watching you guys go down would have made it a lot easier for the dwarves to get away. I think he could be, if we keep a really close eye on him, I think this could be helpful.
In what way? What drama are we in need of assistance with?
Plot.
Oh, you do have a point. No, I am absolutely 100% opposed to this.
Well, I think I'm going to vote to free the lizard man and let him join us as long as we keep a close eye on him. He doesn't get to slip out of our eyes ever. I have a knife on him the entire time. We're going to be very careful, but I think he could be useful.
I go up to the lizard folk, get right up in his face, and say, I'm watching you.
I gag him.
Understood.
Yeah, you see, this kid's not so unreasonable, Irene. You can learn a thing or two from me. Maybe
That
I'll
is
make him my
enough,
assistant
Jordan,
or
for the
whatever.
moment.
Yeah, no,
I am not agreeing with you. I am merely saying that the situation might call for some extra hands / appendages / whatever lizard folk have.
Yeah, sure. My assistant's right.
Yeah, I'm sure that when he betrays us and tries to murder all three of us and free his friends and go on kidnapping animals, that your trust in a prisoner will save you.
Yeah. I couldn't see anything possibly going wrong with this. To
No,
be
yeah,
completely
no, of
honest.
course, yeah, no.
No, this looks perfectly normal and fine.
Thank you, Mighty Jort and Glamazon companions.
Oh, I don't get a name?
Did I get your name? I don't know.
Did I get your name?
Komodo. Komodo with the bright eyes.
I love that band.
All right, let's keep going.
Were the dwarves freed as well, or you keeping
No,
them?
they're
not.
chilling.
Okay.
They're not useful.
Useless dwarves.
You're now on the eastern side of the Proud Peaks, continuing your
Oh, we're
journey
close.
along a faint trail that's been worn into the rocky soil. The air is much cooler up here, and the howling wind has a biting chill. Far to the northwest, you see the first evening lights flicker to life in the towers of distant Glamalala. Suddenly, you hear overhead, whoosh, whoosh. It's the beating of massive wings, and you see a red wyvern is circling the mountains ahead of you.
Do you see that? Girl, I think that's a wyvern. Oh, I don't think that's a good sign. I don't think that's one of ours.
No, I don't even know what it's doing out here this late either.
Okay, nobody move.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to roll nature?
Yeah, that's how I roll.
That's not my
Is there
jam.
a-
Are you a nature person?
Neutral.
All right.
Is there a way to get around this?
I don't know, girl. I don't. Is that looking out for somebody else? Is it its own being?
Yeah,
is it just chilling?
How far away from us is the wyvern?
It is about 30 feet up and about 100 feet ahead of you. It's kind of looping
it's far.
around. Yeah, it's not like right on top of you yet.
Is it directly in our path?
Yeah, so you're right now walking on the narrow path, like right on top of like a pretty steep mountain.
It's like a
peak,
ridge.
essentially. Yeah, a ridge.
We're on a ridge, and there's a peak in front of us, and the wyvern is circling the peak.
And there's no place to hide, basically. Like, the sound's like pretty open.
There isn't much plant life. There are rocky outcroppings.
I think we should keep it pretty low, girl, and just like
Let's just keep it low key.
yeah, keep it
Just
low key. I think we
chill,
should
just
see if we can wait it out, see if it moves on to a different territory. I hear that maybe it's like hunting right now.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I'm going to pull out one of the bows
Mhm.
that we confiscated, and I am going to spray it with some pheromones.
Ooh. Like your own? Mm-hmm. Okay, what do these pheromones do?
They are extremely potent, and they are extremely attractive to reptilian beings.
Okay.
Girl, what's that smell?
Oh, you never smelled something like this before, have you, Mama?
How do
Holy
you
shit.
produce the pheromones? What is the process?
So I have a very brightly colored flap that I can extend from my neck, and at the tip of the flap, they just I produce little dewdrops of pure pheromone.
You hear from behind you Komodo say,
Oh, wowie, wow. What are you doing to me with that?
Calm down, big boy. This is for that wyvern over there.
okay, and so you're going to put those on the tip of an arrow?
I am going to let my flap go wild and gently dab the arrow like a beauty blending sponge on my drops of pheromone.
Where are you going to aim?
I'm going to aim directly to the left. So I guess at this point that would be due north.
Yeah, in that direction, the ridge slopes down to, there's some tall trees, and that river you heard earlier is kind of snaking around through there. So, yeah, go ahead and make a ranged attack roll. That'll be d20 plus your dexterity plus proficiency.
All right, I'm going to roll a ranged attack.
With a range throw of the die.
Altogether, that's an 8.
Okay.
The best laid plans.
So with a twang, these bows were not very well made, the ones you confiscated from the dwarves. So the string actually kind of snaps as you fire it. The arrow lobs up and then lands about 60 feet in front of you in sort of a patch of dirt. And so you hear coming from the wyvern,
God, these cheap
Your
freaking
neck.
bows.
Your neck utter magic is gonna get us killed, girl.
I didn't know that they had such crappy weapons.
Well, we're about to find out what we're about to do with this fucking wyvern.
the wyvern swoops up into the sky, folds its wings, descends, and starts sniffing and snuffling around the arrow, and starts behaving a little bit like a cat on catnip. Like it's kind of like rubbing its cheek into the dirt and sniffing and kind of like rolling its shoulders seductively, like in the motion picture event Cats. So you've had an effect, but he is now pretty much right in your path.
You're like Taylor Swift in the movie Cats. Sprinkling your magic sex dust everywhere. What are we gonna do about that? You should go write that one.
I'm going to go up to the wyvern.
Okay, and what are
This
you gonna
sounds
do?
like a horrible idea. Love it.
Whoa, they warned us about these things. They're a little dangerous.
I don't know. Something is just drawing me to it. I can't explain it. I feel a connection to it.
Okay, what do you intend to do to the wyvern?
I'm going to start releasing my flap.
Okay, you're gonna give it a try to like a full dose of pheromone?
Oh, absolutely. I'm letting my neck frills out. I'm letting my neck flap out. And all of my scales are standing up on edge. The closer I get to the wyvern, the bigger everything starts to get.
Okay, roll animal handling with advantage.
Oh, geez, that little iguana's gonna get eaten.
I got a 10.
Okay.
So you approach, and the wyvern definitely notices you because you're not making an effort to conceal yourself. It's able to pull itself away from the arrow because there's now a much stronger source of pheromone, and it charges at you and tackles you. And it rolls an 8. It comes down on top of you, but not with its full weight. It kind of gets you like in the crook of its armpit, and you kind of like slide in between its little T-Rex arm. And do they have arms?
Wyverns?
This one does. It's a mutant.
Okay, great.
Front leg.
So
Wing claw.
you're in between its wing claw and its heaving chest. So you're not taking his full weight on top of you, but you are taking 6 points of bludgeoning damage from.
Oh my god, this thing is heavy.
Irene, this is no time to be playing matchmaker. What are you doing, girl? I know you're
Just
lonely, but
Watch.
And it is
need some help?
writhing on top of you, kind of grinding its hips into the sand pit while you're trapped under its arm.
All right, I'm going to. I'm gonna snort and the biggest loogie that I can. Turn my head to the left and just spit as much pheromone as far as I can.
because it worked so well the first 2 times. Let's keep it going.
He's paying attention.
Make another ranged attack.
God, these rolls, you guys. Oh my god, it's a 7.
Okay, so you hit it right in the face. And it turns out this is exactly what it is into. It is
Loving
he
it.
is taking deep breaths and then starts smashing his enormous skull into you. Sort of like, I think he's trying to be affectionate, but it's not really.
Irene,
working
you're
it quite
literally
that
being
way.
skull fucked right now.
And you are going to take 9 points of bludgeoning damage from
mama.
the wyvern's affectionate skull.
This was not. If I had known these rolls were going to be so terrible, I wouldn't have done this. All right.
Well, I'm glad you learned your lesson, not the first, second, or the third time. Okay, I'm going to intervene at this point, because as much fun as it looks like my sister's having, I'm going to see if I can, like, help at least distract it. So I'm going to go ahead and use my duct tape whip to wrap around the neck of the wyvern to try and pull it off of Irene.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Okay, 16.
Okay, that is going to hit. How much damage does it do?
6.
So the wyvern takes 6 points of damage, and now it's kind of snapping out of its erotic reverie, and it is looking in the direction of Bosco, Jort, Komodo, and the 2 bound dwarves. And in this moment, Bosco and Jort, what is it that you want to do?
We have to save Irene. She is my best friend. I need her to stay with us, but I'm not trying to cock block her, but we're going to do a little bit of cock blocking. So can you help me pull this wyvern off of her?
Jort's behind a tree.
All right, Jortless in Seattle. Here we are.
Komodo hesitantly reaches into his vest and pulls out a vial of rainbow-colored liquid that the not super high investigation check missed, and says,
This may be of some help.
What is this?
If you recall, when you found the animals, they were in a bit of a flushed and dilated stupor.
Oh, this is the magic poppers.
Well, call them what you will. We call them
Poppers.
We call them Toad Rush.
You call them what?
Toad Rush.
Toad Rush.
This is enough Toad Rush for many animals. Perhaps it is enough of a dose for a creature the size of a wyvern.
All right. Here's the plan. I'm going to try and dose this fucking dragon. I'm going to need like a distraction. We need to get Irene out of there. Irene, how you doing?
I'm kind of starting to get into this. I
Baby,
think I'm
how
going
you
to bite
doing?
it.
Feeling good as hell.
There we are.
All right. Well, she's out for a moment then. So, Komodo, I'm going to need you to distract this wyvern while I can get close enough. Do you think you can do that for me?
Of course.
All right. I'm going to try and sneak up and dose this wyvern. So, stealth roll?
yeah, do stealth.
Okay. Cool. 11.
Because Komodo at this point is doing the worm to distract the wyvern, you can roll with advantage.
Okay. 10, so 11.
Okay.
I'm going to. I truly am getting into this. And it turns out the wyvern was into spitting. So I'm just going to make a leap of faith and assume the wyvern's into biting. So I'm going to use my hungry jaws and bite the wyvern.
Okay, where are you biting it?
Well, right now I'm underneath its chest, so I'm just going to reach up a little bit and give it a bite on the neck.
Ooh, okay. Roll an attack roll.
18.
18. Okay, yep, that is able to puncture the wyvern's scales. And how much damage is that going to do?
9.
All right, so the wyvern yelps, and you have surmised correctly that in this particular state, it is into it.
I knew you were freaky like that.
And
Sis,
so
you're definitely going to need these poppers if this continues. I need to get her these poppers.
And so its attention is now off Bosco, and Bosco, you have a few seconds now. Irene has opened up a window where you can make it over to the wyvern.
All right. Well, now at this point in their sexual relations, I'm confused whether or not Irene's going to need the poppers or if it's going to be the wyvern. So,
I'm looking at the wyvern. I'm like, do you have protection?
do you know your status?
Did you take Truvada this morning?
When were you tested? Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and try and incapacitate the wyvern with the poppers, the magic poppers.
Okay, are you going to try to throw it or get right in its face?
I am going to tie it to the end of my whip, and then I'm going to sling it around to smash it into his face.
Got it. Make an attack roll with your whip.
Cool. Oh, well, not going great. 10.
You've attached the little vial to the end of your duct tape whip. You snap it out, crack, and it hits Irene in the face and shatters. But it is close enough to the wyvern that the wyvern also gets a big whiff of it. So both Irene and the wyvern are now taking in this dose of Toad Rush. Irene, however, it is a lot for you.
I am feeling relaxed.
And so the wyvern's thrashing sort of stops and becomes more of a cuddling. And there's kind of a rolling around a little bit in the sand pit until the wyvern ends up on its back. So now you're kind of exposed on the upper part of the wyvern. It heaves a big sigh and an egg rolls out. And it falls asleep.
This post-coital bliss. Okay. Well, seeing as...
guys, what's up?
Girl, I'm going to need you to just sit down for just a moment. We're just going to let this ride out for you.
Do you guys want to get brunch?
Absolutely. But first things first, I'm going to sit you over here, babe. You just hang out.
All right.
I'm going to use my rope to try and secure the wyvern. That way, while it's chilling, I don't have to worry about it coming after us. Try and, ease the path.
Sure. And Komodo approaches and says, I have some experience in these matters. I can assist you if you would like.
Good at knot tying?
Indeed.
Good to know.
I suspect this wyvern's into that, too. It seems to...
We didn't even get a safe word from this wyvern.
All right. So roll sleight of hand, and you can do it with advantage because you're getting help.
Cool. That's 16.
Okay, that's sufficient.
'Kay.
Yeah, you have successfully tied up the wyvern.
Work. Okay. Jort, where did Jort go?
I was supervising the dwarves.
How are you hiding behind a tree? We're on a cliff. Did you bring your own tree?
I thought it might come in handy.
Does
What an
Jort travel with
incredible
a...
ability to just summon shrubbery
I just had some
at any
branches.
inopportune time.
You can do something.
I'm going to remember that.
Yeah, I was just holding up some branches in front of my face.
They were in the bag with him.
All right. Well, thank you for all of your assistance, Jort. Komodo, actually, thank you. This has been very helpful of you. Thank you for allowing us to use your poppers.
No problem.
Sorry that there was none left to share, but I think Irene got her filling.
Am I still dazed?
Yeah, so
Hell
Irene,
yeah.
you are going to be under the effects of the Toad Rush for the next hour.
Oh, great. What are the specific effects of Toad Rush?
You are going to have disadvantage on rolls that require coordination.
She doesn't need any more disadvantage on those rolls.
On rolls that require what?
Coordination.
Okay. Sickening.
Look at this egg, though. I could take this back. This would be quite a trophy if I told him I killed a wyvern.
I think that's my egg. I don't think you have claim to that egg.
Do you have custody on that egg, Irene?
We have joint custody.
Oh,
Me and
you get to see it
Scalisha.
on the weekends.
Yeah, basically.
Do you have a name for the egg?
Egg. It's spelled differently.
Yeah, there's a silent J.
It's A G. Egg.
Egg.
You say it like a Midwesterner says egg.
Oh, egg.
Egg.
Yeah, it's an egg.
Are you going to cook me some eggs?
I'd love some eggs from the dragon.
Uh-huh, the dragon egg.
Oh my god, the drag queen dragon with its eggs. Well, would you like to take your child with you?
I'm just going to put it in my pack.
All right. Has anybody seen the dwarves? Where did they end up in all this?
Oh, yeah. I got him right over here. I've been supervising how they're tied up.
All right, the dwarves.
We got, okay, checklist.
Komodo.
Dwarves. Lizard. Jort.
Egg.
Egg.
And I'm feeling great.
Yeah. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good, girl.
Thank you, Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Stop. All right, let's...
All right. We need to find camp. You need to sit down, so we need to get you somewhere safe as soon as possible.
Girl.
Sure. Do you want to look for a place to do a short rest?
I think that would be ideal.
I mean...
Yeah, we're going to go take a short rest.
Okay, I assume not right in front of the wyvern.
No.
Okay.
We're going to try and... We're on a passage?
Ridge.
You were on a
Ridge,
you were on a
that's the word I would
ridge,
like.
on the Proud Peaks.
You want to leave your
Alright.
number by the wyvern or something? Or just peace
I just
out?
like longingly look at the wyvern as we leave. I'll never forget you.
You didn't even know his name.
I leave like a little like faint scratch. It's like a falling scratch. Another
All right.
notch in the cot post.
Boy, something back there smelled delicious.
Put those flaps away, mama.
Part 4, The Permission Mission.
In the wilds to the east of the great city of Glamalala, Glamazon novices Irene Dubois and Bosco seek shelter after an exhausting series of encounters with the local wildlife. So about a half hour up the ridge, you are well out of sight of the wyvern at this point, heading ever upward, the air getting colder and colder, the soil actually getting kind of crunchy, almost like there's a frost forming on it. But you do find evidence of a place where a fire pit had been set up off to the side of the trail. You know, it doesn't look like it's been used recently, but you see a ring of stones and some like black charcoal at the bottom of it. So this seems like it would be a pretty safe place to rest if you wanted to.
Oh, look, there's a camp up there. Perfect. Komodo, is this your doing? I thought you said that your hunting grounds ended. Is this somebody else's
Yeah,
camp?
did you
Yeah, that's
did
okay,
you
girl.
do this?
Komodo.
Is this you? Komodo.
This was not our doing, no. I assumed it was Glamazon.
I don't think we have much of a choice. Jort, let's set up camp. Let's make sure that everyone's... We're going to... Irene, you take a seat. Yeah, perfect, girl.
Yeah, you'll be in charge of setting the fire. I'll keep an eye on these jokers over here, and he'll yank on the dwarf rope.
And Komodo, no offense, but I appreciate you, but I surely don't trust you. So I'm going to have to tie you up against
You're
something.
tying him up.
Yeah.
I told you to.
Thought you were asleep.
Jort,
Oh, wow. Go back to sleep. Yeah.
No, he's good. He's fine. He's been so helpful. He knew what to do with the wyvern. Maybe he could be like on watch or something.
You want the person that we're turning in to watch us while we sleep.
Well, we gotta sleep.
Yeah, we're going to do it in
I gotta take a
shifts.
nap.
You can take a nap. I'm staying up, and I want to keep an eye on him. So I would love to be able to just tie him up. Why does that matter, Jort? Why can't...
I'll keep
We can-
watch.
No. Jort, why does that matter?
No, he's one of my guys. He does whatever I tell. Hey, Komodo, you're not gonna do anything shifty, right?
Komodo, no.
Yeah, he's not
Komodo,
gonna do
no.
anything shifty.
See, maybe we put it to a vote. Me, Komodo, and Irene versus Bosco.
I vote the dwarves.
Wasn't an option.
Komodo votes dwarf.
What does that mean?
Dwarves.
I vote dwarf.
We all vote dwarf.
What is that?
You gotta go with the dwarves.
What is that going? What does that mean?
Let me dwarves. What does it mean?
It means you free the dwarves.
I don't think that's a
guess
good idea.
The the majority has it.
No. We tie Komodo up and free the dwarves.
Oh dear.
And tie Jord up.
Oh, well, now I'm kind of into this. This sounds interesting. I don't understand why, and I don't understand
Can you
how
hold
this
my
is gonna.
egg?
Yeah, here, I'll hold that girl. Do I need to hold your hair? I'm gonna throw up.
Wait, is this... Okay, hold on. Is this a trick to get them to trust us?
Sure. Yeah, let's, I just want to know more about their backstory. I want to know more about them, and we've had enough Komodo time. So, and I feel like you and Komodo have a very special connection. So I'm going to tie you two up at this point, because I can't trust either of you.
Okay, yeah. We're on the same team, so we get tied up, and then you and the dwarves
Yeah, you do,
are gonna guard us.
Exactly. Get to know Komodo, investigate a little bit,
Yeah.
bond.
Okay.
It's a male bonding. Love that.
Bondage.
Male bondage. As all good bonding starts with. So I'm going to go ahead and tie Jordan and Komodo together.
Okay.
All right. No more. Leave everything as it is now.
Chilling.
In a moment of soberness.
You're right.
Actually, tea.
Yeah, team. Okay. So Irene's incapacitated, but all right. Jordan and Komodo are tied together. And Jordan's okay with it for some reason, but I'm not going to question
Yeah,
it.
you're making sure that we're safe.
Yeah, exactly. This is about your safety, Jort. I'm actually gonna leave the dwarves. I know we voted dwarves, but like they're gonna chill. And I'm gonna keep watch.
Okay, so if you want to do a short rest, it's an hour, and you can roll to get some hit points back. If you want to do a long rest, it's a full 8 hours, and you would get everything back, but you did have 24 hours to complete your training mission, so you would eat up a lot of time. Like, it would pretty much bring you to early the next morning.
I think we're gonna have to do a short rest, then continue on, because I need Irene. I need you back at full strength for us to continue on. But we're almost out of time for our assignment, and we need.
What time do we start?
9.
9 a.m.
Okay.
What time is it now?
8 p.m.
Okay.
I think if we take a quick nap, Baruski, and continue on, we can get the prisoners.
I at least
cliff.
need to sleep this off.
I'll give you that much, yeah. And I'll watch your egg.
Egg. You're saying it wrong. It's egg, not egg.
Okay, the egg.
Listen. Egg.
Egg.
No. Egg.
Are you saying like ag is in bag?
No. Egg.
Egg.
You're not gonna get it. All right.
All right. Short resting.
Okay, so if anybody needs to recover hit points,
God.
you each rolled a hit die last time, but you should have at least one more.
Yeah, I have one left.
Okay.
Tea.
And you can add your
12.
Constitution modifier.
I got 15 back, so I'm back at max health.
Mama, what the heck?
Uh-huh.
All right, so after about an hour around the campfire, Irene, you have pretty much sobered up.
Ooh. Did I just
Yes.
copy? Okay.
Yeah, you sure did. Whew.
Wow.
Yeah. How was that?
Incredible.
You know, it's been a while for me, so I'm a little bit jealous.
Yeah.
Also, I want to get my hands on some of those poppers for non-medical uses.
I've got a killer headache now.
Well, I don't think you've had any oxygen get to your brain for the past hour, so I imagine it hurts a little bit.
I gotta tell you though, my VCR's spotless.
Clean.
Uh-huh.
I think we can continue on, girl. You ready? Continue.
Why is Jort tied to the lizard?
They both consented with it. It was the only way that I could get them to keep from moving.
Honestly, I'd rather them stay that way. So let's just
Yeah?
keep that
They seem
momentum
okay with it.
going.
Cool.
Is that an egg?
It sure is.
I don't know why, but can I hold that?
Yeah, this is yours, actually.
What?
Yeah, dude.
I laid an egg?
You didn't
What
lay
hole
the-
did that come out of?
Plot twist, you didn't lay the egg. The wyvern did. I don't know what the poppers were for, but I don't know about a lot of things.
Cool. I'll just take that. And do you mind if I just take care of this?
If you feel like it, I was kind of hungry.
Oh, it's
but
so cold. I'm hungry. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know why I am craving brunch.
Omelets, hello.
That would feel wrong to eat a piece of me though, so I'm just gonna tuck this away into my bag.
Fine. Let's gather up the prisoners.
Hey,
Plus Jort.
prisoners and Jort, gather yourselves.
Prisoners adjacent.
Did you gag, Jort?
No, I enjoy the commentary. Okay.
Same.
All right, I've been keeping an eye on this guy. You don't think he's getting anywhere?
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right, Jort?
First lesson of Ranger School.
That's the first thing I taught you.
You're infiltrating their camp, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think they suspect a thing.
He's so good.
He's incredible. We have a lot to learn.
Honestly, Jort, this is amazing.
All right, so you continue toward the peak to the east, and the frosty soil eventually becomes sort of ankle-deep snow. And after another half hour or so, it seems your journey is nearly at an end. You see before you a steep mountain crest, and towering above it, a sheer cliff with 5 enormous boulders dangling over the side. It is your destination, Cliffhanger Crest. And the ranger station, Jort would know.
There it is, just like I said. Ranger station.
Or Jort doesn't know that it's at the...
That's up way up at the top. We got to somehow get up there past the boulders. That's Cliffhanger Crest.
Oh, God, if Sheila were here, she could just fly us up there.
That would have been ideal. Okay, we're almost there. We're going to have time to spare. We're going to make it back by the end of this exam.
We're going to tell them
This
all
is going-
about how free Petty LaBelle was.
She was living and how incredibly helpful Jort was. Thanks.
Yeah.
So let's head up. Let's head up this cliff.
All right. Walking up the cliff.
could everyone
walking.
roll perception?
I have the feeling that something might happen. Oh, no, I don't. 8.
I haven't rolled a single good roll this whole game, but I'm going to perceive the fuck out of whatever this is.
I can perceive that for you.
Just kidding. I got a 13.
Okay.
8 for Jort.
8.
So as you are walking forward toward the cliff, Bosco and Jort, you're looking straight ahead. You notice some snowflakes in the air, and you don't notice that you are both about to step on some ice. And I'm going to need you both to make dexterity saving throws.
11.
9.
Okay, so you both slip on the ice, and Jort, because you are tied to all of the prisoners, the entire bundle of prisoners and Bosco are now sliding down the southern slope of the ridge. Irene, you were able to see the ice in time, so you shifted your weight and were able to stop from falling. But the entire prisoner bundle and Bosco are now sliding rapidly down the side of the hill.
Well, I'm just going to take a little step here. Whoa!
All right.
Me and my bundle of prisoners.
How far down is it?
They are now about 20 feet away from you. So we're going to just kind of freeze time
Right,
for a moment.
yeah.
If they keep going, I mean, this would go all the way down to the bottom of the mountain and certain death, so.
Oh, grand. All right.
This is less than ideal.
I didn't sign up for this.
Don't worry, I got an eye on them.
All right. I'm going to take out my great axe and smash it into the ice in an effort to create some cracks with which they could grab onto.
Okay, make an attack roll with your great axe.
7.
Total?
Total?
Okay.
It says it all.
So your great axe collides with the ice, but the ice is a little thicker than you were anticipating. It does send sort of vibrations through it that cause Bosco and the bundle of prisoners to bounce ever so slightly. And so their trajectory is now a little bit more parallel than straight down. So you've bought yourself a little bit of time, but they are still sliding down the hill. They're now about 40 feet away. And I am going to say that Bosco and Jort, you do have an opportunity to take an action if you want. We're going to, again, kind of like freeze time here.
Did I use all of my rope on the wyvern or just some of my rope?
I think to tie up a whole wyvern, you probably used all of it.
I am going to tie my whip to an arrow, and I'm going to shoot it towards the top to at least save myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can hold on to anybody when I do this, but I at least can stable myself. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot an arrow up towards the ice to give me something to hold on to with my whip.
Okay, make a ranged attack.
18.
Okay, you're whipping the arrow and lodging it into the ice about 10-15 feet above you. And now make a strength saving throw.
9.
You whip the duct tape whip, the arrow lodges into the ice, you have stopped, but your grip is not as strong as it could be, and so you're not able at this point to pull yourself up. And Jort.
Jort's gonna try to bounce a little bit into the air, and he goes, okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna throw us to the side a little bit, and Komodo, you use your fire breath to melt the ice.
My what?
You got fire breath, right? Here we go.
I think. Oh.
What are you rolling?
Don't worry about it. Could you give me an athletics check?
10.
Okay, Komodo got a 15, and so between the two of you, you are able to bounce the door. It's like, and you are able to get a little bit more parallel to the side of the mountain, but you are still sliding downward. It's just no longer quite so steep.
Can you reach the shrubbery I've got in my pack? Can I maybe use that to slow us?
Okay, I'm going to do sleight of hand. That's going to be an 11. No.
Oh, man, we're really tied up good. Oh, those kids did a good job. Real
Okay.
proud of them.
So, Bosco, you are halted about 40 feet away from Irene. Jort, you're now 60 feet away with the bundle of prisoners, and Irene.
Are they all still falling?
The bundle is still falling, yeah. Bosco is not. Bosco is steady, but hasn't been able to pull up yet.
This is quite a pickle we're in.
Yeah. How far away am I from Bosco?
40 feet.
All right. I'm going to stick my claws into the ice and slowly descend, letting myself slide very slowly because my claws are stuck in the ice down to Bosco, at which point I'm going to stick all of my claws into the ice.
Okay, I think you can do athletics with advantage here because you're using your claws, which you are not only proficient in, but you've had them your whole life, so you know how they work.
For sure. 17.
Okay.
And then that was a 21.
Okay.
Work.
Yeah, you are very skillfully able to descend the slope and get to Bosco. And what do you want to do once you get there?
Hey, girl.
Hey, this is not going very well. I'm chillin'. However, our bundle of prisoners, plus Jort, is currently falling, and I don't really have any great ideas, but
There's no
your nails
way.
look incredible.
Thank
Where'd
you.
get, is those the kiss press-ons?
Oh, these,
Yeah.
I need to fill in.
Oh my god.
These are terrible.
No, they're incredible. Is that the coffin style? Oh, I love that.
Absolutely, they are now that I've slid through the ice. Just filed them down to a knot point. There's no way that I can get to them faster than they are falling. But this kind of solves our
Well,
Rigo problem.
you know, maybe we just go back at this point and just blow off that part of the plot and finish the ranger exam. Crisis averted.
Maybe the ranger station will be able to make a salvage mission down to the bottom
To
of...
pick up their bodies?
Yeah.
So the bundle with Jort and the prisoners is tumbling down the icy slope. It's picking up speed, and Jort, whatever you do next, that is going to be your last chance. After that, you're going to be moving too fast, and no one's going to be able to save you.
Oh, great. The fate of all of the prisoners relies on the most competent of people in our party.
I got it. Here we go. Jort's just like bouncing on his head, like literally on his face, like hits every time.
It takes every muscle in my body to utter this, and I almost vomit saying it. You can do it, Jort.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it now.
This storyline depends on you.
Okay, maybe I could like yodel and start an avalanche to slow our descent.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, Jort's gonna start. Okay, I'm just gonna make a loud noise. I'm gonna try to start like some snow to fall or something.
Oh, we need a yodel.
Ricola, please.
Oh my god, what is that?
Get him a lozenge.
Roll performance.
16.
Okay, there is a snowpack at the top of the peak, and it comes loose and starts tumbling down the cliff. You are sliding eastward down the ice,
Okay.
while from the northeastern peak, the snow has come loose and is now tumbling in your direction. And you collide with the snow.
Oh, good, it worked.
Yes, it completely covers the bundle of prisoners, and you are going to take 10 points. Everyone's taking 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Including...
I'm going to say, Bosco and Irene, you can make a dexterity saving throw.
Popping bottles in the ice.
Yeah, I got a 9.
17.
Bosco, you see the avalanche coming, and using your lightning fast reflexes, you are able to swing on the whip and get out of the way of the worst of it. But you do take it in the face, Irene, and take 10 points of damage.
At least I get to hang onto this cliff with my claws.
Yeah, it's not going to knock you off, but...
Sick.
And you're used to taking it in the face.
Jort and the bundle of prisoners, you are buried now under probably a couple feet of snow.
Irene, the snow has actually just kind of kept moving past you, so there's snow all around you, but you're not covered. And Bosco, you are on top of the snow, and it's actually covered up the ice, so you have more traction now than you did before.
Well, I gotta hand it to Jort. That actually pretty much worked.
Clever. Let's climb down and see if
Okay.
we can get them out.
All right, we're gonna trudge over there, and it looks like they're buried underneath all of this snow.
At least a few feet.
How do you know?
Just by perception.
Incredible. Do we try and dig them out?
Oh, we gotta. Come
yeah.
on.
All right. I still have my shield. I suppose I can use it as like a shovel to try and dig the prisoners out.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, I think you don't really need to roll. It just takes like 5-10 minutes to
Okay.
fully expose the bundle and get them out of there.
I saved us.
You know what? I'm gonna let him have this
sure
one
did.
actually. So it's a little slippery up there.
Just a tad.
Just a titch. So we're all chilling. Everyone's okay. We're a little bit weaker.
Very chillin'.
Chilled, in fact.
On ice.
Perfect. I suppose we have to get back up there, don't we?
Can we scale this cliff?
With a bundle of prisoners?
So you do see at the top of the cliff that there is what looks like a crane arm hanging out over it with a rope and a bucket, but there doesn't seem to be any way to make it come down from the bottom.
Okay. So I see a crane arm.
With a bucket?
Uh-huh. How big is the bucket?
The bucket is large. It's about 3 feet wide.
Is this something that people use to like scale the cliff normally?
How do you think
what
these
is
boulders
this?
got up here, Mama?
The boulder moving contraption.
I'm going to climb to the top of the cliff to attempt to lower the bucket.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Oh, y'all gotta stop.
Here we
making me
go.
roll. Natural 1.
You get a few feet up the cliff before your foot slips on some ice and you slide back down, and
It's too cold. I can't do anything.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Yeah, you might as well.
I've been having a little bit more luck. Other than the patch of ice, we're gonna go for it. I'm gonna climb up as well. You keep an eye on these hoes.
All right.
We got a very reasonable 11.
okay, you are able to make it a little further than Irene did, but you also slide back down.
It is very slippery.
I told you.
I wasn't doubting you. I just like maybe you'd like numb those nails a little bit.
Oh, the nails are numb.
Numb nails.
I'm so tired and it's so cold and I just want to get to that warm ranger station.
How close are we? Is there like a flare situation that I could maneuver?
You are basically at the base of the cliff, and the station's on the top. The cliff is about 50 feet high, but yeah, I mean, if you could possibly get a signal
All
up
right.
there.
I'm going to attempt to utilize my incredible triangle playing skills to alert the rangers of our presence.
Play us a jaunty tune.
Oh, I definitely
And I'll yodel.
shall. Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Do the two of you want to roll performance?
Absolutely.
17 for Jort, Master Yodeler.
19, even
Ooh.
more master triangle player.
Oh shit!
Hey,
Okay.
we make
start
it
a
out of this, we're
band.
gonna have to start a band.
This is beautiful music.
Can I hear the yodel?
I think my egg just died.
Excellent. Yeah, the dwarves and
Excellent.
Komodo are bopping around in their bundle to that beat.
This shit slaps.
Your new single.
My new single, my single is dropping.
There is no response for a minute or two.
But we get to listen to this jam, so it's
You do.
okay.
You get
It's gonna
to,
freeze out here.
and then you hear a creak echoing between the mountains, and the rope starts to descend. The rope in the bucket starts to descend from the top of the cliff, and then you see this sort of 3-foot wide oaken barrel settle into the snow at the base of the cliff.
That must be the signal.
God, they heard us.
As far as they're concerned, we're just down here giving a concert.
Well, then they should have come down and tipped me,
That part.
right? This isn't free. Looking this great.
right, let's-
So,
Shove these prisoners in the bucket.
who's going to accompany them? Are we just going to send them up as a bundle?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jort's with them. You okay with that, Jort?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I'll go up. We'll do a little yodel on the way.
Make
Okay,
sure they
thank
send
you.
the bucket back down for us, George.
Send the bucket back down for Jort.
No. So close.
Send us the bucket once you're up there.
Jort will send the bucket back down.
Jort, you are killing it right now.
Bring the
All right.
triangle. Don't forget the triangle.
True. All right, so we're going to send our bundle of prisoners up the bucket.
Okay.
Our bop.
Yes.
So you stuff the bundle in. This is 4. Wait, it's two dwarves.
It'd be 4.
4 people. Okay. The dwarves are small, so it is a tight fit in that bucket, but you do all barely manage to fit in there, and very slowly, because it's heavy, you begin to ascend the cliff. And so this process, it's going to take like a couple minutes for them to get up there.
I am absolutely so done with these prisoners.
I am over it. I kind of wish we just like dropped them off in the first place, but we have to follow it through.
It's very soccer mom of us, what we're doing right
Yeah,
now.
this is very like a control freak type of situation. I feel like if we had a minivan like a soccer mom, this would have been tea.
We could have pressed the button and the door would have
Oh,
opened.
I love that
You didn't
noise,
have to
too.
get out of the car.
Yeah, and then like the pack and go seats.
Oh, absolutely. And you know there's a baby in a car seat somewhere.
And it's loudly crying, and I'm not going to acknowledge it.
And my son's friends don't mind. They understand.
Exactly. Barry Manilow is on the radio. It is the
I'm
Copacabana. We
jamming.
are feeling it.
I haven't heard from my husband in 6 hours.
And the bucket has now descended and is waiting for the two of you to enter.
Shall we?
lady.
You. And then you.
Beat me up, Scotty.
Onwards.
All right. The bucket ascends significantly faster this time.
We're so skinny.
I love being skinny.
And as you get to the top of the cliff, you see that the crane arm is attached to a large apparatus with 2 wheels on either side of it. It is a tread wheel crane, which is a kind of crane that is powered by human beings running in a wheel.
Like a tamper.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Gerbil powered.
Okay, so the wheel itself turning is what makes the crane come up.
Yes.
Love it.
And as the bucket comes up and settles onto a wooden platform, the bundle of prisoners emerges from one wheel.
Has Jort and the whole bundle of prisoners, are we still tied up and walking as a tied up bundle?
Indeed, that's why the bucket rose so swiftly.
Okay, here we are. Oh my god. Okay.
It's probably the most exercise you've gotten in months.
Really pulling your own weight?
Yeah, well, I got people to do stuff for me, usually. You guys take over.
Take over what? We're already up here.
Oh, good job. You did it.
Thanks, Jort.
Who got you up here?
When you ask that, from the other side of the crane, you hear some commotion. And
Komodo?
Komodo-ish.
Oh.
And from around the back of the crane, you see a figure who is wearing all yellow and black. They've got a towering wig,
Fucking Hufflepuffs.
dark, round goggles, and they've got an enormous beard of bees.
Beard of bees.
Enormous beard of bees, and on their belt, on one side, they've got a long wand ending in one of those, like sort of honey gathering tips.
Oh, yeah, I know those.
And on the other side of their belt, they've got a metal canister that is emitting thick plumes of purple smoke. And they approach and they go, what is the meaning of this?
You must be in charge here.
That's right, Resplendent Ranger Melissa. What do you? What's brought you?
I thought you were Bert of Bert's Bees. Very confused.
Oh
Well,
the yes. Melissa does a little dance, and after doing the dance, the beard disperses, and the bees kind of swarm around and then gather in the wig and disappear.
T.
Those bees live there.
Yes, that is my beehive.
Have you ever?
Shut the fuck up. I hate it. My name is Irene.
Shalom, it's Bosco.
Greetings.
We are training to be rangers over in Glamalala.
But we also undercovered a secret poacher plot that threatens to disrupt the safety of our city country.
Our city-state.
City-state.
I love it.
And we've been instructed to transport the prisoners to this ranger lookout.
We were told by the great and resplendent Rigo. Are you familiar?
Oh boy. All right. I guess you all better come inside. This way. Melissa leads Irene, Bosco, Jort, and the bundle of prisoners through a field of brightly colored flowers. Even though it's snowing overhead, the snow dissolves into a dewy mist well before it hits the ground. You feel heat emanating up from the ground, and there's sort of an orange glow all over this area at the top of the cliff. You make your way through rows of blooming marigolds, and you see a ring of standing stones covered in glowing runes, and next to it a modest dome-shaped building covered in flowering vines. And Melissa gestures toward the door, inviting all of you in.
Goes in.
I accept.
Entrada.
Inside the domed building, it's warm and cozy. There's an orange glow coming from pipes running along the wall. In the center, there's a large circular pool of water, and Melissa leads you past that to a door in the back that leads to a smaller dome with several animal pens, and says, "We don't really have any prison cells, but I think this will do for now."
This is a level of poetic justice that we could not arrange ourselves, so that sounds perfect.
Stick 'em in, boys.
Are you going to free Jort, or does Jort go in with them?
George, make your case as to why.
Why do you deserve to go to heaven? I think we can untie Jort.
Not that one. That one's
He
one's
did
with
some
us.
great yodeling.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
there.
I'm in charge. I'm the boss here.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. And so the outsiders are all put into the animal pen. Melissa waves the long honeycomb wand, and a wall of force appears around the pen, a shimmering magical force field. And Melissa turns to Jort and says, "I've got a very important assignment for someone of your caliber. I would like you to stay here and keep an eye on these prisoners while I take these other two ranger novices and we just go deal with some incidental stuff in the kitchen."
All right, yeah. I guess I'll have just a basic black coffee, no cream, no sugar. Keep an eye on these guys for you. Try not to take too long.
All right, I'll see what we can do. Thank you, Jort. And
Killing it, Jort.
all right, so Irene and Bosco, Melissa leads you back into that first room that you were in and goes over to a small stove and puts up a kettle of water and turns back to you and asks, "Your ranger friend down there."
Oh, I wouldn't call him a ranger.
Or a friend, really, but
Yeah,
Our,
definitely a he though.
yeah, that part is definitely correct.
You got his pronouns correct.
What's your take on him?
Gosh, in a word, disaster,
Reliably incompetent, consistent.
and yet so confident.
I did pick up on that. When he came up in the bucket with the prisoners, he was trying to give me orders, and I got the sense that you two might be a little bit more
On the ball.
on the ball.
This is our very first training mission ever, and he's kind of been stalking us to give us a hard time, and unfortunately has found his way into more trouble than he's worth.
I do have to give it up for him for saving the prisoners, though.
After he almost lost them.
Well, I wasn't doing much to help the situation. So.
Are you ever?
No, not really. I'm here for banter. Yeah, he's kind of just like this mean upperclassman that secretly loves us. So
Oh, obsessed.
absolutely.
You know he's got our
Why-
photos in his wallet.
Mhm. Add it to the spank bank.
All right, so what exactly did Rigo say to you?
That was hours ago.
Some really weird stuff. He basically just told us that were we to turn in the prisoners that we had caught to the city and explain in full what we presumed they were up to, that it could cause other people to start a war?
It sounds like they'd be able to utilize the idea of poachers coming in and stealing from us to basically get the entire country behind them to go to war with the rest of
Everyone,
honestly,
really, just to
this
kind
is
of-
the first day on our training job. Like this is a little bit above our pay grade.
Yeah,
so
I was focused on an otter.
as it happens. You
Yeah.
know, I am often focused on orders.
It just kind of threw us for a loop, and we decided that we didn't want to go against the advice.
No, it seemed like a pretty sticky situation to get ourselves into. So I suppose we're looking towards you now for our next step.
We were
'cause
hoping that you'd have some kind of insight.
we've been through quite a journey to get here.
Oh my gosh, perilous.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Your first day, you say, huh?
I don't even know if this counts as our
it's
first day
not a
because we're still
full
in
day,
training.
yeah.
I haven't been hired. I have not seen the coin.
I have not passed a test.
Was not asked what my booking fee was.
No, this is unpaid labor at this point.
This is like an internship.
This is very much the first charity gig. Like, no
Oh,
one has offered us a
absolutely. This
booking.
is a court gig.
We're not even competing. We're not even keeping our tips at this point.
We weren't offered any to begin with.
No. I mean, here's a tip. Get out of here. But
Well, that's rough. And what do each of you make of the prisoners?
Honestly, Komodo's been pretty chill. Other than like the poaching animals bit, he's helped us quite a bit.
no, I'm not feeling the fantasy. I think that he's smart. He knows that if he endears himself to us, we'll be more likely to let our guard down, and then he can make a break for it. He was running this entire operation, which was a sophisticated and complex operation. They'd kidnapped a variety of animals using traps and chemicals. He's got the dwarfs under his thumb.
He had plenty of chances to get away while we were escorting him in, especially while you were making a new girlfriend
Okay.
for a significant amount of time.
Moving on.
Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
know, Mazel.
I'll show you my egg if you want. I think that they were doing what they had to do to make ends meet, but that doesn't mean that what they were doing was right. I hope that you know what to do with them, because we couldn't figure it out.
No, it was quite the moral dilemma.
The pickle.
So we are, this is the buck, and we are passing it.
Yeah, so if you are done with us.
Look, I'm sorry you got involved in this. I imagine it's not what you thought your ranger training was going to be like.
Not particularly.
I just
was
wanted to have fun with an otter.
Don't we all?
I mean, I get it. None of this was your fault, right? Let me ask you, have either of you ever been through rebeautification?
What's
Come
that?
again?
Well, that's good. That's good. Rebeautification is for Glamazons who have transgressed, and they need to go through a certain program of community service and education and reflection and repentance. And when someone goes through rebeautification, they are often compelled to show their memories to the inquirers. The inquirers can see the actions that the person did, they can hear the words that they said, but they don't know their intentions. And one of the things that's used in that process is this brew that I've prepared called True Tea. The person who drinks it can speak no lies. Now, that doesn't mean they're compelled to say anything, but if they do say something, it has to be the truth. And Melissa holds the cup out and drinks it. Looks to the two of you and says, "You can ask me anything you want."
Mama, she spilled the tea.
What do you actually think about Irene's nails?
It looks like they've been worn down a little recently.
Oh my gosh. Maybe if the entrance to the station weren't at the end of an icy ridge, I wouldn't
Yeah,
have
who
had
decided
to
on the location of this one? This one's
scale down an icy cliff.
putting the scales and scaling a cliff.
This is one of the arcane power stations that powers Glamalala, and they can only be built in places where you're able to mix large amounts of magma and water safely. So this pool of water here, that's the source of water, and then the volcanic mountain ridge that we're in is where the magma comes from.
Well, you really do have to answer any question, don't you?
I like this. A little bit of exposition to keep us going.
Yeah.
Establish that point of reference. Yes.
And as for it being so hard to get to, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I took this assignment to be the Lone Ranger, not that Lone Ranger, to be the Lone Ranger on top of the cliff because I don't entirely agree with everything that goes on in Glamalala.
What do you not agree with?
There are factions in Glamalala, powerful factions, who are very eager to return to an old way of being where Glamalala was at war with various outsiders in a constant cycle of invasion and conflict and violence.
Okay, and it sounds like
That's what Rigo's
That's
been
what
talking
Rigo
about.
said, and it sounds like both you and Rigo exist on the side that wants to maintain peace.
I can't speak for Inquirer Kalis, but to me, he's always seemed sympathetic to the idea that we Glamazons should open up to cooperation with the outside world.
I am in that camp too. Are you not in that camp?
Oh, no, I am, but it's not a popular opinion. In fact, in some circles, that can actually get you into a lot of trouble, saying that out loud.
Oh,
Well,
really?
it does make sense with kind of how he's been phrasing this entire thing and leaving the choices up to us without outright telling us exactly what he thought.
Very that. It truly felt like he wanted us to decide to, I don't know, ixnay the Isener's prey.
And your novices, this is you said your first mission?
I wouldn't even call us novices. Little babes.
Yeah.
Like nubiles.
Baby queens.
Baby queens.
Mm-hmm. Just got our eyebrow block done for the first time. Looks like oatmeal.
Yeah, our very first amateur contest.
Uh-huh.
We're going to fall probably.
The wig is not staying on.
We think
but it does
two
have
bobby
bangs.
pins. It has and they are
bangs
sweaty.
The issue is, now that you've seen these outsiders, you're in this, I'm in this, we're all in the middle of this mess. And
are we all going to fit?
I stretch to accommodate.
That's what the poppers are for.
The toad rush.
Toad rush.
I know you probably don't want this sort of responsibility, but you two, you're the future of the Glamazons, not me. I'm an old bitch. Like it or not, the decisions you make are going to decide how this world turns out. You know, I know it's not fair to put these decisions on you, but we're all in this, and it's your future.
Thank God we're not in a situation where we're under a lot of pressure.
No, that would be terrible. I don't think anyone's ever said this before, but we are the future of drag.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah, I
you
think
believe
that
the
is-
children
yeah.
are the future?
I believe that we are the children that are the future.
Well, what kind of future do the two of you want?
Well, I'd like a future where the Glamazons open up their gates and allow the rest of the world to see the majesty that we've created.
See, I just want healthcare. I think that would be really tea.
That part.
Very prudent.
Well, what would you have us do with the prisoners then?
Well, so broadly speaking, I see a couple of options in front of us. You could take the prisoners up the hill to the Frosted Tip. There's a Panfrost station there. You can transport them back to the city and turn them in Glamalala. It's option one. Now, if you do that, no one's going to question that you've done your duty as rangers. You'll be well rewarded, and the incident will probably get turned into sensational news, whip people up, start a lot of anti-outsider sentiment in the city. Or you could, and I realize this sounds a little dark, just see to it that no one ever finds out about these prisoners. They disappear. There's no record of them. The penalty for trespassing is death, so you would be within the law if you made that choice.
Well, girl, what do you think?
I don't know. I don't want to start any kind of xenophobic propaganda machine, but at the same time, I feel like we have to bring the prisoners to justice. They were harming animals, and you know that's not my tea.
That is not your tea. However, we did get quite a bit of backstory, and some might say too much.
That's true. Yeah, so there's one person tied to the trolley car tracks.
I'm pulling the lever. They're all going down.
Can I tie them all to the same? The problem is that these lizard folk dwarf collectives do not have enough. Is that because Glamalala is not sharing enough?
I understand what you are saying, and I can empathize with it.
They told us that they were selling the animals to make money for their village.
Why did their village need money?
I don't know, a gambling addiction?
They bought too many Kalinas, and they can't afford rent anymore.
Something like that, yeah. They gave all their money to Daniel Tellis, and he hasn't
and he
returned the
ghosted
deposit.
them a week before the gig.
Something like that.
I have time for their plight, but I also want to take care of myself and my people first.
For sure, and also the animals.
And also the animals.
If they leave, what's to stop them from sending another group to finish their job, to come back themselves to finish the job, and then where
Is
does
there
that
some
put
sort
us?
of collateral that we could get from them?
And
to
I don't want
ensure?
to. Well, for sure, that kind of could work. But then, collateral aside, we're not solving the problem, which is that they are from a place that is in need. And I don't want to reward their transgressions, but at the same time, if we don't fix the problem, then the symptoms aren't going to stop. So it seems like the solution would be to find out where they're from, why they're suffering, and to do what we can to alleviate that suffering while bringing these perpetrators of kidnapping and enslaving and selling animals to justice.
But justice would once again put them in the limelight and allow people to utilize that cause to go to war with them, which probably would not aid their village either.
You don't think that we could make them see that they were acting out of... Oh, right, of course. We could just give them a slap on the wrist and a tap on the fanny and hope that that's the end of it.
I'm thinking that maybe we investigate a little bit more as to what their needs are and see if there's something that we can do as a country to assist them without alerting what they had done to the general masses.
Well, we can give you an opportunity to talk, to interrogate them if you'd like.
That thing, dude. That thing you said.
That sounds morally ambiguous, but also definitely the best choice. What about Rigo in all of this? Will he know about our decision?
I'm not planning to tell Rigo. What you do is going to be up to you.
All right. Well,
there's enough tea here for all the prisoners.
All right.
all right. Serving
Inject
up that
it.
true tea, hunt tea.
Yes, Queen. Serving it.
All right.
Yeah.
So you head back into the chamber with the animal pens.
The Chamber of Truths.
Melissa turns to Jort and says, oh, damn it, Jort, I forgot the coffee. The water's boiling if you want to go. It's right in the cupboard.
This place is not getting my Yelp recommendation, by which I mean when I like a place, I just Yelp about it.
I thought you were yodeling.
It's not going to get my Yodel recommendation. Oh, this is great. Do not expect to be yodeled about anytime soon. All right. Off I go. I'm going to fix my own coffee.
Bye, Jort.
Toodles.
Okay. So with a wave of their wand, Melissa lowers the wall of force, enters the animal pen, and ungags the 3 prisoners, the lizard folk and the 2 dwarves, and tells them, now this tea that I've prepared is delicious, I can assure you, but it also will make you speak the truth if you speak. Now you can choose not to speak, but if you do speak, you will only be able to speak the truth. Do you understand? They all nod, and Melissa hands them the teacups, and they drink.
Drink! Oh, fucking finish your pledge!
And so Melissa gestures to the 2 of you and says, all right, ask whatever you want.
Lizard guy, did you enjoy that hot lizard on wyvern action that you were a witness to earlier? Also, are you in need of an egg?
Yeah. What?
I mean, I've never fantasized about such a thing before, but seeing it, it was pretty good, I'll admit.
Pretty hot. Thank you.
Fair enough. Okay.
As for the egg, it would fetch quite a lot of money from a collector.
Oh, don't talk about my egg like that.
Well, girl, if what they need is money, and what they need to do is to sell some things to get to the village, and this is not an animal that's our animal, I think.
It's not our animal. It's literally.
Okay, well, it came from the wyvern, and I did not see any penetration, so I don't even know if it's yours.
Wow, that is so femphobic. Okay, where are you from?
I am from the Valley of the Fist.
And what is the name of your village?
Fistula.
Gross.
Wait, there's a theme in the valley.
It's a nicely.
I see.
It's well insulated.
Oh, I've heard about this. It's right next to the Fallout Creek.
And why is Fistula so impoverished?
Several months ago, raiders burned the village. They destroyed our crops. They looted anything of value. And now the end-of-year harvest is at hand, and the lord of the land is demanding payment. If we do not provide the payment by the next moon, then our families are in very grave danger.
I feel like I already know the answer to this question, but who is the lord of the land?
Knucklebottom.
And where does Knucklebottom reside?
Elbow deep.
All right.
I said there was a theme.
Yeah, and how?
I do respect a follow through on the theme.
Yeah, no, the commitment. And how much is it that you owe Knucklebottom?
It is tens of thousands of gold pieces.
And how much do you currently have?
Nothing. Like,
I thought
literally
you'd been
nothing.
poaching. What did you spend that all on?
Yeah, where was all the poaching cash?
We didn't actually make it back to...
This was
Right,
our
of
first
course,
stop. Okay.
We have not. This is an act of desperation.
Well,
Who are the raiders?
The raiders are known as the Army of the Fist. It's confusing because there's a lot of fist stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with fist stuff. The gag?
well, the gag is they need money, and
Mama, I don't have any.
sure don't. You live with your mom still.
I surely do. and it's sickening.
The dwarves pipe up.
There was a lot of talk in the village about how to get the money, and one suggestion was that we try to sell to the collectors any rare or exotic animals that we could collect. But we also thought that maybe the legend of the dwarven treasure on this island might be true. So that's why we came. But all we found was some runes that stabbed us.
You don't speak Dwarvish?
Oh, we speak it, but
Do you
the
read it?
runes, yeah, it was just the name. It's just a bunch of names.
What were the names?
What were the names?
Geez, they're in my notes somewhere.
Why don't you scroll through real quick?
They all had stuff to do with like rocks and cliffs and dirt and mud.
It wasn't like prolapse and
Oh no.
anal bleaching. And,
I'm very anti-lapse myself. Well, if there's some sort of dwarvish treasure hidden here on the island, I smell adventure.
okay, so where's this dwarvish treasure supposed to be?
We thought we went to that cave because we thought it was going to be there, but all we found were a bunch of names on the wall.
Okay. Well, you're not getting any dwarvish treasure.
Well, apparently somebody was at the cave, decided to write their name, take it, and then left.
So and so was here and took the treasure. Yeah, no,
Right.
that's canceled.
Do you think we can talk to Rico again and see if there's anything that we can do to conjure up some funding? Like, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Glamalala.
why didn't you just reach out to Glamalala in the first place?
Glamalala is not tolerant of outsiders. The laws are very strict. It's death.
All right, Miss Cleo, I have a vision.
Oh.
What if we send you back to your village with my egg, and you sell it and pay the
Lord of the
knuckle
Fist?
bottom, yeah, and then would that solve your problems?
I believe a rare, highly erotic wyvern would be more than enough to not only cover the debt, but also to allow us to move away from the Valley of the Fist and Knuckle Bottom's Iron Fist.
You being a dumb slut is the best thing that's ever happened to these people.
Honestly, why don't you guys just hatch the wyvern and then use it to defend yourselves against Knucklebottom?
A possibility. How long does it take for your egg to hatch?
Mama,
Do
she's
you
been
have a lamp? Is this going to be a heated situation or?
I don't know. I've never mated with a wyvern before, and it's not going to be a full wyvern.
Oh, fascinating.
I don't think so, unless she's been cheating on me.
I thought y'all were open.
Very open. Don't rush.
So, what can we get from you to guarantee that you just won't come back and continue pillaging our wildlife?
I assume my word is not sufficient.
Sure isn't.
No.
What would prove to you? Greed is not my motivation. I have barely transgressed ever. There was one time I smelled a panty, but that's the worst I've ever done.
He's telling the truth. It's the tea.
That is the tea.
He's been sipping on that truth tea. Well, all right, Mama. If you aren't gonna come back and
like the
squish our
tea,
frogs or whatever,
right? That'd be lovely. And then the tea is working. I feel like we've been working our ass off, though. We may have checked your bags for everything, but do you have any more of that Toad Rush? Because I want a prize for this. And she looked like she was having a great time, so.
I don't even remember it.
The dwarves produce from under their cloaks 4 vials of Toad Rush.
Hell yes.
2 each. Woo! One for each nostril.
We're going to double fist this rush.
And one of the dwarves also pulls out a ring and hands it over and says, This is a family heirloom, and if you ever do find any of the dwarven chambers in the island, this is supposed to give you access to secret rooms and treasure hoards.
Give me that.
Wow.
Snatch it.
That looks
Stick it in
great
a
on you.
fold in me.
Not the fold. You could just put it on your finger.
Oh, yeah. All right, I stick my finger in the fold and it comes out with a ring on it.
Wow.
Why do you think that wyvern was so...
You're so cavernous.
There's some dwarvish writing inside if you want to take a look.
Oh, it stung me. I'm going to die. I think it's poisonous.
There's treasure, too.
Tea?
Melissa, is this suffice?
Yes, I think if we are able to get these strangers on their way tonight while the fog is rolled in over the ocean, they will be able to depart with the egg unseen, and so none should be the wiser.
You know, Ma,
Huh.
it doesn't really sit well with me that this is all a big cover-up.
No, but balancing our options.
No, for sure. This is
the only move.
This is the move.
This is the only move. We're just gonna pray on it.
Not into it. Just
Yeah.
saying, going out on record saying, not into this. But I understand. We got to do it. Not into
And
it.
you got that sick ass ring.
No, yeah. Don't even look at it. Honestly, don't. This is my ring. Just
Is it your precious?
My precious
Yeah,
ring.
there it is.
And
We got some Toad Rush. So all's well that ends well.
I mean, I lost an egg. I lost a precious child, an infant. The
well, you
innocence
can
of-
find another one.
maybe
You didn't get his number?
No, I didn't get his number, girl. What am I, desperate?
What?
No, I think I still have him favorited on Scalder, but
Super liked.
super like exactly. I guess if there's no other way to keep them from coming back, I could let my egg slip from betwixt my firm grasp.
It's your egg, girl. It's your choice to make.
I can't believe you're gonna make me sell my egg. All right.
All right.
Here it is.
Which flap did this one come from?
You don't even want to know what flap I was keeping that one in, girl.
Yeah. I think we have a game plan then.
Jort comes back in and he's like, well, they're all out of sugar, so this trip's a whole bust.
Did Jort have any?
Is there no honey in the whole
bees?
Yes. Look at my bees, Jort. Let me tell you what's going to happen. I will need that egg.
No.
No, wink, wink, girl. Nudge, nudge.
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah, here.
What is your sneak level again?
Not high.
Woo. Yes, here is
rolled a 1
the
on
egg. All right, Melissa.
Here, have the bees
here
come
is
get
the
it.
egg.
The bees swarm the egg. And they float it over to Melissa, and Melissa says to Jort, "I'm afraid I'm going to have to. You understand? I have to confiscate this. This is a highly unnatural creation.
Well, yeah, I don't even care. It's your egg. It's just an egg. I don't even know where we got
It is my egg.
The bees laid the egg.
Gross.
But also impressive.
Yeah, that's where eggs come from, right?
They can do amazing.
I don't know much about math.
All right, then. I'll take care of the situation with the prisoners. And Jort, you have done very well on this mission. In fact, I think there may be a promotion in it for you.
Oh, a promotion. Well, I expected as much. I'll put in a good word for
But
you.
Jort, this is important.
Oh.
I'm going to need you to keep all of this top secret. Do you understand?
House secret?
Verse secret.
Not even. This is power top.
This
Secret.
is strict top secret.
Gotcha.
You won't find a secret like this anywhere in Seattle.
No, there's only verse tops and halter tops here in Seattle.
Secret boy promotion.
It's a secret boy promotion. And here is a pot of honey for you.
Ooh, power honey, power top honey.
It is power top honey. And this is my gift to you to take back to the city.
Wow, it's so clear.
Ooh. Ooh.
Fragrant.
Irene and Bosco, I understand that this has probably been a confusing first mission, but before you go, I just want to say that I think there's a bright future ahead for both of you, and you will find the way back to the city at the top of the frosted tip.
Thank you so much for your help, Melissa. This has definitely cleared up absolutely nothing for me, but at least we have some sort of closure.
Yeah, girl, because that kitchen was looking messy without a
Judge
closure.
a home by its kitchen.
Don't judge a home by its kitchen.
Apologies. I so rarely entertain guests.
Yeah, so if we good? The bees chilling?
Yeah. Would you like to see them? I can.
Yeah, whip them out. I love a good bee.
All right. Melissa does a dance, and the bees come out of the wig, and they start doing kind of a synchronized dance with Melissa.
Oh my god, this is
lovely.
sickening.
I want to take ranger class from her. This is cute.
Absolutely. I tip Melissa
Absolutely.
a 5.
Likewise. Except I do it in singles, so I can continually do it throughout the number.
Oh, you're holding attention. Mm-hmm. Love it.
I like to be part of the number.
All right, and so the three of you make your way out of the chamber, and
This way, kids.
Melissa closes the door behind you, and a wall of force forms over it, sealing it.
Well, justice is served.
Girl.
Jort, thank you so much for your continually Jordiness.
Well, I hope you all learned a lesson.
What lesson is it that we learned,
Yeah,
Jort?
Jort.
I hope you can tell me what it is.
Let's ditch him.
I think we have a couple hours left.
I think we're going to be able to pass this test, girl.
Let's not slip on the icy ridge on our way out there.
Well, no promises.
Hey, we gotta get back home, but I think I might know a shortcut.
Yeah?
You were so good with directions the first time.
Yeah, might as
Which way
well.
is east again?
Look, if we just go right enough times.
I can only make right turns.
That's great, because I actually am terrible at unprotected lefts.
We can get to the Panfrost, and that'll launch us back to Glamalala.
Of course.
Let go.
Now
All
we're,
right, yeah.
here's the thing, we're not supposed to use it without permission?
You gave us permission.
Yeah, whose permission do we need?
Oh.
I thought you were upperclassmen.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, aren't you
here's
an
what,
authority
here's
figure?
Here's what we can do. I can just give you permission,
Yeah?
and then I can give you permission to give me permission.
Perfect.
Oh, I love that.
We already gave you permission.
Good job. Glad
Rules
I thought
foiled. I'm using this forever now.
Yeah, no, I'll give you permission. You give him permission, and he'll give me permission, and then we all have permission.
of it. Ah, yeah.
If it permits.
This is the most permission I've
This is
ever
like a
had.
permission bukkake. I love this. I've never been so permitted. Pass me the Toad Rush.
Access that has.
Oh, we're gonna call this the permission mission.
Yes.
We
but
sure
only
are.
just then, at that moment, and never again.
I'm in the permissionary position.
With the permission mission complete, our heroes Irene, Bosco, and Jort leave the station at Cliffhanger Crest, bound for home. Reclusive Ranger Melissa leads Komodo with the bright eyes and the two dwarves through a series of twisting passages spiraling through the inside of the mountain. The group emerges onto a foggy beach where the ranger loads the outsiders into a folding boat and sends them off into the mists carrying the wyvern egg. After a long time adrift at sea, the boat thumps against the ironclad hull of an unusual ship flying silver sails beneath a black flag. Ropes fall from the deck, and the small boat is hauled aboard. Komodo clambers onto the deck and sees a group of automatons and constructs made up of plates of metal and stone. The creature's eyes glow in the mist, but they take no notice of the lizard. By the mainmast, a water Hennessy channels dense fog swirling around the ship. And from behind the elemental, the ship's captain approaches, a tall, broad-shouldered woman wearing a blue leather duster, a bandolier of silver daggers, a tri-corner hat, and a porcelain mask. She looks at the dwarves still huddled in their small folding boat.
Nice dinghy.
She scans the group until her gaze falls on the egg.
Is that all?
Yes, it is a wyvern. It is very special.
I'm sure it is.
This is a strange sort of boat.
A strange ship for strange companions, eh? Oh, but you must be miserable in those wet rags. Come, let's get you warmed up.
The captain leads the poachers to a metal hatch. Komodo and the others disappear below deck and soon are followed by the rest of the crew. Silently, the silver-sailed ship sinks into the sea, slips beneath the waves, and vanishes.
Part 5. Mask for Masked.
The great city of Glamalala sleeps. The moon hangs low behind the white towers of the high city, the windows dark, all except one. A candle burns bright beside a window in one of the tallest towers. Inside, an elder Glamazon in a yellow and black striped robe has fallen asleep in an over-upholstered chair, clutching a small pot of honey in her hands. Beside her, a display case full of homemade ribbons reading, "You did it. Best boy," and "Number 1 Jort." Next to the display case, a high chair sits, unoccupied, cold. It has not been sat upon this day. A day's journey to the southeast in a domed cabin high atop a frozen mountain. The chair's occupant slurps a cup of coffee while lizardfolk barbarian Irene Dubois and Shatterkai fighter Bosco make preparations for a long journey home. Irene, Bosco, Jort, you depart Melissa's warm cabin at the top of Cliffhanger Crest, and you see above you the peak of the frosted tip. Making your way through the snow and the howling wind, you arrive at a place where 7 stripes of multicolored snow all converge in a rainbow pattern that runs between 2 standing stones.
Oh my gosh, that is sickening.
That is absolutely tea. Look at that.
This makes me want to come out of the closet.
Again, I'd go back in the closet so I could come out just for this.
I'm straight, by the way. Just kidding, I'm a homosexual.
As you approach the standing stones, you see written on them in Draglish a number of locations around the island that you're familiar with. You see the Radiant Rise, the Cinched Wastes, the Three-Quarter Falls, the Port Authority, and of course, Glamalala.
Look at all these directions. It says from the back to the middle and then around again. They're going to be there till the end.
Just to let you know. Oh, girl, I've been feeling so bloated lately. I just need to, artificially make myself thinner. I'm feeling like maybe we could go to the Cinched Waste.
Oh, I am very fluent in Century, so that sounds absolutely fabulous to me.
How many hours left do we have before we're supposed to report in about that otter?
Well, we had 24 total, and I don't have a watch on me, and I left my smartphone at home, so I don't know how much time we have left.
I bet I know. It was...
It's coming up on sunrise, and you left early in the morning, so you've probably got 2-3 hours.
2-3 hours. We should probably go back. Also, I'm tired.
Oh, well, that's fair.
That's
That's it.
That's
Jordan, do you know how this device operates?
Oh yeah, you just you gotta just kind of poke it a little bit and tell it who's boss. Maybe I don't know.
Why don't you show us how that's done, Jort? I would like a demonstration.
Absolutely. Jort kind of walks over to it, kind of looking around, like, yeah, it's it's no problem. Hello, Panfrost. Hello.
Nothing. Irene and Bosco, you see Jort struggling with the Panfrost. Actually, both of you know that the way it works is you stand between the 2 stones and you speak in Draglish the name of your destination.
I'm so glad I knew that.
So hello. I think sometimes you gotta wait. So maybe we'll just wait for it to give us a lift.
You know what I heard, Jort? I heard that if you stand between them, and then you actually, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. You don't want to say where you want to go. You say where you think it wants you to go, and then it'll take you somewhere. So why don't you give that a try? So if you want to go to Glamalala, maybe you should try going to the Cinched Waste, saying Cinched Waste, and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I heard that too, Jor. You should give that a try.
It's very confusing, but we didn't make it.
I don't know who designed this
right?
thing, but...
Naturally, obviously, okay, so we're going obviously back to the city, but I'm gonna kind of drink it a little bit and say oh yeah, sure, I'm going to the Cinched Waste.
As Jort says that, you see charges of energy running up all those colored lines in the snow. They converge at the 2 stones, and Jort is blasted across the island in a rainbow beam arcing across Glamala Island, and you see him disappear with a ding in the distance.
Team Rocket.
It looks like Jort is blasting off again. And Irene and Bosco, you are standing in the snow and the howling winds.
I don't think I've ever enjoyed watching someone blast off that much.
That's not what I heard. So how long do you think that'll take before Jort figures out how to get back to Glamalala?
I think he's probably going to think he's in Glamalala for a pretty long time.
That's pretty exciting. Well, that gets him off our heads for a little bit at least.
All right, let's go back.
All right.
It's a good thing that I know what this is and know how to use it and have always known how to use it. So I'm gonna walk in between the things and I'm gonna say the place.
Glamalala.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Bosco and Irene, you are similarly blasted in a beam of converging colored light. A rainbow bridge is sweeping you across the island to the northwest. You see everything in a blur, almost like you're in hyperspace, and I'm going to need you both to make a dexterity saving throw to make sure your wigs stay on.
Oh, God. I got a 13.
8.
Irene, some of yours is blasted off, but you are mostly able to keep it on. Bosco, yours is completely snatched by the Panfrost.
It's a good thing I had a reveal underneath it.
What was underneath?
Oh, it was a very sensible bob.
Oh my
It's like, this? Yes, I've been doing an entire mission for 24 hours with a wig underneath my wig.
Is that a hard front?
Don't judge me. It's the only one that stays on.
Moments later, in a glimmer of colored lights, you find yourselves in the Glomalala station. There you see seated a Panfrost attendant who's a little surprised to see you arrive. On the desk is a nameplate. It actually says Sensible Bob. The Glamazon nods to you, Bosco, as you arrive.
Wink.
But if you're here,
I wasn't
Who's
expecting...
yelling at the manager?
I wasn't expecting anyone to be traveling tonight. Where are you two headed?
hey, what's with all the questions?
Roll
Very sensible,
intimidation.
Bob, yeah.
I got a 3.
Oh my god. Okay.
If a -1, why do I always try to do it?
Look here, you. It's my job to make sure that no interlopers come through this Panfrost. So wait, where are you coming from and
Irene,
where are you
I got
going?
this. I got this. We are returning from a very long, hard ranger mission. We're checking in to make
so
sure
long.
it was
so hard.
How long and hard was it?
It was like 6.
All right, average. But yes, we're coming back from the mission. We're going to check in. We're going to get some sleep. We're going to get a passing grade. And I love your Bob.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
I'm going to need advantage. 15.
Now that is a hairstyle I can respect. All right, on your way, you two. Where are you headed? Do you need directions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We sure do.
We have no idea where we are.
You appear to be wearing the uniforms of a ranger novice. If you are headed to the lodge, you'll find it not far from here. It's about a quarter mile to the north. Can't miss it. It's shaped like a giant log cabin, but very tastefully painted.
Can you take us?
A little log lodge.
Well, I really shouldn't leave my station.
Come on. You said no one was traveling today.
It's highly irregular.
You don't need to be here. Come with us.
Roll persuasion.
11.
No, I'm afraid my duty calls. I mustn't leave my...
Can't ignore duty.
No, I cannot.
I wish I could. All right, I guess we'll just go off on our own.
Bob's my head in solidarity.
Bob's back.
Bob's.
As we leave, I'm like, why is everyone in this town so lame?
You wouldn't understand this incredible combination of lowlights and highlights and what it does for you.
I wish I could.
I'll get you a Bob for next time.
No. That's. I'm okay. I've got my high pony.
T.
All right, so you head out. It's still very dark. The sun hasn't come up over the horizon yet. You're heading in the direction of the Ranger Lodge. And I'm going to ask both of you to make a perception check.
18.
6.
All right, so once again, Irene, you don't notice much. You notice just a cool, crisp breeze. But Bosco, you catch a glimpse down an alleyway of just sort of a glint. And you see a figure who seems to be watching you in a golden mask. And almost as soon as you notice, they disappear down the alley.
Girl, did you see that?
No, what?
Could have sworn I just saw somebody like right over there. They're
Where?
wearing this right down that alleyway.
Girl, you're always looking in alleys.
Yeah. But I'm serious this time.
What was it?
I didn't really get a good look at it. He was
Then
wearing
who
some sort of like
cares?
gold mask.
Gold map. Like the one Rigo had
Like
on?
a gold mask for mask? Yeah.
Oh, he must have extra.
A little mask reveal.
Uh-huh. That's, unsettling.
Okay.
Do you want to, like, go investigate?
I want to at least go down that alleyway and see if there's anyone around there.
Okay. If we go down that alleyway and there's nothing there, I get to spank you, though.
Promise?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, roll investigation. Stakes are high.
15.
11.
Neither of you find anything.
Boom, bitch.
All right.
Bend over. All right, I'm going to give her a smack.
Okay. Bosco, you take a point of bludgeoning damage.
Take that, bitch.
Harder.
Do you want another point?
Yeah.
All right, you take another point of bludgeoning damage.
Hell yeah, daddy.
All right, are we done with this whole mask for
Did I
mascapade?
say my safe word? Yeah, girl, we're fine. Okay. It must have just been my imagination. We've been up for a long time.
Honestly, I think you're hallucinando.
No, no, I refuse. How dare you say that?
You listen to me.
Irene, what are you thinking right now? Are you thinking that Bosco legitimately saw something or not?
Oh, I don't even care. I'm not bothered. I'm like, if she saw something weird, if she didn't.
And Bosco, what are you thinking?
I am uneasy. I really do think I saw something,
I know
but there's
you're not
no
trying to tell me
evidence.
that you're not easy.
Yeah, the reviews are in. Yeah, I'm uneasy though. Like, all the evidence is pointing to Irene being right, but there's something in my gut that's saying I definitely saw something.
Well, you haven't eaten in about 24 hours, so your gut
there's
is
nothing in my gut, actually.
Yeah. Your gut is on one. Let's get to the ranger station.
All right, girl, you're right.
Okay, so you head back to the ranger station. As you go in, you see posted on a bulletin board is your room assignments. You are both in different rooms, and there are also roommate assignments listed, and neither of you are paired with any name that you recognize.
Who the hell is
Jake.
How many A's are in that?
at least 7?
And Bosco, who's paired up with you?
Lewis.
All right, so the two of you head off to your respective rooms, and as you enter, it's now starting to get to be dawn, and your roommates are actually just waking up. And I'm going to ask Bosco, you to describe your roommate, and I'd like you to describe the perfect roommate, the person you would love to know you're coming home to after a day of missions and classes.
In all honesty, it'd be one that never talks or looks at me.
What about that cat who used to live with you?
Edward.
Who would sing a song after he pooped?
Oh, yeah.
Would your ideal roommate be a cat that sings a song after it poops?
He was a great roommate. My favorite one so far.
I mean, we can start by saying it is a tabaxi bard. Tabaxi are cat people.
Okay.
Bards sing. Any
like
other
that.
traits?
Missing a leg.
Okay.
Because that cat also was missing a leg.
That cat had a lot of character.
All right, so it's a tabaxi bard missing a leg.
But he's replaced the leg with a recorder.
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. And when they're sitting down, they like to take that off their leg and doom doom doo doo doom doom doo doo. I come in. They are playing the theme to Game of Thrones.
How do you respond to it? So you walk in and you see a one-legged tabaxi bard sitting in a sandbox, singing to itself and tootling the Game of Thrones theme into a recorder. How do you respond to meeting your roommate?
Team Lannister?
We always pay our debts.
One more time, please.
We always pay our debts.
You and me are gonna get along just fine, my friend. How's it going?
Greetings, my name is Lewis, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hello, Lewis. I am Bosco, and likewise, I am such a fan of your music right now. You're so talented.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meanwhile, Irene, I would like for you
Spittin'.
I would like for you to describe your nightmare roommate, the worst person you can possibly imagine being paired with.
So I walk into my room and everything is perfectly in its place. There are several containers used to organize belongings. There are also labels on everything. And there's a white line in masking tape put right down the center of the room.
Hell yeah.
And you see Jake for the first
You
time.
didn't say it long enough.
You see Jake for the first time. What does Jake look like?
Jake is pale and soft, curly, and cute.
Curly, like curly hair, or like a pig, like a curly tail.
Both.
Okay.
There's curls everywhere.
Curls
There's just too many curls. Even the shapes of the arms are curled.
But
Oh my goodness! So everything's a soft, pale curve.
Are there any like furry?
wereboar? Yes, it is a pale wereboar with patchy, curly fur and very, very fussy.
I love the counterpoint of a boar that keeps everything.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm Irene, your roommate, apparently, according to that very well-organized list out there. Did you make that?
Oh, yes, I'm on the organization committee.
Of course you are. Well, this appears to be our room. How fun.
This is my room, gesturing to one side of the tape and then gesturing to the other side of the tape, and that is your room. You will keep it tidy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'm not a super messy person. I'm just going to start taking things out of flaps and just kind of setting them around.
I have an organization meeting to be at, but we will discuss this further.
Okay, mama.
And Jake departs.
Love your curls.
All right, so Irene and Bosco, you only have enough time really to freshen up a little bit before orientation starts in about an hour. And during this time, Bosco and Lewis, do you have anything to say to one another?
What happened to your leg?
Oh, it was a little cat fight I got into. A bit of a duel. It turns out the recorder's not quite as effective as a weapon as I would have hoped.
So you're using the recorder as a weapon and got your leg cut off, and then used the recorder as a leg because it wasn't a good weapon?
Gotta be good for something.
It must be a very large recorder.
I'm a singer, not a fighter.
Excellent. So the bus is about to pull up at the lodge. It is pulled by 6 capybaras. Behind it is a long wagon that the entire novice class will fit in. Jake is already seated right at the front with a clipboard, watching as each of you comes in. He snorts at Irene.
I roll the fuck out of my eyes. I roll my eyes harder than I've ever rolled the die for this game.
You take your eyes out.
Yes, I roll my eyes for perception.
Roll perception.
14.
Okay, we're going to hang on to that roll. And Bosco and Lewis, you are entering the bus now together. And looking around, you're pretty much like a couple people behind Irene. You all see that there's these 2-seat benches. And how are you going to arrange yourselves?
Oh, after you.
Oh, why, thank you. Oh, right over there, that's my friend Irene, Lewis. Hi, Irene.
Hi. Hello.
Having a good time so far? How's your new roommate?
Oh, it's great. He's so tidy.
Oh.
So organized.
That's better than some of the alternative. This is Lewis.
Hi.
Oh, she looks a little sour.
Oh, wow.
You should taste her sometimes. I think it's pretty sweet. Oh.
You're living with a cat?
Yeah. He only has one leg.
Meow. Do, 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 do.
You know, and he just breaks out into song sometimes.
Wow, that sounds really fun.
I know.
Does he, poop in a box?
And then he sings about it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute.
I know. He hits the zoomies and runs all over the dorm.
I'm pretty sure that my roommate poops in a Ziploc bag and labels it.
Lewis, what are you thinking about Irene's tone?
Oh, she seems a bit pointed. A little, she seems like a real sourpuss.
Oh, Jessica's got pointy scales. I'm pointed now.
See, I was right.
So the seats are such that 2 people can sit together. So who's going to be sitting where?
Bosco, sit by me.
I saved you a sheet.
Oh, it's fine. Go sit with your new lover.
Thank you. We just got done hanging out. I want to make some new friends.
No, for sure. If you're going to be living with...
It's best if we figure out how to cohabitate with these people.
For sure. Miss Thing looks like she's going to be fun. Have fun.
Starts playing the Lord of the Rings theme on his recorder leg.
Meow, 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 meow.
There's a theme.
Actually, just the Enya. Who can
Well, they look like they're having so much fun, Jake.
Yeah, the only other seat available is next to Jake, who has taken out a piece of chalk and drawn a line down the bench. And it says, "You get the window."
Oh, cool. I like the window. Just to let you know, though, if we start going a little too fast, my neck flap is probably going to open up in the breeze, and it might hit you in the face.
He does not acknowledge that he heard you. And
Sickening.
Bosco, I'm going to ask you to roll a perception check as well.
20.
Oh my god, okay.
I can see the future. I know how this ends.
So the bus is taking off. It's heading down toward the Glomadrome. The 6 giant capybaras taking it through the streets of Glomalala. You're seeing lots of elegant and glamorous people starting to go about their day. And you catch at an intersection, sort of 1 block over, the glint of a golden mask. And almost as soon as you notice it, there's a flap of black fabric, and it's gone.
Did you see that? Lewis, look over there.
Lewis, roll perception.
Natural 1.
All right, Lewis
blinds himself with the recorder. I am very uneasy. I chalked up the first one. I'm just like, maybe I was seeing things. Maybe I was just too sleep deprived. But this is crazy. There's somebody following us. Well, me and Irene. I don't know how much you matter to them, Lewis. But there's something up. Does a gold mask mean anything to you?
That's the uniform of the Inquirers. Perhaps they're on some sort of mission.
Do you know if there's a significance between the gold and the silver types of masks?
Perhaps a ranking system.
Well, the only gold mask I know is Rico. Why would he be looking for us?
You know Rigo?
We met in passing.
Ooh, the senior Inquirer himself.
I'm very important and also very mysterious, so I'm not going to tell you any more about that. But I do need to pass a message to Irene. But I don't think we can let the entire bus know. We're all sitting. I am going to try and flash some Morse code from the mirror in my pocket to the back of the bus to get Irene's attention.
Irene, we're going to use your perception roll from earlier. That was, what was it, 14?
Yeah.
Okay, you do catch the flashes from Bosco's mirror, and do you two have, like, a code between each other that Irene would pick up on?
Yeah, definitely. We're tight. Like, it's not specific, but I'm just like, she knows something's up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so using as few words as possible, what is it you're telling Irene?
Being followed.
Ow, what is that glint? Jeez.
Oh,
Tell your friend to cut it out. If there's any horseplay on this bus, I'm gonna have to report it to the disciplinary committee.
Yeah.
Which you are also the head of.
Oh, one day I can but dream.
Yeah, why don't you roll that form back up? Hold on, my friend is trying to tell me something. Is it okay if I turn around?
Be quick about it.
I'm gonna look over.
Ding, 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 ding.
Being followed? She's on that bullshit again. I'm gonna just make the kind of like cross the neck motion, like cut it out at her, and then turn back around.
Bitch. Whatever. I'm sorry I didn't fucking sit next to you.
All right, now enough horseplay. Fold your hands in your lap and sit quietly until we arrive at our destination. Oh, here it is.
and you notice that the Glomadrome is now right outside the bus. The group is led up the grand staircase into it. It is an enormous, gorgeous, pearlescent bubble in the middle of the city, and you go inside and find a spacious circular arena with many, many tiers of bleachers. Your class sort of files in, takes a seat, and from the center of the room, there's a swirling mist that coalesces into a podium, and you see approaching it someone in a very ostentatious ranger uniform. It's a shiny purple suit with gold epaulets and a little Robin Hood cap. They approach the podium and address you all as, "Greetings, students. I am Resplendent Ranger Ryan, and I am here with our honored guests. We have with us Sarah Phim, the cleric, who will lead us all in the Glamazon National Anthem. So if you would all rise, and on 3, 1, 2, 3, Glamalala. La 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 la. Beautiful.
Kylie Minogue with you. And also with you.
You may be seated. First up, we have a treat for you. Grand Imperator Banus has agreed to speak with you, your class, and take it away, Grand Imperator. And you see a figure step out of the mist. He's wearing Vanta black robes. They are so black that they do not allow any light to escape them. It is basically a 7-foot tall, like football player build silhouette with just sort of a formless shape draping down from it. There's no sense of a face, of eyes, or a mouth or anything. And he approaches the podium and says to everybody, "You know, some of my generation look at you and see nothing more than preening gardeners and dandified zookeepers. But that's not what I see. No, what I see is the Glamazon's first line of defense against the very real and ever-present danger to our way of life. Now, you may not know this, but the Rangers come from a long and proud tradition of warriors who once fought gloriously to defend our home. We Glamazons have given up so much. We must be vigilant against any sign of encroachment from the outside. Any sign of threat must be dealt with swiftly and decisively. We can't let doubt or sentiment cloud our judgment. No. Deep down, we know our first duty is to ensure the survival of the Glamazon way of life. That duty is clear, unambiguous, and never-ending. Make no mistake, our enemies are relentless, and they are everywhere. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret. We're better than them. And I'm expecting all of you to prove it. Dismissed!
Thank you, Dementor Daddy.
Wow, what a bootlicker.
Ranger Ryan actually runs up to the podium. No, not dismissed. Thank you. Imperative Banus, thank you. Not dismissed yet. We do have another speaker. We have Senior Inquirer Rigo Kalis. And I'd actually like both of you to roll perception.
Oh, sickening. I got a 22.
13.
Irene, you hear like a creak behind you in the bleachers, and seated several rows back behind your class, you actually catch the glint of a mask. And again, once you see it, there's sort of a swirl, and almost as soon as you noticed it, it's gone.
Oh my god, the bitch isn't crazy. All right, I want to let Bosco know that I saw it. So I'm going to do the same call that I did earlier. Because I know
Glomabird call?
The Glomabird call. I'm going to do my famous Glomabird call.
Okay.
Inside at the meeting.
But I'm going to do it really, really quietly so that only Bosco will hear it. Hopefully.
Only Bosco will hear it.
I mean, everyone will hear it, but everyone else will just think it's a Glomabird, but Bosco will know that it's me because she knows the difference between my call and an actual Glomabird call.
Got it. It's that deep connection the two of you have.
She does, yeah.
Okay, so let's do, we'll do animal handling again to see if you can replicate in such a way that it sounds close enough to a real Glomabird that most people believe it really is just a Glomabird.
All right, here we go. This is complicated. Oh, sickening. 20.
It is flawless. Ranger Ryan cries out, Glomabird, animal control.
I whisper under my breath,
It's pussy, bitch.
she knows.
You called?
No, not you, baby.
Wrong puss.
Jake, who's sitting next to you, turns to you, Irene, snorts, and then takes out a little notebook and makes a mark in it, closes it up, and puts it in his breast pocket.
Hey, what's that?
That is my business.
Let me see that. And I'm going to just slowly shake my neck flaps.
All right, intimidation.
Never works, by the way. I got an 11.
Jake turns his torso away from you and is like, my business.
All right, Jake. It's your business for now, but I'm going to get that notebook.
So there's, you see a bunch of Glamazons with enormous butterfly nets are now running around the edges of the arena through the mists. And you see Inquirer Kalis step forward up to the podium, and he says,
Thank you, Resplendent Ranger Ryan. It is with a heavy heart that I address you so soon after the death of our beloved Grand Inquirer Areola. Areola would surely have begun by reminding us all of our commitment as Glamazons to the code of beauty and duty. We must have the discipline to study the Beautificent Code, and we must of course have the wisdom to apply its guidance in an ever-changing world. As you know, the Beautificent Council makes our laws, the Inquirers interpret them, and the Imperators enforce them. But the Rangers have a special position in all of this. It is your happy duty to serve the island as guardians and stewards of its people and its wildlife. Your work ensures that the home we share with our honored outside guests flourishes most beautifully as we await the day that a great house rises in this age and claims the legacy we protect in our sacred ziggurat.
He nods and steps back, and Ranger Ryan is like, thank you, Senior Inquirer Kalis. Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, I was thinking that it was Rigo that had been following us this entire time because of the matching max. So I'm just like, maybe I am crazy. If he's right there,
I'm feeling
it doesn't make any sense.
I'm feeling like we are being followed, and it's because someone knows that we just broke the law by letting those people go. I'm thinking maybe Resplendent Ranger Melissa betrayed us and it was all a trick, and we need to come clean immediately, because if I ever want to be a ranger, obviously this is not the way to start.
So Ranger Ryan goes through just sort of nuts and bolts about the dining plan and stuff like that we don't need to spend much time on. But he does say that each of you are going to have the opportunity to choose 3 electives. And after that, you are going to be deployed on a series of missions. The outcome of those missions will be graded. And at the end of this 6-week period, there will be a final test, and many of you will not be moving on to the next phase of the Ranger program. But for those of you who do, you will become full junior Rangers with all the rights and privileges. And those of you who do not will find other roles in the Glamazon community. And at that point, you are dismissed, and you've got a little bit of time to confer before heading to the registration desk to sign up for your electives.
Awesome. I'm going to beeline right over to Irene.
Girl,
what?
Miss Thing, I saw the mask.
I told you I'm not crazy.
I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I just thought that you were sleep deprived, and also,
Well, you're right,
a little
but-
creative, you know what I mean?
True and true. However, totally.
No, I'm sketched the house, because what if they know? What if they know that we didn't bring the prisoners to Glamalala, and what if Resplendent Ranger Melissa betrayed us? What if she told the Rangers what we did, and now they're not going to let us into the Ranger program?
Why would she do that? She has nothing to
I
gain
don't
that. She's
know.
the one
Why
that
would she
told us
keep our
to basically
secret?
do it.
You're right. You know what? She drank that truth tea. What if it wasn't even truth tea? What if it was regular tea? It didn't even look that scalding.
The tea was lukewarm. No, I don't think it was her, girl.
You
and
don't
then,
know.
Why would she have the Inquisitors after us? I think this is something to do with Rigo.
Rigo's here right now. Let's just go ask him.
Do you want
All right. Let's go find Rigo real fast then.
All right. I'm going to use my Rigo detector.
Rigo.
So it's not hard to find him. You're in a big circular, it's sort of like a sports dome, and on one end of it is the registration desks, but at the middle, over by the podiums, the Resplendent Ranger, the Imperator, and Rigo are all just kind of hanging out, chatting with each other. So you are free to approach if you want.
All right. Should we talk? All right, I'll talk to him. Inquisitor?
Inquirer Kalis, yes, Irene.
Inquirer Kalis, hi. Hey, how's it? Hey.
I am thrilled to see you here at the first day of orientation, the first step in what I hope is a very auspicious ranger career. What can I help you with?
It's going to be aubergine as hell. I just wanted to touch base about what you saw in the woods. It felt like you were giving some hints as to what we should do. And I wanted to let you know that we did exactly what you asked us to do, and just remind me what that was again.
Oh, when I ran into your friend Bosco, of course, Junior Ranger Jort. By the way, has anyone seen Junior Ranger Jort?
Who?
He's taking a vacation.
Oh.
Paid leave of absence.
Oh, I was not informed. Very well. Yes, when I ran into yourself, Junior Ranger Jort, and your companion Bosco, I believe there had been a disturbance at the time with a glumma bird. That is why my associate and I were investigating the area. We did find that it seems to have met some sort of misfortune. That investigation is ongoing, and I hope your mission was completed successfully.
Yeah, and it was. And just so that we're on the same page, what does that success look like to you?
To me, it would be that you accomplished your goal of releasing the musk otter into the wild, that you made your report to reclusive ranger Melissa, who we did ask you to check in on, since that remote outpost, so few visitors, so few check-ins. I believe that did take place, that you successfully made contact with Melissa and then arrived via the Panfrost last evening. Is that correct?
Those things definitely all happened.
I'm gonna walk up behind Irene like, oh, hello.
Oh, greetings.
Overheard a little bit what we're talking about. Sounds like we're all on the same page. Absolutely adore that. Do you know any reason why the Inquirers might be following us after said mission?
I mean, they're not.
But absolutely not.
No.
Like, why would anybody care about
That would
us?
never happen.
We just had like a really, really easy training mission.
Right.
But hypothetically, if we are being tailed,
Just pretend.
would you know anything about that?
Rigo's about to respond to you, but as he does, there's a shape on his shoulder. You actually it's just complete darkness. You can't see what it is, really. And from behind him steps forward Imperator Banus and is like, hey there, kiddo. Was you listening in Bosco, was it?
Yeah, hi there. Nice to meet you.
These chumps giving you trouble? Somebody following you? Someone tailing you? Tell me all about it.
This is a hypothetical situation.
No, she's just talking about my tail. I lost it last night.
Oh, I see that. Sorry about that, kiddo.
No, we're just trying to figure out if anyone had found it
Oh.
and if there was a tail in here.
Yeah. Have you seen a tail?
Have you seen any tails?
Well, I'll tell you what. These Inquirers, they can be real sneaky buggers. The way system works, I'm sure you're aware, they ask the questions, we give the orders. And they are always snooping, they're always pooping. You gotta keep your eye on them. They'll poop when you least expect it, and they'll snoop even more often than that. Now, obviously, they're just doing their job. I can't fault them for it. But, yeah, you want the straight dope. You want to talk to the Imperators. Not the Inquirers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for dope.
I was told not even once.
Hey, just hypothetically, either of you kids ever considered becoming Butch Queen warriors? Huh?
I like the idea of being a ranger, and I'm more of a femtop myself.
Very that part. Yeah, I'm more of an exotic verse.
Well, these are intriguing positions, and they sound very well suited for the Rangers, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But if you ever want to see what it's like to be on the top of the heap, remember, Butch Queen warriors are always looking for a few good glamazons.
I'll keep that in mind.
That's thank you. So thank you. Yeah, that's sickening.
And then Rigo says,
In response to your question, it's not uncommon for inquirers to make inquiries around the city. However, I am not aware of anyone specifically following either of you. Is there any...
No specific speculations?
Nothing specific at this time.
Well, that's very not spectacular.
Spicy.
Is there anything else?
No, just wanted to say hi.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you're leaving, you hear from the Imperator again. Remember, Butch Queen warriors always looking for a few good glamazons.
His name rhymes with anus.
I
couldn't get that out of my head the entire time. Oh, I was just thinking about his butt the entire time.
His
Dementor hole.
He looks like a hole.
He does.
He's a human hole,
know
a
what-
living hole.
Favorite singer? Courtney Love.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Favorite song? Head in a hole.
Favorite book? Holes.
Oh, I think we've mined that one as deep as it goes.
There's a lot of hole there.
There's another one.
How deep down this hole are we gonna go?
How deep is your love? Oh.
Oh no.
So, Lewis, you see Irene and Bosco heading back, I presume, toward the registration table?
Yeah, let's go sign up for some electives, girl.
Okay. And you see them laughing about holes.
Oh, holy cow.
Holy smokes.
There you are. I was. Perhaps we could sign up for some electives together. What did you have your eyes on? Any particular classes?
Well, I was definitely gravitating towards tuck and roll because I want an easy A. Irene, what were you thinking about?
Definitely hog wrangling. I think it might come in handy, given my recent living situation update.
Oh, what is it an acronym though?
Yeah, for hog.
hot older gentleman.
So you don't need to take that.
Actually, I might want to take that one. I'm going to transfer the credits over. What about you, Lewis?
The hog wrangling's not really my speed. It's for the honored outside guests dealing with the folks over the ridge who might get into some trouble or try to intrude on our territory. A little messy for my tastes. I like the idea of the tuck and roll. Something graceful. That might be fun. Seems like it would suit your skills.
Yes.
You guys are going to take tuck and roll together?
I think so. What do you think? Do you want to take some tuck and roll class with us?
Girl, you know I don't tuck.
Yeah, the Monster Mash isn't one of the offerings on this.
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, I want to have at least one overlapping one with you. So I'm going to take tuck and roll with Lewis. I don't really want to take hog wrangling, so I'll let you do that one.
All right, I'm going to take Bumbleicious Beekeeping just because I love bees and I don't want to lose them.
How good is your animal handling?
Sickening. It's absolutely stun. I have a +3.
Oh, well, that makes sense. My animal handling is garbage, so I'm going to...
If it's so garbage, maybe you should take Waste Management.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to take Care and Feeding of Glama Birds because after what happened the other night, I think that I probably owe it to them.
So those three are the ones you're going to go with?
Yep.
I never get tired of listening to you do your Glama Bird call, so I'll take that one with you. That'll be an overlap. And then I'm going to go with Stealthing.
Okay.
Because I'm so sneaky.
You wrap up orientation and you are loaded back onto the bus and taken to the Ranger Lodge where you have your first days of classes. For the most part, they're just introductory, teachers introducing themselves, getting to know the class and the syllabi and whatnot. You've signed up for your 3 electives each, one of them overlapping, 2 of them you're going to be taking separate from each other. And the days go by, you kind of fall into a rhythm of most of the days taken up with classes. You have a very small amount of free time, and the rest is kind of locked down with rest. There are RAs who are kind of keeping an eye on things. So, like, even if you did want to sneak out, like, that would be something that would take a little bit of effort at this point. And as the days go by, you each have sort of a new experience at school. And so if you could roll on your random experience table.
I told a lie to impress someone.
Okay.
Oh, I got 2, which is somebody flirted with me.
Okay, and so the way this is going to work is now basically for the rest of this storyline, basically, while you're at Ranger School, if you find a way to work that into a situation, it doesn't have to be to your advantage. If you find a way, though, to incorporate the lie or the flirting, then you will get a point of inspiration. You'll only get that once. But you can save your point of inspiration and use it to get advantage on a roll later. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. And so that brings us to our first elective. And this one, the way the schedule worked out, is going to be the one that the 2 of you are doing together. You are led in an early morning out into the field for care and feeding of glama birds. You are brought to a copse of trees. Actually, not that far from Snargle Farm. They're in a circle, and you see some nests, and you hear the distinctive glama bird call. Can we actually hear that, Irene?
Ra-tiki-tiki-ta-ta.
That is spot on. And so Lewis is actually taking this one as well, right?
Lewis is there as well.
So Lewis, you've heard a rumor in the intervening days. Almost a week has passed, and you've heard that no one's heard from Jort.
Bosco, I've got some tea to spill about. Weren't you friends with Jort, that Jort weirdo?
Friends is a pretty strong term, but I definitely know of Jort and have spent time with him.
Here's what I hear. He hasn't been seen in days and days.
Oh, maybe he's on sabbatical.
Are you guys talking about Jort?
Yeah, we are talking about Jort. Have you seen Jort recently?
Ew, no. What? Why would I?
It's not like I've been looking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He was the worst.
Oh, it's you, Marlene.
Yeah, it's me, Marlene. How's it going, Lucy?
Lewis.
Oh, did I get your name wrong? I'm so sorry. That's
Lewis,
so
this
rude
is
of me.
Irene.
No. It's Marlene. Hi.
Okay.
I'm Marlene.
It's all right. It's all right. School can take quite a toll on one's mental faculties. We were just talking about your friend Jort. Have you seen him?
No, but you're right about school taking a toll on mental faculties. I'm sure he probably had some kind of chaotic nervous breakdown where he pulled out all his hair and had to go back home.
Oh, sending him good vibes.
Yeah, very that.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about him, though? Don't you think the gossiping about it is probably the worst thing for his situation right now?
That's very irresponsible.
Perhaps I'd compose a little song in his memory, or maybe to remind people to keep an eye out for
How
him.
would a song like that go?
Fascinating. You know what? Why don't you play it for us when you're done rehearsing?
Jordly-doo, jordly-doo, he's a friend to me and you.
He's bringing the razzle and the dazzle. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
I love Lewis.
Oh, great. Well, I'm so glad that you two get to live together then.
Isn't it great?
So as the song wraps up, the
Jordly-doo.
instructor... sing out! Sing out, Tabaxi!
Everyone, jordly-doo, and jordly-doo.
Jordly-doo!
Friend to me,
Friend to me and a friend to you. Everybody loves this. Everybody loves Lewis's songs. Oh, Lewis, you minx. Greetings, one and all. Welcome to Glama Bird Care and Feeding, or Care and Handling. I don't remember what I put on the syllabus because it doesn't matter. What matters is our friends, the Glama Birds. Would someone like to summon the Glama Birds to their perches? Would someone like to make an animal handling check?
Oh, I can do that.
Oh, please do. Irene, is it?
Yeah, it's Irene. I make a glaring look over at Lewis.
I totally do.
All right, 16. Ra-tiki-tiki-ta-ta.
That is terrific. Here they come now. As you can see, there are many glamour birds. They are landing on their perches. They are ready to eat. And what do they eat? Students, let's roll nature and find out.
I got a 7.
I got a 17.
A 17. Bosco, what do they eat?
They exclusively eat Sabra hummus.
All right. As it happens, we have got several sacks of hummus here.
I love a sack of hummus.
Now, I would like each of you to approach the birds and get their feeding bags on, if you would be so kind. And he hands each of the students a sack of hummus with little beak straps.
Come here, baby. Come on. Rakiki, rakiki, da. Come on, get your slimy bag. Come on, baby.
I'm going to go ahead and taste the hummus first and make sure that it's tasting roasted tomato. They're splurging for the birds.
Is it beanie?
No beans, just the roasted tomato.
It's just all tomato hummus?
There's no beans in the hummus.
Just okay. All right.
Bean-free hummus. That's a choice.
Cruelty-free.
There's
We wouldn't want to harm a
chickpeas.
bean. Bosco, could you do an animal handling check? You did nature last time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. You approached the glama bird with your bag of hummus.
11.
11. Okay, so the glama bird actually, as you approach, seems to have a flash of recognition when it sees you.
Oh, God.
And it starts squawking and flapping and shining. Iridescent feathers are flying everywhere, and it's making quite a racket. Irene, could we hear what the racket sounds like?
It's like... And then there's a couple more of them.
I start voguing just because.
Do a performance check.
Oh, absolutely. Put your hand up on my hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. It is 14.
Okay, the bird is looking at you quizzically, but it doesn't seem like you've really won it over. The instructor comes over and starts stroking its head and cooing to it. A coo, 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 coo. And the bird starts to settle down. Its feathers are a little less ruffled, and he's like, curious. This one seems a bit startled by you, Bosco. Perhaps you'd like to go work with Irene and her bird. It seems like it's in better spirits.
Yeah, girl, look, my bird is spirited.
Ooh, I love a spirited bird. Yeah, I don't know what this one's problem is. I definitely have never met it and or seen it. So I'm going to go over to Irene.
As you walk away, an egg falls out of it, and the instructor catches it. And it's like, miracle!
Remember when you had one of those?
Remember when we pretended to lay one of those? I never want to see an egg ever again, honestly.
That's fair.
And you notice at the edge of the clearing that the class is in, Jake standing by the trees. And he takes out a notebook and he makes a little mark in it.
Irene, what's up with your roommate?
Oh, I don't know. He's been writing lots of notes about me. I kind of got a little twisted the other night, and I might have told him about our adventure.
Uh-huh.
But I told him that we reported the prisoners and took them to Glamalala.
You know that's a pretty easy thing to check.
I was just trying to impress him.
Was he impressed?
I mean, he seemed impressed. He snorted and wrote a note.
Well, let's not get twisted tea anymore because that is not the tea.
Okay, girl, look.
Because
I
you
have
could get us in
almost no
such
free time,
trouble.
and I'm trying to
You could get us
unwind.
kicked out of this Ranger Academy if they
I
know what we
told him
did.
exactly what he wanted to hear.
Which is one more person that didn't need to know about any of that.
Well, I needed to tell someone because I am super, super anxious about it. I can't stop thinking about it. Every time I try to chill, I'm just like, what if that gold mask weirdo is going to find out? And what if Resplendent Ranger Melissa tells somebody? I'm freaking out, honestly.
Irene, roll a wisdom saving throw.
18.
You feel a rage building up in you, but you are able to suppress it. How do you suppress it?
Girl, I'm going to freak out on you right now if you don't stop. I'm going to start touching the glama bird, and I'm just going to start peeling feathers off and eating them.
Oh, okay. When we said care and feeding, that is not the feeding we meant. Okay, so
You were vegan.
all right. I think that is going to be a class dismissed. I'm going to need to do. I'm going to need to see you after class, Irene, and just discuss proper care and feeding of the glama bird. Maybe change the name of the class on the syllabus so there are no further misunderstandings. Dismissed.
Sorry.
Girl.
Okay, and each of you got one successful roll and one failed roll, so that is basically neutral. You neither gained anything or lost anything in terms of your grade.
Do I get my inspiration now?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but yes, please do mark down inspiration for using your random experience. After your first elective, a few more days go by, and you are all summoned back to the Glomadrome, where you're going to now accept a mission. And so Resplendent Ranger Ryan takes the podium again and says, "Greetings, everyone. Welcome back. As you know, part of a ranger's job is helping Glamazons in need, especially those who live outside the city. We have gotten some requests, and we're going to ask you to choose somebody to help head out of the city and help them with whatever it is that they need. So if you wouldn't mind, head over to the registration table and make your choice." And you notice that there's a teams list of who's paired up with each other. Bosco and Irene, you are paired up together.
Sickening, bitch.
Work. It's been a minute since we've had a mission together.
I know, God. Not since that.
We're not talking about
All right,
that
Mama.
anymore.
How do you know what's good for me?
And at the registration desk, you see that most of the tasks have been picked over, but there is a request for help from a farmer, a fisherman, and a miner.
Like somebody under 18? I don't fuck with minors.
The handwriting is hard to read.
Let's do the fisherman because I love fish.
Oh, you can't say that anymore.
Oh, you're right.
So you take the quest from the registration board, and you see that in it says, let's see, we're going to need a name for the fisherman.
Fisherman Philando.
Okay.
Yeah, like Lando, but with a F.
Got it. Philando.
Flando.
All right, so it is a request from Fisherman Flando to bring a capybara cart's worth of fishing supplies down to his shack on the coast. So you head out of the Glomadrome. Outside, there's already a cart loaded up for you. You hop in, and who wants to drive the cart?
What are we bringing?
You're bringing a cart full of fishing supplies.
I'm not really comfortable with driving.
Girl, I don't know how to drive. I'm not a capybara.
That's one of the requirements to drive.
Only capybara know how to drive in this place.
Okay, well, don't ask me to parallel park. I'll drive.
Make a just a general dexterity check.
12.
Okay, you make it there without incident. It takes a few hours. You head out from Glamalala, down the hill, and then around it and up the coast to a small shack. And out front, there is a dwarf in a slick yellow cloak and like a yellow cap. And he turns around and goes,
Arr, the rangers be here. Wonderful. Did you bring me supplies? 'Tis I, Fisherman Flando.
Hey, yo, Flando. Yeah, we got your shit right here.
It's him.
Tis who?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were someone else.
Oh, well, would you mind helping me load it into me shack? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Do you have
Shack.
Venmo?
Oh my goodness.
I'm not doing that shit for free.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
Yeah. I've been bored. We've been driving at a snail's pace to get here.
I
so-
told you I'm not good at driving.
When you said not good, I didn't imagine disastrously bad, but
We made it.
we surely did, thank goodness. So let's just carry these fishing supplies. Love to carry supplies.
These
for
cat
dwarves.
fishing supplies. It's just like a fake picture. Somebody else doing voice work.
An
for
entire
you.
bio.
These look like they're in excellent shape. Thank you. You know, it's been so rough out here. Me enchanted fishing net has gone missing along with so many of me supplies. I'm not able to do the kinds of hauls I used to.
Missing?
Holes.
What are you losing? Aren't you a fisherman? Are there people out here stealing your fishing supplies?
I believe so, yes. It's got to be those honored outside guests, the hogs. They gotta be sneaking in here and stealing me stuff in the dead of night. I know it's them.
That sounds like something that this guy probably needs help with. Anyway, it's really nice to meet you.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. You know, the Rangers, they're always helping out people in need. Is there any chance, just as long as you're here, you could maybe scout around a bit, see if you could find any sign of those malingerers?
We can do that.
We're not
But under
rangers.
But no, girl, we can get a little bit extra credit out of this. We could absolutely finesse this into getting like maybe just a little bit more extra credit. I don't know.
I don't need extra credit, girl. I'm making sickening grades. After I ate those feathers, me and the professor had a conversation, and he told me that thanks to my call, I have an A in the class.
You tried to eat one of the birds after you called them.
fair.
Is that another lie to impress someone? Or is that true that he did give you an A for eating the
It's
feathers?
another lie to impress him.
Okay. Just wanted to check.
I don't believe you have an A in that class, so we could both use a little bit of extra credit.
Fine.
I vote that we do it, but we make him give us a letter.
You vote? What is this, a super delegate situation? I vote we go back.
Overruled.
Underruled.
I don't mean to break this up.
This
but,
doesn't involve you.
Oh,
You sure won't.
You took too long to get us out here. We're going to be late turning this cart back in if we don't leave right now.
We're going to be late either way. We might as well give them a reason for why we were late.
Why don't you help the dwarf and I'll go back?
Fine.
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 I leave.
Okay, so you're going to pilot the capybara cart? Mm-hmm. I'm going to ask you to make a... You know, you're piloting a capybara. I'll say you can do animal handling because it's kind of your jam. I know I did dexterity for you, but we'll do animal handling, and we'll also do a perception check for you, Irene.
Okay. I got an 8.
Okay, that's 8 for animal handling?
8 for animal handling and perception. I got a 10.
Irene, you hop on the cart and kind of unsteadily roll down the coast. The capybara is not paying very close attention to the way you're trying to steer it, but you are wobbling away down the beach. And Bosco, you are there with Fisherman
Who
Flando.
sucks at driving now, slut?
Still you, bitch.
Novice, thank you so much for your help. Can I get you anything? Hmm?
I am absolutely okay, but I would love for it if once we figure out what's going on, if you wouldn't mind putting in a good word for the Ranger Guild. I'm trying to climb these ranks as quickly as possible.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's kids like you that are going to protect us from those vicious, vile hogs, always sweeping in and ruining our way of life.
Absolutely. We are the world. We are the future.
Very well. So I've seen some mysterious scrape marks in the night heading off to the south. I think that may be a good
marks
place.
down south. I can relate. You and me both, pal.
Great. And so I'm going to ask you, Bosco, to roll both survival and investigation. And while that's happening, Irene, you are heading back to town. You've now kind of rounded the hill. You've lost sight of the beach, and the cart's still kind of wobbling along. And you catch out of the corner of your eye, again, another shape. This time, though, you can't really make out what it is. It's definitely larger than a person, though, and it's about 300 feet away from you amongst some trees.
What is that thing? Is that a glama bird? I'm going to make a glama bird call at it.
You're so
Go
good
for
at
it.
that.
Ra-tiki-tiki-ta-ta.
it starts moving, not really toward you, but parallel to you. And so the cart's not moving very fast that you're on, and it's also moving just behind you and in parallel, like kind of keeping pace with you.
Oh, that's unsettling.
And Bosco, what is it that you rolled?
I rolled a 13 for survival and a 19 for investigation.
Okay, so you are following the tracks. You headed down the beach. You found some tracks along the sand beyond where the high tide line is. And following them, you start to make some deductions that it's not just one track. It looks like 16. And you follow them to the edge of the water where, in sort of some tide pools, you can see that looks like there's a small cave in one of the tide pools.
Look at this. There's the cave. This must be where things are going. I shouldn't go back to Flando quite yet. I don't have anything to tell him. I'm going to go investigate that cave.
Okay, so you head down into the cave, and Irene, give me another perception check.
Great. I got an 11.
Irene, you hear a squeal as your capybara rears back in pain and kind of stumbles and staggers and tips over to its side.
Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with this thing?
And the shape that it's still...
have a spare tire. A smaller one. A boot.
You still see that dark shape about 300 feet away at the edge of the woods.
Capybara, get up. Get up. I'm going to poke it. Get up. I'm going to handle you, you animal.
Do you want to get... Okay, let's roll animal handling.
Natural 1.
Part 6. Octobussy.
Glamala Island, home of the Glamazons. When we last left our heroes, lizard folk barbarian Irene Dubois and Shatterkai fighter Bosco, they had parted ways over a disagreement. Bosco's search for a missing magical net has led to a mysterious cave. Meanwhile, Irene's return to the city has been interrupted when her cart's capybara encountered sudden misfortune. Can Irene handle this animal? Let's find out.
Get up. I'm going to handle you, you animal.
Do you want to get... Okay, let's roll animal handling.
Natural 1.
It squeals in horror as you approach. So it is in pain, and I think from its perspective, it's seeing a giant lizard bearing down on it. Like, capybaras are prey animals, and so it's seeing this giant, fanged reptile coming down upon it, and it is freaking out. And as it's freaking, you do see that its 2 front feet are actually bleeding a little bit.
What's wrong with you, you weird... Oh... That's gross.
The capybara is kicking its feet and screaming, and there's a dark shape at the edge of the woods watching you.
Okay, this is all absolutely 100% too much. I am not prepared to do this alone. I'm going to pick up the capybara and go back to Fisherman Flandos.
Okay, let's do a strength check.
Oh, Mama, you know I got the strength.
You can do athletics, too.
Everybody's got the strength. Well, okay, I've got some of the strength. It was a 13.
Okay, you lift the capybara, and are you doing like a fireman carry? Like, is it up over your shoulders? How are you carrying it?
No, I've got it under one hand.
Okay.
Like a lifeguard carrying a tube.
Okay. It is squealing and kicking its feet as you make your way back up the road. And Bosco, as you descend into the cave, and you're in an underwater cave, but there's a little pocket of air at the top of it, so you are able to your nose and eyes can poke up. You see a shining net, and you also see lots of other fishing equipment. There's hooks and poles and buoys and lobster traps, all sorts of things.
What does a lobster trap look like?
It looks like the Krusty Krab.
Oh, that's so funny.
So
very meta.
Give me a perception check.
She doesn't see shit.
6.
So yeah, you have found the fisherman's equipment. What do you want to do about it?
I don't know why all this is here, but the only thing that I need is that net, so I'm gonna get that net.
Okay, so as you grab for the net, from below, you feel tentacles wrapping around your ankle. Meanwhile, Irene, as you are heading up the road, you're noticing that the shape in the trees is still very slowly keeping pace with you.
Why is that shape in the trees slowly keeping pace with me? I hate that.
Oh my god, I hate when that happens.
Hey, this is
Oh my
not what I wanted to happen
This
today.
is the last thing I needed right now.
Why can I not just have one mission outside the city, not be a total shit show? All right, I'm tossing the capybara and just booking it
Doodles!
In what direction?
towards the fisherman Flandos.
Okay, so you drop the capybara and you run.
I'm sorry.
You run off toward the fisherman's shack, and Bosco, you have just noticed that there is a very large octopus coming out of a very small hole at the side of this tide pool, and it is starting to make its way around your legs.
I'm going to submerge myself into the water to try and combat it. But first I'm going to scream, hentai! I saw this last night!
No.
I am going to pry the tentacles off of my armor to try and get back to the air bubble to at least catch my breath.
Okay. Give me a athletics or acrobatics check.
Acrobatics for sure.
Okay.
22.
Okay, you are able to slip out of the octopus's grip, and that is when you notice that another octopus is emerging from the opposite side of the cavern.
There are too many damn octopuses in this damn
Not a
cave.
16 to bus.
Oh my god, an octobus. Octobussy.
Take the gay rights away.
Give them left.
This octopus is going to spray an ink cloud into the water, and the entire cave is now inky and black.
Shit.
Inky.
Unfortunate.
And the one that squirted ink into the water is actually dashing out of the cave. It's kind of making a break for it.
These damn pusses. I'm gonna go ahead and try.
I think it's
and...
pie.
True. I'm gonna try and dispatch this octopus.
Okay, go for it.
I am over this nonsense, this conflama, this drama, this buffoonery. It needs to end here.
The hateration and the holleration.
Not in this fucking dancery tonight.
Not in this inky cave.
No. I'm using my whip for it, which will give me a 24.
Oh, 24. Okay, that hits. And how much damage does it do?
6.
Okay, so you hit it for 6 points of damage. The octopus is going to try to grab at your face. It rolled a 17 plus 5, so it was 22. It does, and it is now grappling your face and trying to pull you down under the water.
Shit. Feel like Sigourney Weaver right now.
You always feel like Sigourney
I do,
Weaver.
you're right.
It doesn't matter what situation you're in. Oh, it's Sigourney too.
And we're going to cut back to Irene. Irene, you have just sort of rounded the corner of the coast. You can see the shack of the fishermen. You also see a dark, inky blob sort of rising up and like trickling up the coast toward you.
What the hell is that? I want to know what that is.
Okay, roll survival.
Natural 20.
Oh, she is a survivor.
Okay, with a natural 20, you immediately understand that this is from a either a frightened octopus or an octopus that is engaged in combat, and you can easily follow it back to its source, up and around the hill into a tide pool cave.
All right. I don't know why I would follow a weird blob octopus into a tide pool cave.
I will say there's no sign of Bosco.
God, something just tells me that I need to follow that octopus into that tide pool cave. Something deep inside me wants to know what it's up to. But where, oh, where is Bosco?
You
Maybe.
hear me screaming, hentai! From the cave.
Maybe she's in the fisherman's shack. I should go in there and check.
Okay, so you head into the fisherman's shack, and Fisherman Flando is like, "Oh, I knew you were a good egg. Here, let me give you
Don't
a
talk
good
to
egg."
me about kegs.
Oh, sorry. Have you had a traumatic experience with an egg?
Traumatic.
Ew.
That's my new drag name, actually.
Oh my god.
Well, I've got an omelet going. Have a seat. And we're gonna cut back to Bosco, and the octopus makes another attack against you. That's going to be an 11 plus 5, 15. Does that beat your armor class?
I am 15.
The octopus does 5 points of bludgeoning damage. What's Irene up to?
Have you seen my egg? Sorry, my friend Bosco. I'm sorry, Bosco.
Of course, your friend agreed to help me track down my gear that was taken by those wicked hogs.
Right. I remember that part. Where did she go?
She headed out toward the south where I saw the trails on the beach.
Oh, God. Okay. Is the south... Sorry, I'm not so good with directions. Is that, like, towards the tide pool?
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of tide pools over there. I go crabbing.
Sickening. All right, I'm going to go back outside and go see if that blob is still there.
Okay, yeah, you go outside, and the blob is definitely there. You actually see a giant octopus, like, scooting in the opposite direction of the tide pools. Like, it is going out to sea.
Hey, octopus. Hey, you octopus.
Are you trying to get its attention?
Yeah.
Are you doing, like, an octopus call?
Yeah.
What does that sound like?
Octopus. Hey, octopus.
I'm calling an octopus.
Calling all octopodes.
Roll animal handling.
13. I'd like to use my inspiration.
Please do.
I got the exact same roll. What a good use of that.
Hearing that inspired but still average octopus call, the octopus does take note of you and is no longer zooming away. It's not really moving toward you, but it's not zooming away either.
I'm going to run over to the octopus.
Okay, and what are you going to do to it?
I'm going to intimidate it.
Roll intimidation.
This never goes well.
It sure hasn't.
Not a natural, but a 1.
Irene, the octopus leaps out of the water and attempts to attach to your face.
This is what I get for trying to intimidate an octopody.
It rolls a 22.
Oh, great.
And it gloms onto your face, doing 9 points of bludgeoning damage. And it is now trying to pull you down into the water. Bosco, what are you up to?
Still flailing, still thinking about the epic timeless masterpiece that is Alien, and how not useful that information is right now.
Honestly, this really makes me think of the Glomalala national anthem.
Which
I just can't get you out of my head.
Get you off of my face. Oh, that would be a great number as a face hugger.
Buteline does it.
Oh, she's so smart.
I know. We don't deserve her.
We really don't. I'm going to go ahead and continue thrashing at this octopus. I think I can finish it off in like a few more blows. I got an 11.
An 11 hits. Roll your damage against the octopus.
6.
Okay. It is looking, I was going to say like beat up. I don't know what a beat up octopus looks like. It looks
like an octopus.
Yeah, it looks like an octopus.
Like a dried white peach.
But there is a much fresher looking octopus pulling Irene down into the sea. And Irene, what are you going to do?
So as a bonus action, I'd like to use my bite, my Hungry Jaws attack.
Sure.
To try to get it off my face.
Calamari!
All right, that's a 13.
That hits. Yeah, roll your damage.
5.
5 for the octopus. And you normally gain hit points back on Hungry Jaws, right? But I think you're at max hit points.
Once per short rest as a bonus action, I can gain 3 temporary HP.
Oh, then mark that down.
Okay.
That's on top of your regular hit points.
Great.
You've bitten into it. If an octopus could squeal, it would. And
It's just like... All right, and then I'm going to take out my great axe. It's so great. It's the best axe.
It's huge.
It's a huge axe. And I'm going to just smack that octopus.
Go for
All
it.
on that floor, smack that. Give me some
Give me
more.
some more. All right, that's an 18.
Okay, that hits. How much damage does it do?
7.
So that was 5 plus 7. So you've done 12 points to that octopus. And now it is similarly looking like a dried white peach. And Bosco, you're up next.
They are not looking very good right now, so I'm going to continue attacking them. Business as usual. Sigourney Beaver up in here. Plus 20.
Oh, geez.
something, So, yeah.
Okay, roll damage.
23. That puts me at 7 damage.
All right, another 7 to that one. And octopus is up next. And the octopus is actually, this one has not used its ink cloud yet. It is going to spray ink directly into your mouth.
Oh, no, not without asking.
However, it only rolled a 10. What is your armor class?
15.
All right, so the ink just kind of gathers around your lips, but it doesn't go in. And the octopus uses its dash action to disengage and zoom off out the cave. It has taken enough of a licking at this point. Bosco, you are out of combat.
I am. I look like the girl in The Evil Dead after she cut her tongue off. at this point. It's just like hairs everywhere. I'm getting this goddamn net. So I'm grabbing the fisherman's net. I am over this bullshit. I'm going to start swimming out of the cave with the fisherman's net.
Okay, you've got it. It is a glittering, gleaming fisherman's net. When you pick it up, you feel like there's sort of like it's thrumming with energy. And
This is thrumming with energy.
Exactly right. And as you emerge, you see splashing like 100 feet away, and you see what is the distinct silhouette of Irene with an octopus on her head.
Looks like a Tuesday night. Irene, do you need any help?
Okay, I'm gonna take my javelin.
Okay.
You just have the full like Zelda like artillery, like shot next.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shove it up into the octopus.
Okay, make an attack roll against the octopus.
8.
That is not gonna do it, because in your blinded state, you can't really get a sense of where things are. You kind of jab it just past the octopus, and in the process, the one around your ankles kind of trips you, and you fall back into the water.
Oh, love that.
I'm gonna go ahead and use one of my bonus actions, Blessing of the Raven Queen.
Oh,
so
shit.
I'm gonna teleport right over there. I'm not gonna take any goddamn damage. Taking no attitude from this fucking octopus. I recognize the one that I've been beating the shit up out of, and I'm gonna target that one.
Okay.
And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and whip it real good. It is gonna be 19.
That
I thought
hits,
that was a
and
one.
how much damage does it do?
It does 8.
8 damage. With that, you whip it, and it is no more. That octopus, the 8
Obliterated.
legs spread out, and it kind of floats to the surface. And the other one, seeing this, disengages from Irene's face and is now trying to make its escape. So the two of you can either let it escape.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
I'm chilling.
I'm gonna grab as many of its legs as I can.
Okay.
And just do the kind of Scottish, like...
Oh no, like a balloon animal. Like doom 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 doom. Tie it up.
I'm gonna spin around in a circle until I, like, get a lot of momentum going, and then I'm gonna let go.
Okay, make an athletics check.
11.
You throw it like 30 feet, which is respectable. It takes off. It's done.
What was that?
Got the net.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. Apparently, those octopus were behind were behind all of this. There's a giant treasure trove filled with fishing gear over there.
That
and
is-
I found the net.
That honestly
Found the net.
fascinating. What a fun, charismatic, whimsical adventure
I
you've
thought
been
you
on.
left.
I did. The capybara started bleeding, and then a dark, shadowy figure started following me, and
That sounds about par for the course.
not sure where it went because all of a sudden an octopus was on my face.
Well.
Where is the dark, shadowy figure? Can I look for it?
Oh, you can look, sure. What do you want to investigate? Yeah, let's do investigation.
Yeah. 8.
There's no sign of a dark, shadowy figure here at the coast, but you do see, coming around the hillside, Fisherman Flando, who is like, Oh, you did it! You defeated those wily hogs, and you got me net back. Moreover, you got dinner!
Calamari.
Yeah.
Her name is Callie, last name Mari.
Hey, do you live alone out here?
Yeah, indeed I do.
So there wouldn't be any, say, large, ominous, dark figures just roaming about on their evening walk?
Only those nasty hogs.
Cool.
Loves him some hogs. Well, plus side, I have your net. Ding, 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 ding. Give me compliments.
'Twas an amazing battle, I'm sure. You can tell me all about. Let's roast this. What did you name it? Calamari.
Miss Callie.
Miss
Yeah.
Callie. Let's roast
Miss
her up
Callie
and
Mari.
Mary Collie.
devour her. And you can tell me all about your battle against the mighty Kraken.
Yeah, but the octopus is just like this big. Just the size of a football. You're like, yeah, Kraken. Let's get Kraken on dinner, though.
Okay. We really should go.
But I really like compliments.
I will tell you right now that you are fabulous and amazing
Oh, my God.
if you leave with me back to the city.
Fine, but I'm getting a letter of recommendation. I put in the work.
Give him your address.
Oh,
I've actually, you asked for that before you began. I've already penned it. I had such
Flando,
confidence
you
in you.
shouldn't have, even though I definitely asked you to do that. Thank you.
Here you go. And, if you see any hogs stealing babies or eating women, be sure and murder them.
I'll keep that in
That's
mind.
the Glamazon way.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the
It's
letter.
such a pleasure to meet you. There's your net. Deuces.
Deuces to uses. And he gathers up his net. He gathers the octopus under his arm. Unless you want to take it.
I want nothing to do with any of those squiggly,
no,
tentacly
it
bitches.
tried to squirt some shit down my throat. I'm over this.
Oh, is that what that is? I just thought you got a new lipstick.
Yeah.
You just didn't know how to apply it.
But it is smudge proof.
And as you head up the shore around the hill, you see that the cart is there, and so is the capybara, and it seems fine.
I thought you said.
Look at his paws. His paws were bleeding. The paws are bleeding.
Okay, I'm gonna go check on the paws.
Yeah, you check on the paws; they look great.
What are you talking about? This capybara is fine.
Girl, do not with me about this right now.
What do you mean not with you?
I
What is going on, Irene?
well, the capybara was bleeding
Okay.
and wouldn't.
Does it know first aid? Because it's fine.
I tried to carry it back to camp, but then this figure was following me, and so I just left it behind, and it must have licked its wounds clean, but it won't take us back to the city
Why not?
because it's injured.
You want to find out?
Yes.
All right. Let's drive the cart. I want to go home.
All right, are you driving, Bosco?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Is it working?
Yeah, we'll use your roll from before. It's fine.
Okay.
I hate that, girl. No. Stop. Shady happenings. Listen, the tea.
Okay.
I'm not lying.
I don't think you're lying. I just don't think you're right.
Fine.
Yeah?
Let's go back.
Get in.
I'm in.
All right.
What's the mood as you ride back?
Tense.
We are camping. It's so intense.
All right, so after a tense capybara cart ride back to the city, you arrive back at the Ranger Lodge. You both go back to your respective rooms. Lewis, you're in the sandbox again.
Oh, I didn't knock when you came back.
Sandbox, litter box.
Startled me.
Do you have a little song?
Twinkle, twinkle, little box.
Oh, no. Hi, Lewis. Sorry I didn't knock. We should put a soccer, whatever you put over your recorder, on the door next time. That way I know when you're using the sandbox.
That's all right. Always nice to have an audience.
I do like to watch.
That's why we get along so well.
It's true.
Meanwhile, back in Irene's room, as you come in, Jake is standing there with his arms folded across his chest, and he says, "There seem to be some discrepancies in the story you told me the other day.
What story?
The story about when you went to Cliffhanger Crest with those illicit prisoners."
Look, I was not feeling very fresh when I told you that story. I just forget that I ever said anything, please.
Were you using substances?
No.
Takes out the notebook, makes a little mark, heads out of the room.
Does it impress you that I told you that I wasn't using substances? Oh my God, you and that notebook. Give me that.
Oh, yeah, are you reaching for it? What do you, okay.
I'm going to take the notebook.
Okay, make an athletics check.
19.
He rolled a 6. You are able to snatch it away from him.
I'm so sick of this notebook. What are you even writing in here? And I'm going to look at the notebook.
You look through it, and there are names of all the students in your class with X's and check marks in columns next to them. And next to your name, there's actually several rows of X's. There are no check marks at all. In fact, you have a few pages. The X's just keep going and going and going. And some of them have like little circles and tildes and little symbols next to them. He says, wait, no, you give that back right away or the disciplinary committee will hear of this.
What is this?
I keep track of the students in the class for the disciplinary committee so that when discipline needs to be done, Discipline Daddy has all the information that is needed.
You're keeping tabs on everyone in the class?
Of course.
Not anymore, and I'm going to bite the notebook.
Okay, I don't think you need to make a roll. With your hungry jaws, you are able to snap through it, and it explodes in a
confetti of little bits of paper, and Jake snorts and stomps and charges out of the room head first and slams the door behind him.
Pigs these days.
All right.
How dare you?
Okay, so the next day, Irene, you are asked to report to Resplendent Ranger Ryan's office.
Okay.
Why?
There's a note waiting for you on the bulletin board that says, Irene Dubois, report to Resplendent Ranger Ryan's office.
I'm going to go to Bosco's room.
Bosco, I think you'd still be in there, so Irene comes in.
Hey,
Oh, hi.
look at this.
What's this?
It's a note.
I'm illiterate. Can you read it for me?
Oh, Mama, I'll read you. Apparently, I'm supposed to report to Ranger Ryan's office.
That's crazy. I learned Lewis's full name is Lewis Ann Clark.
Wow.
What are the odds?
3 first names. That's so annoying.
Right? So nice you had to name it thrice.
I hate him even more now, and I didn't think that was possible. But
Oh, well.
last night, me and Jake kind of got into it.
What did you do?
He completely overreacted. I just took that little notebook he keeps in his chest pocket and ripped it into a million little shreds.
You took his personal property and then destroyed it? What was the notebook?
Well, he was keeping track of everyone in our class and whether or not they were doing good things and bad things. And he had pages and pages and pages of things about me, and they were all bad.
Well, what an arc.
Okay, gives new meaning to the word pig.
True.
We love a metaphor.
We sure do. But does he work for the disciplinary committee then? And
I think he is the disciplinary committee. I don't even know what the disciplinary committee is. Why would someone in our class be responsible for policing
Maybe
our class?
he's not just a pig, but he's also a mole.
A pig mole?
A pig mole.
A mole pig?
A naked pig mole.
He's too curly to be a mole.
From behind a curtain, you hear a little song. A curtain has been put up over the sandbox after last night's confusion.
Swish, swish, yeah, swishing all around, swishing all around the world.
And Lewis, you've heard all of this.
Lewis, can I have a moment with my friend?
Bro, it's Irish. How are you?
I'm feeling very green, very festive, and a little bit tipsy.
Heard about your little meltdown last night. Sorry.
Did you hear about it when I said it just 2 seconds ago?
I did.
Well, that's fabulous.
Talk of the town.
This is a small town, isn't it?
Getting a lot of buzz.
Well, why don't you go tell TMZ?
The story
and
has
let me
legs
have
on it.
Let me have a moment with my friend, Bosco.
Anything you need, of course.
Oh, what a gracious
Hi, Lewis.
cat.
Bye, roomie.
Isn't he just perfect?
He's sucks. Anyway, I'm concerned about this note.
You probably should be.
It's like a summons. Did you get one?
No, I didn't rip up somebody's notebook that works
Okay,
for the
that's a relief.
disciplinary,
I didn't know if it was about that or if it was about the other thing.
which we're still not talking about, right?
Not to anyone else
Okay.
besides the narc mole pig.
Yeah, that would have been probably the worst person to talk about that.
Well, I ripped up his notebook, so now he's got no evidence of it. So
That's cute, but you're probably going to have to pay for the notebook.
I'll get him 6 notebooks. I was having a moment after last night and your whole rudeness.
Rudeness?
Yeah, rudeness. Telling me that I was wrong.
We took the cart home. It got us home in time.
I told
there was
you
not a
what
single
happened.
injury on that capybara. I didn't see anybody following us.
If you were, I promise you, there was a dark, shadowy figure and it was following me.
I could see that.
You saw it?
Could see that for you. I love that for you.
You think I'm crazy?
No.
Let's roll to see what kind of a friend you're being right now. Oh, look, a 1.
Girl, I believe you.
You know
there's
what?
no
I have to go to
evidence
Ranger
for that.
Ryan's office. I will talk to you later. Goodbye.
All right.
I'm going to go to Ranger Ryan's office.
Okay, so as you come in, he said, Irene, come in, have a seat. Heard there was a bit of trouble last night with your roommate.
Oh my gosh. Yes. You know what? I take full responsibility. I was shedding my skin, and you know how us lizard folk. Oh, you probably don't, because you're not a lizard folk yourself.
I don't. Your anatomy is a mystery.
So when a lizard folk sheds its skin, the hormonal balance of our brain chemistry just is not where it needs to be for, standard behavioral customs. Do you know what I mean?
So this was a medical issue.
Oh, fully. I was sick, and I I want to apologize to Jake, but I haven't seen him because he didn't come back to the room last night. So
Yes, about that. He no longer feels safe in the room with you. He has requested that he be transferred to a private room.
wow. So it wasn't that big of a deal. He's probably just exaggerating to get privacy.
All right. Well, I hope you understand your medical issues. We do want to be sensitive to, but we also need to be sensitive to the safety and comfort of all the students.
You know what would probably be best is if during the time that I'm shedding my skin, I was given a space where I wouldn't have the opportunity to lash out at other students. Maybe like a room with privacy. I don't know, like a private room.
Yeah, do you want to persuade or make this case? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I got a 2.
I see. So, all right. Well, we will look into that as well. While I understand the medical issue involved, there is going to need to be a bit of a reconciliation, a little bit of disciplinary action for you. So we are going to ask you to do detention for the next 2 weeks.
What?
I'm sorry. I know it's harsh, but you will report to detention after your classes, after your missions, and you will be confined to your room. The RAs will be checking in after that. But I will check with Jake and see if we can come to some sort of agreement where the two of you can kiss and make up. I don't know if you're kissing. If you're kissing, I actually do need to know about that because that affects your room assignments. Are you kissing?
No.
All right, then, as it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, and I'm probably going to be shedding my skin for the next 3 months. All right. Bye.
Okay. Heading off to classes. But before that, what I would like you to do is have both of you roll on the random experience table again.
I got 4, which is you lost or didn't do your homework.
Okay.
I got a 3. You embarrassed yourself in front of classmates.
Okay. So if you are able to work those in to any scene going forward, you will get inspiration. You're actually on your way to your next separate classes. So, Irene, you are heading to Bumbleicious Beekeeping, where a Glamazon instructor in a bee costume, like the bee girl from the music video, is there with several hives and introduces you to the Bumbleicious bees. And while you're there, you hear some students gossiping. You hear them saying that there's an opening at Cliffhanger Crest. The ranger who was stationed there is stepping down, and they're looking for replacements.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, you didn't hear? Up at Cliffhanger Crest, reclusive ranger Melissa is going to retire, so they're looking for someone else to take their place.
The reclusive ranger Melissa is retiring?
Right.
Why? Who is that? I mean...
I don't know. It's just that's been Melissa's station for the last 50 years. It's a big change, and it's an unusual station. It's the only solitary post in the whole ranger network.
Well, that's cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay, and you are led over to the beehives, and I'm going to need you to once again make an animal handling check.
So good at this. I got an 8.
Okay, as you reach into the hives with a smoke pot to gather up some honey, a whole bunch of the Bumbleicious bees gather on you, and you feel a prick. And I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, natural 1.
Irene, it turns out you are deathly allergic to bees. And so several medics in white robes descend on the apiary on Glamazon gliders, and they gather you up on a stretcher, and they fly you back to the city.
What a good choice in classes for you to pick.
Gosh, it's almost as if I didn't do my homework or something.
Stop! No.
All right.
My classes.
Irene, you failed so spectacularly on that beekeeping exercise because you did none of the reading. You did none of the practice, none of the prep, and you get a point of inspiration for that.
Love that for me. It's not a total wash.
Meanwhile, Bosco, you are led into a room with shelves and shelves and shelves of different kinds of tape.
Hell yes. Home at last.
And
A whole bunch of screens, like folding screens, are brought out for the students to stand behind and disrobe. And behind each of you are rolls of different varieties of tape. You are given a demonstration by the instructor who demonstrates on a mannequin on proper tucking technique and hygiene, and then asks each of you to complete a tuck, put on several pairs of pantyhose, and then emerge to be evaluated. Now, this is... I'm realizing now, having a teacher evaluating students on their tuck, there may be some creepy issues there. But you're all adults, and you are all informed of what the elective would involve before and after you signed up, so it's fine. So let's start off with a sleight of hand check.
It's like, you don't gotta get ready if you stay ready, you know what I mean? I came tucked. Yep. It is a 14.
A 14, excellent. And let's also see from you a constitution check.
Cool. 10.
So, in terms of like the origami of everything, the tuck is excellent. But
I use scotch tape to secure it because I feel very feminine today. I'm like, this is all I need.
You use painter's tape.
yeah, it is unable to sustain, and so
This is so embarrassing. I embarrassed myself in front of all my classmates.
absolutely. The instructor comes over, and one by one, they're kneeling on like a little skateboard, rolling from student to student to get a closer look.
Checking the oil underneath
Exactly
the car.
right. In fact, everyone's platform is on a little riser, and so when you're ready to be inspected, you go up so that the instructor can get a good look at the undercarriage.
I fucking hate this school.
It's got a little wand they're sort of probing around the edges with, and when they get to you, Bosco, there's a sproing, and
My
the entire
ginormous penis falls out.
It does.
Smacking him in the face, giving him a black eye.
Make an attack roll against the instructor.
I'm just a 6.
It does smack him in the face. He does not sustain a permanent injury, but everyone in the class has seen this mishap. It is very embarrassing, and you have earned a point of inspiration.
Hell yes.
Meanwhile, back at the infirmary, Irene, you are just waking up in a hospital cot, and I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I never save wisdom.
Spend
Natural one. I don't
In
know
the
shit.
infirmary, covered in hives and welts, your cheeks swollen up, all your cheeks swollen up, you fly into a rage thinking about the day you have had between Jake and not doing your homework and the bees. You have lost it.
I'm just going to take the room and both literally and metaphorically turn it upside down.
Okay, you smash up the room. It takes several Glamazon clerics to subdue you. They eventually get you under the effects of a sleep spell, but it is very, very difficult. And when they do, the room is in tatters. You have shredded the cot you were on, and you've shredded the curtains, which were made custom for this room. They were beautiful. The doctors are cowering behind their stations. Everything is smashed and in ruins as you are carted off.
Love that journey for me.
And word of this is spreading around the school. Lewis has certainly heard of it. And Bosco, you get back to your room, and Lewis loves to shit. Lewis is in the sandbox again.
Lewis is exclusively eating fiber. He's like, Activia? I think I will.
And digestive health is the most important meal of the day.
The ancient drag legend Jamie Lee Curtis once told me.
She's one of the leaders of one of the
Oh,
houses.
Jamie Lee Curtis?
I'm active enough, thank you. Oh, have you heard the news about your friend?
I smelled the news. What are we doing?
I'm just peeking around the curtain
I
right now.
see.
She's been, she tore up the infirmary, went on
Oh,
a
I bet
real
she shut it
rampage.
down. Was it a great performance?
Sounds like it. She wrecked the place.
Were they living?
Just barely by the skin of their teeth.
Wait, we're not talking about her performing. She literally wrecked the place?
She went on a rage. She had some kind of mad bender.
That sucks.
I know you used to be friends, but
We're still friends. We're just working through some things. I'm gonna go check and see if I can find her.
all right.
Thanks for letting me know, Lewis. I'm gonna go look for Irene.
Okay, so you head back to Irene's room, and when you open the door, you see that the tape that you have kind of become familiar with that went down the center of the room, it is gone. And Jake is at his desk he's got a new notebook, and he is starting to fill in all the names of all the students in his notebook, and he turns around and says,
Oh, Bosco, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for Irene. I heard that she had a little bit of an episode today. Have you seen her?
I believe Irene was taken into the tower for her own safety.
The tower?
The tower, yes. We have a tower, believe it or not, here at the Ranger Lodge.
I certainly do believe that. Can you point me to the direction of where this tower is?
Up.
That does make sense. I was going to go to the basement to look for the tower, but...
That would have been very foolish.
You were correct. You were very right, Jake.
Very foolish.
Thanks, Jake. Jake.
That's right.
From State Farm.
And Jake goes back to his notebook.
Cool. I'm going to go and find said tower.
Yeah, the tower, there's one main stairwell for the Ranger Lodge. It continues spiraling up into the tower where there is a cell up there with a locked door, and Irene is in it, asleep.
Knock, knock, slut.
What?
What do you mean? What are you doing here? What happened today?
Sorry, I was sleeping. Well, let's see. I've had a great day. I started by going to class.
Okay.
And I got stung by bees because I, turns out, am extremely allergic to bees.
Oh,
but
that's a really
I
good class to take then.
didn't know that all bees carry a certain chemical in their venom that all lizard folk are allergic to, because I was too busy freaking out on Jake to do my homework last night because I was stressed out about our little argument. So then after I got stung
this is my fault.
Oh, it's more than your fault.
Oh.
After I got stung by bees, I got taken to the infirmary where, upon reflecting about how much of this is your fault, I flew into an uncontrollable rage and, unbeknownst to me, tore up the infirmary, and they locked me in this tower.
Well, it sounds like you deserve to be in here then.
Well,
I'm risking a lot of my reputation to be here right now. I'm trying to do you a solid and figure out what's going on, and you're going to blame your freak out on me.
if you want to do me a solid, then either tell everybody about how you decided that it was best to let prisoners go, and now Ranger Melissa has been forced to retire, or just leave me alone forever.
Wow, that's quite the ultimatum.
What are you going to do?
I think you know what I'm going to fucking do. I'm tired of sticking my neck out for you. I don't think you're cut out to be a ranger. You've done nothing but suck at all of these classes. You're not doing your homework. You're getting in fights with your roommates. I'm trying to be the best ranger I can be, and I don't think you have that in you.
Well, then go be an amazing ranger and go on lots of adventures and have a great life without me.
Fine.
Bye.
Bye. Enjoy solitude.
Enjoy bitchitude.
Always do.
Okay, Bosco exits the tower, and as you are descending the stairs, you see resplendent Ranger Ryan heading up. Ranger Ryan enters the room that you're in, Irene, and says, "Boy, you really weren't kidding about this lizard folk skin shedding condition. It's really something."
Yeah, it's a real thing.
And I believe you. So, some things are going to have to happen now. I imagine you understand that is the case.
Yeah, right.
So, tell me, Irene, how committed are you to becoming a ranger?
Through my swollen eyes, I'm going to look directly at him, and through my swollen mouth, I'm going to say, with all of my scales.
All right, that is the answer we like to hear. So, disciplinary action obviously is called for. However, we're currently talking about the situation. This is a little unusual. There are only so many places in the Ranger program, and we're going to have to think about, if you are committed to it, we want to be fair to you. We want to give you a chance to succeed, but we're going to have to think about what that means. In the meantime, we are going to have to keep you here in the tower.
Why? I'm not in a rage anymore.
I understand. It's for your safety and for the safety of your roommate and for the safety of the medical staff.
And the curtains. Those were really nice curtains.
Oh, thank you. Bosco's, I heard.
I told you to get out of
here. I heard.
Read her.
The curtains were very expensive and very nice.
Look, I am not in a rage anymore. That is an uncontrollable state. only go into that state when I'm extremely upset. I'm not upset anymore. I'm fine. Let me out of this cage.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
This just keeps on getting better for you, girl.
18.
Oh.
You can choose what you want to do. If you want to suppress the rage, you can. If you want to let it well up and happen, you can let that happen too.
I'm going to suppress it.
Okay.
But I'm going to let it well up just a little bit, grab the bars of the cage, and break the door.
Okay, make an athletics check.
19.
All right, you snap the bars, you break the lock, the door starts to swing open. Ryan rushes forward to close and goes, no. Okay.
Look, I'm in control of myself, but you are not going to lock me away.
Okay, I see that. Oh boy. Okay, I'm sorry, Irene. For your own safety, for the safety of the rest of the students, I'm afraid I have to do this. And Ranger Ryan pulls back his sleeve where he's got a bracer. You've seen these on a lot of the Resplendent Rangers. And when he touches it, you are overcome with sickening radiance, which is going to do...
Not sickening radiance.
That does 22 points of radiant damage.
I'm out of HP.
Okay, so he was not striking to kill, so you fall unconscious as you hear him say, I'm so...
Bitch.
Okay, so the next day, Irene, that definitely counted as a long rest, so your hit points are back to full.
Sickening.
You wake up strapped to your cot in the tower. There is a new lock kind of built over the old lock, holding your door shut, and... Ranger Ryan, Imperator Banus, and Inquirer Kalis have all come to your room, and Ranger Ryan steps forward and says, Good morning, Irene. We've discussed your commitment to the Ranger program, and we think we've arrived at a solution. We see in you a talent. You certainly have a talent for combat that could be very valuable to the Rangers. And Imperator Banus nods enthusiastically, as much as you can make out that this shape is nodding.
Shadow movement.
His favorite form of communication, a shadow fax. I don't care.
So Ranger Ryan says, here's what we want to do. We want to do a final test to see what your role might be in the Rangers. We want to do a combat test to see if you are able to keep yourself under control under a high stress situation. Does that make sense?
More stress. That's exactly what I need right now.
It's you understand, we can't admit someone into the Rangers who's going to lose control at a critical moment.
What's the test?
It's going to be a test of single combat, and we have chosen for you an opponent. We know that you used to fight in the gladiator pits with novice ranger Bosco, so we think that Bosco is probably an equal match. We looked at your records. Seems like it would be a good level of challenge for someone like you.
You want me to fight Bosco?
That's correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, and shortly thereafter, the same delegation shows up in your room, Bosco, making essentially the same pitch to you, that they have heard about what's going on with Irene, that they want to do basically a trial by combat, and they want to see if you're up for it.
Fantastic hands and where to catch them. She is getting her ass kicked today.
Oh, what a fine tale this will make for a song. Oh, brave
Can you play
Bosco.
Eye of the Tiger for me? One of your people's oldest hymns.
Meow, 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 meow.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
The battle will take place tomorrow at dawn. In the meantime, make any training preparations that you like. And do either of you have any training preparations you'd like to make?
You know when you hold your mouth open and you kind of stick your tongue out a little bit and you can feel drool start to pool in your mouth? You know what I mean?
No.
I'm going to do that, but with venom.
Okay. Bosco, what are you doing to prepare?
I have cut out pictures of Irene's face, and I've taped them to targets, and I'm practicing whipping her eyeballs out.
Okay. So I'm going to say that when you get to the fight, Irene, you will have advantage on one Hungry Jaws attack.
Okay.
And Bosco, you will have advantage on one Whip to the Face attack. And you can use that whenever you like. So the next morning at dawn, there is a real buzz around the Ranger Lodge as everyone is getting ready to pile into the bus and head down to the Glomodrome for the big fight. Irene, some medics come in and strap you to a board and put a mask over your mouth with a little cage.
Dr. Lecter, where are you?
Oh my gosh.
They load it.
You were a very special child, weren't you, Rigo?
They load you onto a floating disc and float it down the stairs and attach it to the back of the bus. You're not actually in the bus. They're afraid for the safety of the other students. You are attached to the back, looking backwards, your arms strapped down and this mask over your face.
Cute muzzle.
From this angle, I can see the wheels on the bus, and they're going round and round.
After a short capybara ride, the very rowdy bus arrives. It's a bait bus. All the students file out and into the Glomodrome. They take their seats in the bleachers as Bosco, you are led to one locker room, and Irene, you are led to the other at the opposite side to get into your armor and get your weapons ready.
Out of my flap, it doesn't matter which one. Out of one of my flaps, the one under my rib cage, I pull out a picture of Bosco and I rip it in half.
Oh, all right.
I feel prepared. I'm good.
Yeah,
I got this. I'm going to kick her ass.
Yeah, I think it's just time. Okay, so the two of you here from the arena, Ranger Ryan addresses the group and says, Students, we have a very unusual, very special battle for you to see here today. It is a contest of skill and wits and brawn between two former gladiators. We have Novice Ranger Bosco.
Kick her ass.
And Bosco, how do you make your entrance?
The largest reveal coats of all time. You're like, there's no way she's possibly going to take that off. And I'm going to hold it. It's going to be ruffles everywhere. Ginormous hair. Bringing it back to my theme song. Mary J. Blige, Family Affair, is playing.
Excellent. Do a performance check.
11.
Okay, they're not into it. And the challenger, Irene Dubois.
All right. So mine's a little panned down. I'm in a black two-piece. I've got a wet human hair wig. It's also black. I'm in a black chiffon robe, and there's no music playing.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, make a performance check. It's chilling.
8.
There are boos around. Everyone at this point has heard about the bees. Everyone has heard about the infirmary. Some
Lewis
have even
starts
heard
playing
about
the theme from Jaws on the recorder. Doomed.
Jake is leading a whole bunch of students in booing you, Irene. And the two of you square up at the center of the arena. And Ranger Ryan says, all right, roll initiative.
Got a 6.
19. Nice character heals, bitch.
You always did rely on costuming to make your impressions.
At least it worked.
Bosco, you're up first.
All right. We're going to start with hyping up the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give them just like a really cute like chaîné twirl while slowly taking off the robe. Toss it off, reveal into black straps covering just the least amount of flesh. And like thigh-high boots, and corseted out of my mind.
Okay, do another performance check with advantage because you kind of have them on your side from the first check.
Yeah, we're going to go with the 22.
Okay, the crowd is going wild for this reveal. And is that the end of your turn? You're just going to...
No, I think I'm going to follow that up because I'm feeling real feisty about that. And we're going to start things strong, and we're going to go with a whip to the face.
The whip to the face maneuver. All right, make your attack roll against Irene.
22.
All right.
Wow.
How much damage does that do?
8.
All right, Irene, you take 8 points of slashing damage to the face.
Nice.
The crowd loves it when you get this whip to the face. Jake's on his feet, snorting and stomping.
Never looked better, girl.
I'm going to lunge at Bosco, and as a bonus action, make a bite attack.
All right, make an attack roll against Bosco.
I'm going to use that one advantage.
Please do.
on it. All right, the first one was a 3. The second one was a natural 1. So we're going to go with 8.
All right, your armor class, Bosco?
15.
15. So, Irene, you lunge forward, snapping with your jaws, your lips overflowing with venom, your eyes cold and dead and reptilian, and Bosco, you're able to just, in that very minimal outfit, just sidestep easily, and the crowd is again on their feet, cheering.
Meow.
All right, as my action, I'm going to, from behind her, turn around and swing my great axe into her back.
Go for it. Make an attack roll.
It's a 17.
That is going to hit. So, how much damage?
This one, 14 damage.
Bosco, you take 14 points of slashing damage, and the crowd is booing and hissing at Irene.
Boo, hiss, don't hurt a brave Bosco, Bosco the brave.
Bosco, what do you do next?
Ow. I'm gonna I'm gonna try and put some distance between us because I think the advantage on her with range. So I'm gonna go ahead and back handspring away from her
Okay, make an acrobatics check, and let me know how far away you're trying to get.
as far away as I can get to still hit her with a longbow.
Okay.
13.
Okay, with that, you are able to get 60 feet away from Irene.
Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and try and shoot her with my longbow now.
Okay, go for it.
15.
That hits.
That hits. How much damage does it do?
7.
All right, Irene, you take 7 points of piercing damage from the longbow, and as the arrow sinks into you, the crowd is going wild, and also the glomodrome is starting to churn beneath the floor. You hear water bubbling and churning, and mist is rising, and solid translucent discs rise up from the floor beneath your feet, lifting the two of you about 30 feet up into the air. There are several similar platforms rising up all around you, and you are now both standing on separate platforms, like American Gladiators style, if that makes sense.
Sure.
High above the floor of the glomodrome, and everyone is up and cheering and looking up at the two of you. Right now, the two of you are standing about 60 feet apart, each on your own platform, and there's also one right in between the two of you.
Okay. I have a hand axe with a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
So I'm going to toss my hand axe at Bosco. As an 18.
It would hit.
Okay, how much damage?
7.
Cool.
Bosco takes 7 points of slashing damage. And is that it for your turn, Irene?
I'm going to look directly at Bosco and put my hand on the arrow and shove it deeper into my arm.
Okay, you're going to take another point of piercing damage, but you also can do an intimidation roll with advantage.
14.
Bosco, do an insight check.
14.
Okay, tie goes to Irene. Bosco, you're going to have disadvantage on your next attack.
Okay.
You can cancel that out with inspiration, but you naturally would have disadvantage because you are unnerved by this move. And you are up next.
Cool. I'm gonna use my second wind to regain some HP.
Go for it.
All right, so I get 5 back.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to use my action surge special to take 1 additional turn. And I'm going to fire off another longbow at her to basically just double in on the spot that I hit the first time.
Go for it.
16.
16's going to hit, right? How much damage does that do, Bosco?
It is 4.
All right, 4 points of piercing damage. And so you actually can take one more action if you wanted to do action surge.
I'm just going to keep riling up the crowd to get on my side then.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and just stun on these hoes and do a quick death drop.
Okay, do a performance check with advantage.
Cool. That was an 8, and that was a 10.
Okay, they are...
Whelmed.
Yeah, they are whelmed. Irene, you're up next.
I'm going to go into a rage.
Okay.
My flaps on my neck stand up, all my scales stand on point, and I'm going to shoot venom as far into the air as I possibly can.
At anyone in particular, or just...
Straight up.
Straight up. Okay, make an attack roll.
With a modifier of any kind?
Dexterity.
15.
All right, so with a 15, you're just spraying venom into the air.
some of it's going to come back and hit you. It's not going to cause any damage to you, but some of it is going to splash and hit Bosco. Your armor class is 15, so that is going to hit, and you can do a d6 of poison damage. 5 points of poison damage to Bosco, canceling out the healing surge. But when your flaps open and people see you're not even trying to attack Bosco, you're just spraying venom into the air, there is a gasp throughout the crowd.
She's a menace!
Yeah, people actually, some of the students are actually starting to like back up and like kind of make their way toward the doors of the arena. The cheering and the booing has come to a halt, and it's just like a hushed, chill quiet through the crowd.
I'm going to go directly to Bosco.
Okay.
I can only move 30 feet at a time, though, I think, right?
It's 30, so you can make it to the middle platform.
All right, I'm going to walk to the middle platform.
Yeah, you can make it across.
And then I'm just going to throw down all my weapons. I know you have 1 hit point left. Give up.
So? Hasn't stopped me in the past. What are you going to do about it? Kill me?
I don't want to.
All right. Well, you're not going to have to worry about that because I'm going to kick your ass.
And Bosco, before your turn starts, so Irene is standing on the center platform, neck flaps fully engorged, weapons at her feet. The platforms raise up even higher, and all around the base of them, the ground starts to fill with a viscous liquid.
Gross.
Hot.
What is that viscous liquid?
You see that it is a kind of like a toxic ooze.
Not helpful. Cool.
Basically, you're each standing on platforms above this ooze. Irene's is basically like a 10-foot disc. Yours is also a 10-foot disc. And there is another one basically behind you.
I still have the advantage of range on me right now.
You do. You're 30 feet away.
I'm 30 feet away. I am going to teleport another 30 feet away to widen that gap.
Okay, you do that, and you're using the Raven Queen ability?
Yes.
Okay, so you teleport back to that platform, and what do you do from there?
I'm going to fire off another shot of my longbow. I'm trying to like draw it out and take whatever advantage I can at this point, and I know she has no more ranged attacks, so as long as I keep the distance, we should beat T.
Yes.
Because
Okay.
she just threw away all of her weapons, so sucks
Okay.
to suck.
Yeah, make a longbow attack.
15.
That hits. How much damage does it do?
8. Ooh.
I am in a rage, so I'm resistant.
So you are going to take 4 points of piercing damage from the longbow. And there is a gasp. There are more of the novices now that it seems like maybe Bosco has the upper hand or Bosco has a strategy. They've kind of stopped at the door and they're looking up. They're not sure, like maybe they should stick around and see how this is going to resolve, but they are still afraid of this situation.
Finish her, meow meow.
All right, and I think that's going to do it for your turn. What's up for Irene?
Last chance. Surrender.
And what?
All right. I'm going to pick up my javelin,
Okay.
which has a range of 120, and I'm going to toss it.
Too bad I have resistance this turn
You only have 1 hit point left.
to all damage.
To all damage?
I gain resistance to all damage when I teleport until the start of my next turn.
Perfect.
It's resistance, though, not immunity, right?
Yeah, so I only have to do 2 damage points.
All right.
All right, make your attack roll, Irene.
I'm going to use my point of inspiration to give myself advantage on this roll.
Okay, go for it.
7 plus 5. 12. 11.
All right. I have a 15 armor class, so
It misses.
no dice.
The javelin whooshes over your shoulder, Bosco, and falls down 30 feet into that ooze and dissolves. Bosco, it's your turn.
Maybe you should surrender, girl.
Okay.
Yeah?
You win.
Okay.
I lay down and bow to Bosco.
I am wary of this because she's still enraged, and I don't know if I can trust her at this point, but I'll take her word for it based on her history and claim victory.
All right, combatants, shake hands, and we will call this a draw.
I don't want to shake her hand.
I don't want to shake her hand either.
Now, we cannot conclude the fight without a sign of mutual respect, setting a good example for the other students.
No.
Nar. I walk away. I leave the stadium.
Well, you would have to jump down 30 feet into the toxic ooze.
T, do it.
Do you want to?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can.
That sounds horrible.
I just stand there.
Right? We're just mean mugging at this point.
Well, students, it seems we have reached an impasse. We are going to load everyone onto the bus and see if we can resolve the situation. The other students are led out of the Glomodrome. Everyone except for Ranger Ryan, Rigo, and Imperator Banus, who've stayed behind and are looking at the two of you. And Imperator Banus sort of shakes his head shape, and it's like, what are the two of you doing anyway?
I look at them and I say, do I look in control now? Do I look like I know how to handle myself under pressure?
She attacked the student body. I don't think she does.
Both of you make a persuasion check.
10.
Natural 1.
All right, bring him down. And the platform's lower, the ooze recedes. The three senior Glamazons are conferring. Ranger Ryan turns to the two of you and says, all right, each of you hit the showers, head back to your locker rooms. We're gonna figure out what to do about this.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, so you're both in there. You're able to cool down.
I'm pissed because I didn't actually win.
And I gave up because I knew that was what was going to get under her skin more than winning or losing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not particularly pleased, but at least put on a great show for the student body and kind of cemented my place as somebody popular and likable. So, like, I'm okay with the turnout, but pissed that I was basically bested.
So after about an hour, Ranger Ryan comes and gets both of you. You're brought out to sit in the bleachers with sort of a fair amount of distance between you. Ranger Ryan says, all right, we've talked about this. Here's where we've landed. There is only one slot between the two of you to get into the Ranger program. And I'm going to need you to convince me why you are the one we should pick.
When Bosco and I went on our first mission together to bring the musk otter back to its habitat, we encountered a group of rogues from another world or another land who were kidnapping animals and selling them. We were approached by Rigo, and he told us that we could take them either to the city or to a ranger station out on the edge of the frosted tip. I wanted to take them into the city because that's the ranger way, and Bosco wanted to take them to the secluded ranger station. I listened to her because I thought that I could trust her. But when we got there, she convinced the ranger to let them go, completely breaking all of the ranger rules.
Is this true, Bosco?
I have no idea what she's talking about. You saw the official report on what happened with the prisoner exchange. They were dealt with accordingly with our law. I did everything according to the book, and it's your word against mine.
Ask the resplendent ranger Melissa. She'll tell you everything and completely verify all my claims.
They confer for a moment, and Ranger Ryan says, well, that's going to be difficult. Melissa did tender their resignation and has left Cliffhanger Crest Station. Last I heard, they were headed for Malala Island. I would like to resolve this, though, as soon as possible. Inquirer Kalis, is this true? And Inquirer Kalis says,
I can certainly verify the portion of Irene's account that I was present for. I did indeed encounter these outsiders and advised that they be taken to Cliffhanger Crest, which, as you know, is the nearest station for processing. What happened after that, I'm afraid I have no record of.
And when he says that, Imperator Banus says, this is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Inquirer Kalis, this was not in your official report. And he said,
The inquiry is ongoing.
So the two of them actually back off, and they get into a bit of an argument amongst themselves. And Irene, I'm going to need you to make a persuasion check. And Bosco, what I'm on the edge about here is, are you doing deception or persuasion? Do you feel like you're lying right now, or do you think like what you're saying is true, but you're trying to convince them?
Well, I know that I'm lying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that, like, she's absolutely being an idiot and telling the truth. That's going to get all of us fucked over.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to make a deception check.
I got a 13 on my persuasion.
Okay.
I got a 9.
Okay. Ranger Ryan says, very well. Well, like I said, there's only one slot in the Ranger program. Irene, it sounds like you did your duty. Bosco, I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to leave.
Really? We're just going to go with the most violent ranger trainee of all time that has torn up your favorite curtains, attacked all of your classmates, and basically been a general nuisance and has failed or broken even on all of her electives. I'm going to try and persuade you elsewise. This is a horrible idea.
All right, you can roll persuasion.
6.
I just rolled insight for Ranger Ryan. It is a 3. Ranger Ryan is wringing his hands. He's like, oh, Bosco makes a very good point. And as he's wringing his hands and sort of pacing back and forth, a little bit of sweat like forming around his brow, Rigo and Imperator Banus return, and Rigo says,
Imperator Banus and I have discussed the situation, and I would like to make a proposal, if I may. I see a lot of talent in these two. I believe that Bosco's talents are probably best suited to the Ranger program. Irene, I think you may actually be able to go further and do more in a different role. How would you feel about training to become an Inquirer?
I'd have what kind of duties as an Inquirer?
As an Inquirer, you would have freedom to go where you please in the city, to investigate matters of interest to Glomalala at the highest levels, and you would be able to undertake personal projects to further the security and the interests of our people.
Would I get to leave the city?
I can promise you, without a doubt, that when your training is complete, you will get an assignment that can take you well outside the city and beyond.
If it means I don't have to work with her, then absolutely.
I agree. I love that idea.
Imperator Banus doesn't say anything, and Ranger Ryan kind of claps his hands and goes, oh, good. Yes, okay. Irene the Inquirer, that is, woof. Okay, that's terrific. And Bosco, we do have that slot. I understand this has been a lot, but we would love to have you in the Rangers if you're still up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Love my roommate. Gonna go watch him poop later. This is gonna be it.
You hear the door to the bathroom of the arena open and a little song coming out.
The bravest of them all, the greatest of the glamazons, Bosco, the champion. Oh, hello.
What's up, Lewis?
Oh, what a fertile day this has been for my creative juices.
And Ranger Ryan escorts you away, Bosco. Rigo comes over to you, Irene, and says,
Come, Irene, we will take you to the Inquirer's, I don't know what it is, the Inquirer's house, and...
House of Inquirers?
Inquirer's place.
Mother of the House Inquirer.
And he leans down and, as you're leaving, whispers to you,
How much do you know about the 13th Queen?
I know that there is one.
That's a very good place to start.
And as you're led out of the arena, Imperator Banus is still standing in the center, watching both of you go, arms folded maybe, as his shape fades into the darkness.
Are you ready for the ultimate test? Drag queens on a fabulous quest. The hair snatched and the arm is okay. The only rule is slay or be slayed. Are you ready for the ultimate game? Fighting